Hey guys, thank you so much for joining us once again on the Fake Nerd Podcast. My name is Ryan Oliopoulos, and I'm joined by my best buds in the world. I got Sparks Witty.
I'm a best bud in the world.
I got Ben Magnet.
I'm making sure my cat doesn't destroy things.
And I got Brandon T. McClure.
The amount of cocaine in Coca-Cola was reduced over time and finally eliminated from the drink by 1929. This was during the Prohibition era in the United States when alcohol was illegal.
These are the kind of facts that you get on the Fake Nerd Podcast on these late Sunday nights. Thank you for that fact, Brandon. That flash fact.
Not prepared.
We're talking about
Neither was I.
Army of the Dead, Zack Snyder's new movie today. We got 2 weeks worth of news. We were off last week. But Brandon, you got any things to talk about that we did this week?
Well, Ryan, not only do we have 2 weeks of news, we have 2 weeks of links.
Man, this sounds like so professional right now.
I know. Okay, Ryan, you got two downright nerdies.
Oh, I do. Shazam.
You have Running Scared and Mad Max Fury Road.
Yes, one of those movies is really great.
It's the Running Scared, right?
It's definitely what he said.
Both of those links are down below. You can see both of those. And then Ben, your Old School Gamer magazine from last week is in the description below as well, because it was supposed to be in the last week's description. But do you want to tell the audience a bit about what that was?
Yeah. Wait, what did I write about? I completely forgot what I wrote about last week.
That's fair. If you don't remember, guys, it's a surprise now. You can go down there and look for yourself.
It's about video games, I bet.
It has. What the hell did I write?
But Ben, you also have a Kaiju Weekly episode that was now 2 weeks old, but that's in there.
That I do. That wasn't in there.
I just wanted to be sure because I forgot
last
it.
week.
Okay.
Yeah. So you talked about Gundam on that one.
Yeah, I did. I talked about Gundam and totally spoiled a really cool part of Gurren Lagann. So spoiler alert for Gurren Lagann if you're going to listen to that after you're done listening to this.
And then you guys did the review special for Zack Snyder's Justice League.
We did.
It's been some time.
It feels weird skipping a week. Weird, yeah.
Yeah, right?
We reviewed the Snyder Cut. Check out all the takes.
Did you watch any of that, Brandon?
Watch the intro.
Yeah,
I'm glad you watched the intro. The intro was funny.
I wasn't going to watch the rest of it.
Good. I don't watch our content, but now I got to if there's something at the beginning.
Yeah, so that is both video and audio, both of those. So if you're watching this on YouTube, you can check that out, or if you're listening to this on the podcast, you can just click iTunes. There it is.
Yeah, we finally got together and we talked about that movie.
Shazam.
That 4-hour event movie.
The Fake Nerds watch for Invincible, the special for season 1 of Invincible, is in the description below.
Woo!
That's a great show. We had a great time talking about that a couple weeks ago, but that show rules.
Mm-hmm.
For the video peoples, we got a cool shirt by the Sparks Video over here.
Oh, is that Scott Pilgrim?
Heck yeah.
It's Scott Pilgrim with Omni-Man and the Guardian.
Nice.
Spoilers. That ends poorly.
Yeah. You have a Basement Arcade pause menu with the top loader, Ben.
I do. That was fun.
That's both video and audio are on the feed on those feeds. Do you remember what happened on that one? Do you want to say a little bit about that?
So he and I talked about game collecting, and I want to say we like 55% talked about the woes of collecting because he lives down in Australia. So the rules for him collecting down there are vastly different than up here. Because here in the United States, especially where we live in Southern California, you can like toss a stone or toss a dart and a map, and like 8 times or 7 times out of 10, that city that you threw a dart in probably has a retro video game store in a good, say, 30-mile radius, give or take. I don't know. Down in Australia, it's a lot different. You got to like really hunt some stuff down. So we talked about the differences. We talked about our woes. And I actually impressed him with my very fair knowledge of cricket, because he didn't think I knew what cricket was, but I do.
Nice.
The insect? What's it? No.
All right, and Fake Nerd Book Club for Little Char and the Gang. The audio feed for Fake Nerd Book Club is almost catching up to the video feed. Chapters 53 to 105 is now available in audio. So link that below. Check that out. No.
Nope.
Okay, cool. Because there's an Amazon box and my cat's now biting at it.
Oh, that's okay. Very adorable. And finally, I have 2 conversations in the link below. One is with Chris Maverick, who is an academic professor who talks to me about podcasting and his academic viewpoint of fandom. That was a lot of fun. That guy talks a mile a minute.
Yes, he does.
You said academic twice.
Oh, you're welcome.
Really smart.
He is very smart.
I really enjoyed talking to him, and he had a great time talking at me. So that's linked below, and of course, Sparks Witty Part 1. Sparks, you're linked below.
I'm linked. I'm a link. I'm in a link. I did it.
You did it.
Where's the Triforce?
I made it into the links.
I talked to you, Sparks, about this podcast. Some podcast confessionals happened in that episode. That was a lot of fun listening back on that.
Yeah. I listened back on that as well, and I was like, man, I kind of wish that some of the thoughts I've had in the past few weeks I could have brought to this, but that's okay.
I mean, that's what happens when I record these so early.
That's every day.
Every podcast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sparks Witty Part 2 will be coming next week, so stay tuned for that.
Wow.
That was a fun episode to listen, by the way. And also, Brandon, you're 100% right. If Sparks lived where I lived when I first met, when we were in college, he totally would have been the first major host of Fake Nerds.
Yeah, that's true. Sparks and I's conversation was very long because it's us. So I decided to split it into two roughly hour-long chunks.
Also, because we're talking about, because you should say this, for part 2 is a lot of your stuff, your relationship with fandom.
Yes.
Because I got on to also have you open up and have an opportunity to talk about your stuff that you've been doing with other people.
Yes, that is true. At the point that we recorded, I had done 10 already, and I had not opened up about my own views on fandom. And so Sparks basically does a conversation with me, where he interviews me. So
with a twist.
That was fun. I'm looking forward to that episode dropping.
Yeah.
Not just links, though. I do have other things I want to bring up. Hey guys, the mask mandate in California is ending soon. Just, regardless if how you feel about that, but we still have Fake Nerd Podcast masks.
Yes, we do.
I am going to do a last call on Fake Nerd Podcast masks because I think at this point everybody's got a mask.
It's like a bar.
So this is not the last week, probably the last month. And I'll post about it when I talk to my girlfriend about it because she's the one who stocks them. And I'll post when exactly we'll stop selling those. So if you want one just for a souvenir to remember that shitty time where we all had to die from a pandemic?
You can still use them when you get a cold or something. It's polite.
Also,
that's true.
I think a large majority of people are still going to be wearing masks for a long time, including, I think, most.
Yeah,
so
100%.
Until it feels super, super safe, even if I'm vaccinated, I care about other people.
Look, I'm sorry. Every single year for the past 10 years, I've gotten bronchitis and pneumonia at the same time, except for last year.
Look at that.
I wonder why.
Mask up.
So that's that. So I'm going to just do a last call. But like Spark said, hey, if you're like in Japan, they do this all the time. If you're sick, wear a mask.
Yeah, they really do.
And they have a Patreon. Guys, one more month to get the Stephen King's Best Friend shirt. And then it's gone forever. And you get a new one, which we just got, and I'm really excited about it. I think it looks really cool.
It's a good one.
That's so come July, a new shirt on Patreon. And then finally our anniversary is coming up.
Woo!
Wow.
June 12th is the Fake Nerd Podcast anniversary. We're now 5 years.
That's incredibly.
The big 5.
It's been 5 years since I had to talk about Batman versus Superman. No, Biv's Dodge ult.
That's true, because your first episode was.
It was.
Yeah.
That's crazy. What a full circle.
Zack Snyder was my first episode, and Zack Snyder's this episode. It's all full circle. Look at that.
All
right.
Zack Snyder.
Time to announce that this is Ryan's last episode.
We're not pulling that on him. We're not pulling that on him. No, I refuse.
So our anniversary special will go up probably around the 12th. It's never on time, but around the 12th, the anniversary special will go up. It will be pre-recorded. We are not doing a live show for it. And then just the normal episode will go up that day, the day after. So stay tuned for that.
Woo.
Now I've talked a lot, so someone else go.
Brandon, your turn. No. I'll go. I didn't do too much over the last 2 weeks. I played a lot of the same games I've been playing. Like I still play a lot of Fortnite, either by myself now because it's a sweet looking PS5 or with the homies. I played some more Avengers. Marvel's Avengers has a Black Widow event happening right now called like the Red Room Takeover, where Yelena Belanova, who is Rachel Weisz in the new movie, she's taken over.
I thought Yelena was Florence Pugh. Pew.
Yeah,
I thought that
definitely what you guys said is true. Brandon, edit this during the podcast right now.
Got it. I'll do it.
Florence Pugh, I guess, is now a bad guy in this version of the game, which is fine. But she's taken over Red Room, and she's made a lot of really hard challenge rooms. And I love me a challenge room. Boy, they are hard. They're super easy if you can fly, because there's like pits that you immediately die in. But if you're someone like Captain America or Hawkeye, you're done, son. So you got to be extra good. But yeah, that still play is really fun. I love playing it. They're finally adding some really good costumes. Like finally, we're like, I might want to spend money on them. Like they added Iron Man from Endgame. They added a Doc Green where it's Hulk in like his like lab coat and stuff. They added future Captain America Kamala Khan.
Shit.
She's got like a really sweet outfit. They added Unworthy Thor where he's got like the missing hand where it's like robot. So they're finally doing some cool stuff. It just took a while to get there. So that's
Didn't they release Superior Iron Man a little while ago?
Superior, yeah, I did get that one. I have enough credits for that one, luckily.
Nice.
That was all the credits that I had.
Yeah.
But it's a good looking one.
Credits don't come easy.
Not in that game, no.
It's a big complaint I see.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. So I started playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I played the first chapter, which was exactly an hour. That game truly awesome, like really open strong, man. Like, oh my god, like I like it so much. I'm not going to play it anymore because the PS5 version is coming out with the DLC, the extra DLC that you won't be able to get on the PS4. And the game already looks so good how it is. Like I've seen how it looks. Like I know how good it looks, but like I can't imagine actually like playing that game with how seamless just everything is. Like the thing about like the processing power of the PS5 and even like the late PS4 is like the cutscenes are just go straight into the gameplay, straight back into cutscene, and it's seamless, man. It's incredible. Like the cutscenes are the gameplay at some points.
Is this the first week you're getting to talk about your PS5?
Yes.
No.
I talked about it last week. Last week. Last podcast. Yeah. So really enjoying that. I'm probably gonna wait a couple weeks until that update comes out in June.
That's what I'm doing, maybe.
Yeah. Mass Effect Legendary Edition came out, and Mass Effect 2 is my favorite game. This is the thing that I've wished for how many years on this podcast now?
3.
It's finally out. I also only played an hour of it because I'm trying to make content, quote unquote content out of that. So I'm streaming it hours at a time, and I can edit that on my own. Hey man, that's a 2007 game with 2021 graphics. It looks really, really good. It still plays like an older game, but like that's how it is, right? I'm glad they didn't remake it because like it's too new and you don't need to remake it. You just remaster it. It has all the DLC. Man, it's just like stepping back into that world so refreshing and so nice. And it's like visiting like an old friend, except your old friend is a 1,000-year-old space lady. Just very, very excited to be back. Then I played.
Are you like planning to do a lot of things differently this time?
Yes, I'm going to be a bad guy this entire game.
Okay.
Well, not a bad guy, but like in all of BioWare's games, you can be good or evil, Paragon or Renegade. And as the savior of the universe in my original playthrough, I wanted to be a good person, and I saved the universe in a good way. But you can also be like a super bad boy and like punch people in the face and like maybe kill the bad guys when you don't need to. And I'm like, that's gonna be my Shepherd this time. And it's already been kind of fun. Just a big old jerk sometimes, and it's nice when it's not actually you. I'm gonna talk about a game we played together now. It's a game called Knockout City. Guys, and I was hesitant to play it just because it's a new game to pick up, but like it's immediately got its hooks in me after just like a couple hours.
Wow.
It is so fun, and it brings like this competitive edge to me that I haven't felt since like Call of Duty or Halo. Like it's like I want to play that game and beat people up. Like I love it so much. Just the cat and mouse like rock paper scissors mechanics of you throw it and you have an opportunity to catch it, and then you can do like wanted curveballs, or you can like throw it up, like lob it. It's so fun. I'll let you talk about it for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm really pumped. I did do this in demo, but they have refined some things and improved on it even since that demo that was only like a month and a half ago. You have to you do have to kind of get your sea legs under you a little bit.
There's a lot of things to learn. Yeah,
and you're definitely going to have times where like, boy, I hit the button I didn't mean to hit, and that screwed me up. And like that happens a lot. But the satisfaction of, because this is for those who don't know, Knockout City is a dodgeball game. It's a video game about playing dodgeball, and you are 3v3 teams. There is talk that I know they want to do a 4v4. You can do some other modes that are pretty cool. I tried earlier today with friends of the podcast, Marty and Pi, Diamond Dash, which is where instead of the points for knocking someone out, you have to collect the diamonds that they drop to build up your score. Their teammates can collect their diamonds so that you can't get them. So you have to be more like strategic about when you knock them out and that kind of thing.
I played that in Call of Duty before.
Yeah, it's a nice variant. But the thing about Knockout City is that it's just so incredibly satisfying to get that catch, to get that hit with the dodgeball. It feels so good.
The sounds are so good,
so well. And you feel it's fast, and you feel the motion of it. That game is awesome. That game is my crack right now. Like anytime friends want to hop on for Knockout City, I'm gonna be there. Like it is good. And we've already got a crew going that our friend Marty started.
What's the clan name?
Pew Pew City.
Pew Pew City.
We played a little bit of Knockout City last night, and when I saw Pew Pew City, I thought, is that the name of the level? And then I figured out because when we first played, it just had Ryan, because Ryan and I were a team, Sparks and Marty were another team, and it was like a blue team, Pew Pew City. I'm like, is that the name of their team or is that the level? I can't tell.
It's the name of the crew,
Welcome to the crew.
It's really nice. The whole setting is like this futuristic, jazzy '50s era mix stuff. So you get a lot of you get a lot of like the aesthetic, clothing and choices and car choices from the '50s, but they're adapted into this very futuristic, jazzy city area. That's very Jet Set Radio. We watched the trailer for this a long time ago. Knockout City is really, really good. I highly recommend that if you're listening to this and you're kind of vaguely interested in anything that we've said,
it's free for a week.
It is free for the rest of the week.
As of this recording.
Go play it. You can try it out, and then if you decide to buy it, everything you did in the game this week will carry over.
It's $20, but also it's on Xbox Game Pass.
Yes, exactly. I highly recommend at least giving it a try, jumping in, seeing if it's for you. This is a game that I think is going to get good attention because it feels great.
The gameplay is like truly great. Like it's so responsive. Like they figured like what the gimmick is, and they just perfected everything around that, and then built on. And like just the catch and release and throw stuff is just, it feels so good. Like it's so surprising how fun it is to just catch a ball or throw a ball.
There's a mechanic so that you can fake your throw and watch the other person try to catch that fake throw, and then you can be like, got ya, bam.
Yep.
That feels so good.
I'm so, and it's again, like it's only $20, so like I can't wait to just buy it, and I can't wait to see, much like a Fortnite or any other like live game, just how it gets bigger and better over time, more costumes and stuff like that.
Something that I haven't talked about a lot about it, but the character customization is really cool, especially as you unlock more items and you can buy things and you unlock things by doing well and leveling up and winning and just playing the game. But the reason why it's really cool, and a lot of people have talked about this, which is awesome, is that the character models are essentially very, very much gender neutral. You can mix and match everything to be whatever you want it to be. There is no gender assignment. So it's not like you're picking a male body or a female body or anything like that, or male features or female features. It's all very much ambiguous. Mm-hmm. There are things that look certainly more masculine, like Aftershade, like 5 O'Clock Shadow, that kind of thing. Those are there. But like you design the characters how you want them to be very representational, and they have a diverse set of skin colors, a diverse set of looks,
and everything works together.
It is a very welcoming and on purpose gender neutral, that you decide what gender you really would even define your character as, and it doesn't matter to them. Like you define your look. Mm-hmm. And I think that's very special. And they also allow you to design 3 characters at once. Who are your characters, instead of just having to focus on only one, so you can really play around with what you want the appearance to be. And it's just this kind of customization, even though it's very basic, is not common, where you're able to get such a balance of, like, again, there are 2 body types, but they're not male and female. They're just stockier and skinnier.
Yep.
And that's it. Mm-hmm. But there's nothing saying like one's male, one's female, or anything like that. It's really cool. It is kind of more the thing you want to see the future of character customization go in. Where like any feature that you decide, like, oh, I like this part of what would be male, but I like this part of what would typically be female in a game, but you can't combine them. Here you can combine those.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to play more of that game. I think that's about it. Besides some more stuff I did with you. So
I'll carry on.
I'm gonna carry on my wayward son.
Sure. Hey, 2 weeks ago we watched the first episode of Bad Batch.
We did do this. 2 weeks ago.
Not 2 weeks ago. 1 week ago. We just didn't talk about it last week.
How's time work?
Yeah, it's like it's a whole 70-minute thing, and I think it's a little long for what it should be. I don't want to spend too much time talking about it. Have anyone else had a chance to watch the Bad Batch yet?
Get the chance.
That's okay. It's definitely doing a weird thing with this has certainly gotten a lot of attention around the internet, but how it handles the early appearance of Kanan when he's still Caleb, and how that relates to Order 66 and goes against part of the comic book that they put out. And that's a weird choice, and I don't know exactly why they did it, because they easily could have incorporated the comic into what they did, but they decided not to. And not just they didn't know, they just actively decided no. Which is whatever, I guess. I think it does feel weird to anyone who does value a lot of the Legends timeline stuff to feel like, oh, okay, so all that shit we have to take as like, oh, no, that can't be canon, that can't be canon, but because you're making a hardline canon and then you're going to violate it so blatantly.
And all like the new comics were like supposed to be canon. Like, wasn't that the point?
Yes, that is the point. Like, all of it is supposed to be working together in one true canon. And like, you've had like the minor slip-ups of like kind of tiny things, but this was literally revisiting a moment. And again, it's not something where like they came out when they were challenged about and said, oh, we actually just didn't even think about that. That's our bad. We made a mistake. They said, yeah, we knew, and we just kind of went, nah. And that's like, okay, I guess.
Then what's the point of trying to push this it's all canon thing?
Yeah, that's where it gets a little funky, I think, for people, and I totally understand that and respect that, because I think it's one thing when it's like you can kind of make the canon your own, but it's another thing when the company itself is telling you this is the one true canon, and then they're like, except when it's not. Yeah. But beyond that, like, I think the Bad Batch episode is good. I'm definitely interested in the them learning about what's happening with the clones and how they're treated in relation to the others, and what's going on in the transition from the Republic to the Empire, that even the Kaminoans are like, yo, what? We had contracts, bro. What's going on? Tarkin's in it. Tarkin's cool.
Yeah.
The Bad Batch characters are still great, which is awesome. My only thing is that like it's just not quite up to the caliber level of like when we saw the Bad Batch in Clone Wars. It definitely feels the same way that I would say to anybody, like if you watch the very first episodes of Clone Wars or the very first episodes of Rebels, I don't think they're necessarily representative of the quality level that the show becomes.
Yeah.
It seems like Bad Batch somehow is also still in that same realm where you're kind of like, I bet this gets better, but this is just kind of pretty all right. Yeah. Close to good, but not quite there yet. And it's my investment in Star Wars that's keeping me like gripped to want to go back more than it is the like, yeah, we're really just nailing the quality of this show.
Yeah. And I don't know, again, not to reveal like too much, but like they present like what the plot of like, hey, this is what's going to be going on in the season. And I'm just, after everything we've recently got in Star Wars, I'm like, I just don't know if I want to do this like again. More
than anything, I think like the general story of what they tell could be about 25 minutes shorter for what story we cover in this opening film episode thing that's like comparable to the film that they made for Clone Wars. I think there's a whole section of it you could have just kind of taken right out without much issue.
Sure.
It's just a little, I think on top of like, it's just not quite hitting that quality high. This particular opening episode slightly overstays its welcome.
Real quickly, it's not in the news. I didn't put it in the news because it happened weeks ago, apparently. But Dave Filoni, congratulations to Dave Filoni on his promotion.
It happened last year.
Last summer.
It happened last year. It just went on the official Star Wars website this past week.
Yeah, he is now the chief creative.
Like, okay, great job, congratulations. It's like that's a year that's been the case, and we just didn't like people didn't widely know about it.
He was now the chief creative director of Lucasfilm.
Good for him.
Yeah, good for him. I am happy about that because Dave Filoni knows what's up.
Yeah.
Real quick, just there was some more Schitt's Creek. I didn't do a ton of stuff in this past week, especially because I was writing what turned out to be a 25-page research paper, and turned it in because I was finishing my semester, and that was a lot. But that's behind me. But I had a lot to juggle, so not a ton that I want to go over. There was a little bit of CW catch up. A little bit of Pokemon games all across the board. Let's Go Pikachu, Pokemon Snap, Pokemon Go on my phone. Pokemon whenever I can get that drug into my vein. Keeping up on Schitt's Creek. My mom did come for a visit last week, so I spent some time with her. She had not seen Raya and the Last Dragon, so I watched that with her. I still really like Raya. I think it's pretty good. I've understood more of the critique that has come out since it, and I don't necessarily agree with all of it. I still think that film's pretty solid overall. I watched Mitchells vs. the Machines for the second time as well because my mom hadn't seen it, and that movie is great. I love that movie. I really, really love that movie. Did not regret that. I also watched a lot of Game Changer, which is a college humor show. It's just real good, and I got access to a bunch of episodes, and I watched them, and that's real good. But the last few things I want to talk about, we did talk about Knockout City. I real quickly want to touch on Fall Guys. Fall Guys, we played some last night as well. It had a big update, and the update allows you to now host with your friends. I'm just really grateful that this is something where, like, I know they've been getting a lot of like, hey, we really want these things in Fall Guys, and I can feel the team wanting to incorporate all the requests that are coming in, and that's awesome. And I look forward to, like, when crossplay happens, we'll be able to put, like, Megan's going to get on Fall Guys, and we can put her in host games. Like, we can have host games that go up to, like, 60 people if we want. And that's great. That's awesome. I'm really glad that that feature's come in, that it has all these different tiers of how you can do it. I'm very pleased that Fall Guys feels very engaged with its community and constantly trying to improve the game in the way that they request. So kudos to them for that. I also watched one single episode when I had some time yesterday. Just like I had a little bit of time. I was eating some lunch before I got in Knockout City and all that. And I was by myself, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to pop on Castlevania, baby. Brand new season. I watched the first episode of Castlevania. It's a good first episode. I'm happy to be back. I'm glad that they give a full series recap. Before it starts, it's like a 5-minute recap, and I'm like, cool. I really needed that. I was definitely debating rewatching previous seasons if I was too lost, and they got me all caught up on everybody, and I'm like, no, I remember. I'm good.
Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous dropped its 3rd season. I haven't seen it yet, but I was talking to Zara about it because we really like that show. And we were like, wait, what happened at the end of the last season? And she looked it up as, oh, they have a season recap. Oh, thank God.
I entirely forgot where, like, one character, like a whole thing that happened to one character in Castlevania, and so I really need that recap where I'm like, right. One thing about the recap, super weird. They definitely frame the twins in the recap. Like, if you didn't watch the show for some reason, they frame their dynamic with him, with Alucard, differently.
The twins who like try to seduce him and then kill him?
Yeah, they don't include any of, like, the seduction elements. They make it entirely sound like the only reason why they killed him is because they felt like he was going to betray them.
I guess.
And I'm like, that's a interesting choice.
I suppose
it took out some of the sorrow on Alucard's part, when you open to where Alucard is in the episode, which I'm not going to say much about, but, like, when you open to that moment, it's weird because they're not reminding you of that sorrow. And everything that they remind you of, like Alucard, the way the interaction he had with the twins suddenly feels much less personal in the version they put in the recap, which is, it doesn't matter if you watch the season, you know what it's supposed to be. It's just a little weird that they did this recap and they specifically omitted all language that even hinted at how much he connected with the two of them.
Interesting.
Or any visuals that hinted at it. That was weird. It's a little strange that they did that. I don't know why. And that threw me for a loop. I'm like, I didn't make that up. That definitely happened. But that's the thing. Otherwise, super good. The last thing I want to talk about is brand new chapter for Dragon Ball Super came out, and I don't think it was because of the news that came out, because this chapter had obviously been done. But with the new movie having been announced to come out next year, all of a sudden, this plot feels like it kicked into high gear. Because the last chapter, Goku and Vegeta had just been told about Granola, and they're like, "Cool, get on this ship. We're going to take you to him. It's going to take like 6 weeks to get there." And they're like, "All right, well, you know the way and all that." And then this chapter literally opens up 6 weeks later. They get on the planet. There's Granola. They start their interaction with Granola, and I'm like, oh, we're like moving quick. Got it. Okay. I'm not used to this. I'm not used to this, especially in the Moro arc, which took a little more time to get to the buildup of them interacting with Moro. This does now seem like, if you told me there's only 11 more chapters to this, more or less.
Moro?
of the granola arc before it leads into whatever the movie is, I totally believe it. That tracks right now. So I definitely feel like this arc suddenly feels a lot tighter. Maybe more like the length of the future Trunks arc in comparison to the tournament arc of Dragon Ball Super. It's gonna be quick. They're gonna go through it, and this feels that way, which might be to its benefit because I think that future Trunks arc benefits from being faster than most Dragon Ball arcs. And I think this is going to be the same. There's an interesting dynamic. I kind of talked about it. Granola is a character who his people were wiped out by the Saiyans, and Vegeta is letting Goku fight first, and he's kind of like being Detective Vegeta, where he's figuring out that the people who brought them there lied to them about Granola, and he's like, this city is destroyed, and there's big ape Saiyan prince here, and he's specifically saying that he hates our species. Vegeta's doing detective work. It's pretty good.
Putting 2 and 2 together.
It's like Toriyama finally turned in the script for the movie, and Toy Toro was like, "Oh right, I got to get there."
Yeah. That's definitely what it feels like. Again, obviously they didn't time it that way because of when the news, but it definitely all of a sudden this story is moving. The story is going. Here we go. We're moving right through it because I don't think they're going to draw this fight out. I really don't. I think this interaction is going to move pretty quickly.
Movie time, baby.
But that's it.
Ben?
Yeah. So,
real quickly, Ben, I have to ask about your week. Does your week have anything to do with what is over your shoulder?
Maybe.
Okay.
It does.
So Ben, go ahead.
So 2 weeks ago, or last week, not a whole lot of stuff was going on, except I started Castlevania, and I want to say I'm 2 or 3 episodes from finishing it, and holy crap, that show was amazing. It sucked me in. I'm intrigued. It wasn't okay. So season 3 of Castlevania, while I still highly enjoy, there were parts when we got to Trevor and Sypha that I wasn't really I wasn't feeling it. I was like, I want to solve this mystery, but I care more what's going on with Isaac. I care more what's going on with Hector and with Alucard. I care more about that than the main characters. This time around, oh no, everyone I give a shit about. I want to see what's happening with you, all of it. I want to see how it all plays out.
In season 3, when we would but we would go to Trevor and what's her name?
Sypha.
I would be like, okay, sure. Where's Bill Nighy?
Yeah,
because I was interested in that.
Season three, I would argue is the weakest of the show, and it's not bad, but it's definitely the weakest. Real quick, Malcolm McDowell has a vampire that he's voicing, and you can tell it's him right off the bat in the first episode, and I'm like, ooh, damn, I like this vampire. This is good Malcolm McDowell voice. Is
he Varney?
Yeah.
Oh, that's who that is. Okay.
That's Malcolm McDowell.
No, because I was watching it, and both Fanny and I were sitting there going, who the hell voices Varney? That sounds so familiar.
You know, Ben, IMDb is a good resource.
Yeah, it is. It totally is. Well, we like to try to figure it out ourselves, okay? We don't want to
go ahead.
We don't want to go straight to the internet. But yeah, started Castlevania. Castlevania season 4 is amazing. We haven't got to the end yet, but I cannot wait. It is so far. I'm absolutely loving it. This is becoming my favorite season thus far. But Sparks, I can't wait for you to get on for the rest of the ride because holy crap! And that's all I'm going to say about that. Let's see. A little bit of video games were played. I played some video games last night with you guys, with all 3 of you. We played some Fall Guys, a little bit of Knockout City. Besides that, not really a whole lot of Metroid or Pokemon Snap because I've just been taking care of my adorable little kitten, whom you saw earlier, and also she's totally taken over my Instagram. That's all I freaking post anymore now. Is pictures of my cute, adorable little Suki.
That's how it goes.
Yep, that's definitely how it goes. It's funny because Brandon was saying earlier when we were playing games, it's like, hey, I love you posting all your cat pictures. And I'm thinking he's trying to subtly tell him, he's like, no, stop, we're sick of it. But no,
keep it coming.
Yeah. Well, right before we started recording, I put a box in our room and she sat in the box. It's so freaking cute.
Huge.
Yeah, she's like, hey, sweet box, I'm gonna sit in it. So besides that, boys, I've fallen into a hole.
I love that.
I've fallen into a deep.
Even I.
I've fallen into the rabbit hole and made my bank account forgive me, because I've gotten into looking for retro video games on OfferUp and eBay, and it sucked me in, and it sucked me in hard.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, so last week, I was searching for Sonic Mania, the physical Switch version of Sonic Mania, because I have it digitally on the PS4, and then I got to thinking, I'm like, you know what? If something ever happens to my PS4 and I'm not able to play Sonic Mania again, that's going to bum me out, because that's my favorite 2D Sonic game. So I sought it out.
Ben, you would still be able to play it on a PS5. You own it digitally; it'll carry over.
All right, cool. But still, I like having a physical copy.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. So I
It's
got it.
You can also just buy a new PS4 and also be there.
Anyways, I got it. But also because I got the special edition where the physical one has a reversible cover where it looks like a Genesis Genesis cover.
Yeah.
So I snagged that, and also I snagged another because the guy was selling this and the Sega Genesis collection for the Nintendo Switch. He wanted $50 originally, but I talked him down, and even was able to use a $10 off coupon, so I still paid less money. Nice. And I'm like, that was easy. I'm gonna wonder if there's more. And just like half an hour ago, I won a bid for Chrono Trigger for the Nintendo DS.
Yay!
So what I'm understanding, and that's awesome, good for you, man, is you discovered that you can Frankensons online.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I will not lie. It's not as fun, though. It's not as fun as actually going to Frankensons.
Of course not.
Which is what we did today, which, holy crap, was amazing.
But sometimes it is cheaper.
When I first got into comics, I was on mycomicshop.com all the time looking for variants or older comics that weren't expensive. I bought a lot of comics I didn't need to buy.
Sounds like me.
Yeah. Frankensons is a very, very easy way to waste a lot of money. But I had fun, and also the things I did get, I'm actually going to use and I want to play sometime, so I don't see it as wasted. Like, I got my awesome 1-Up shirt today.
That's
nice.
awesome.
Yeah.
And for audio listeners, it looks like the 7-Up logo.
Yeah, but it's a 1-Up mushroom from Super Mario Bros. Because, me. Yeah, that's pretty much like the biggest thing that happened this week was I was able to go to Frankensons with both with Sparks, Ryan, and Megan, because these guys have not been to the new location. Because Brandon, I wanted you to go. Trust me.
I'm in a different city. I
know. What if you could, man? What if you could? Because so January 2020 is when Frankensons officially moved from a building that did the job but wasn't the best because parking was absolutely horrendous and there was absolutely no air conditioning. They moved to a better building with a lot of parking spaces. Parking is a lot easier, and they actually have air conditioning. So when they first moved in, and they also added a new day of operation. They used to only operate on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Now it's Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. So of course I'm thinking, hey, Brandon just has to come over to our place early. We all hop in the car, drive to Frank's, have some fun, come back, record the podcast. Yay! Then COVID happened.
It's to all blow over.
It's like it's waiting for it.
Yeah. And then COVID happened, and it took over a year and a half, but they were finally able to go, and I just had a blast today. It was so much fun just to go to the show and just see everyone go, ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? Oh, that's cool. And then have Ryan pop up behind me looking at something. I had Sonic the Hedgehog 2 playing cards. They had the entire collection for $32, and Ryan's like the little devil on my shoulder saying, Ben, life is short. You should totally just get it. Just do it. You took money out today, right? Yeah, just do it. Just get it. Life's short.
I'm an enabler.
Walking in there was like walking back into a convention. It was really nice.
Nice.
It was. I got a few. I got quite a few things today. I'm not going to show them all off, but these are some of the things I got. But I will show one thing off because I thought it was one of the cutest things. It's a Thor Pikachu from Avengers.
Oh, that's adorable.
They had all the Avengers.
I really like that one.
Yeah. So that's like one of the things I got. I also got a few pins, and of course I got a few games. But yeah, that's about it. I had a blast.
Yeah.
Nice. Anything else, Ben?
No. That's pretty much some video games we played.
I remember something Ryan did, and I just wanted to ask if he wanted to say anything about it. You watched MODOK.
Oh, I watched the first episode of MODOK. I liked it. I think I went into it expecting it to be like a laugh out loud comedy. It's more like a BoJack Horseman that's actually kind of serious at times, which is like really, really cool. And I've heard that the more the series goes on, it's like actually like pretty emotionally like awesome. And I'm like, oh, so like I think I went into it with like different expectations, but by the end I was like, oh yeah, yeah, thank you.
I saw that. I saw Patton Oswalt in a MODOK costume.
Yeah, that's wild. It looked really good.
Like, what did they do with that?
They did it for, I don't know. I think I might have been it for a joke.
It's an expensive joke. Okay. My turn then, if I may.
Yes, you gotta get it.
So I do have 2 weeks worth of stuff. Obviously, we all do. I watched the final 5 episodes of Primal on HBO Max. This is Genndy Tartakovsky's new series, Primal. It's awesome. The last 5 episodes were so cool. There's a lot of really cool concepts that I didn't see coming. And there's a zombie brachiosaur that chases them through a volcano.
That's actually pretty cool.
It's awesome.
That sounds rad.
I really love the animation. Obviously, if you're familiar with Genndy Tartakovsky's work, you're familiar with it. One of the things that I love so much is when an animated character is shrouded in darkness, but all you can see are the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I love that, and he does that all the time. And each time I'm like, "Give it to me, baby." I love it so much. I can't wait for season 2.
Silhouette and 2 eyes, just all the time.
Okay, yeah, because that leads into Hellsing Ultimate, which I finally finished. I started it in college, which was 2012 or something when I first watched it. So it's been a long time, and I watched. The reason why I stopped is because Geneon, who originally owned Hellsing, went out of business before the final 2 episodes were released.
Right.
So Funimation picked it up, and I bought them a couple years ago, but I just never watched them. I just didn't get to it, and I always kind of figured I should watch the whole series again, so I did. I brought the Blu-rays up. I'm still in my parents' place for my dad's birthday. It was his birthday today.
Sweet.
Happy birthday, Dad.
Happy
88 years old. And so I watched the entirety of Hellsing Ultimate, all 10 chapters of it.
Happy birthday, Dad. Here's Hellsing.
Yeah.
You know what? I would have been more impressed if you sat through the whole thing and said, "Man, that was really good. You got any more?"
He can't even hear anymore. His hearing's going, so.
Oh no.
It's awesome. I forgot how truly awesome that series is. I don't think it's probably holding up with modern sensibilities. There's a vampire pastor tries to rape the main character in the first episode. That's not good. I'm not going to claim that's good, but I think the animation.
He is a bad guy.
That's true. He is a bad guy. The animation is great. The voice acting is probably. I think the voice cast is personally better than the Japanese voice cast, because the Japanese voice cast tries to do the accents with their obviously the natural Japanese, and Hellsing doesn't take place in Japan; it's place in London, and there are German characters, and so the English voice cast is able to do the proper accents for the regions that they're in, and I think that just enhances the experience personally.
To be fair, like. Japanese doing a German accent probably sounds pretty good to Japanese who hear Japanese people doing German accents, and But I know what you mean. Like when your brain is tuned to what an accent sounds like in a certain language. Like I get you.
Yeah. The actress for that's the main girl in Last of Us.
Ellie.
Ellie.
She's in Hellsing.
Ashley Johnson.
Ashley Johnson. She's Schrodinger, is a cat dude. Anyway, if you don't know what Hellsing is about, it's about a vampire hunters, Van Helsing, fighting vampire Nazis from destroying London. And I love the animation. I love the blood effects, which is all 3D, but it works really well. This was in the time where they kind of figured out how to blur the 3D effects with the animation, so it didn't really. So it doesn't stand out as badly.
Yeah.
Obviously, the main character, Crispin Freeman, plays Alucard. He's great as always. I really liked it. I'm really glad I finally finished it. A 10-year-long journey almost finally done. Okay, that's enough of that. Also, I really like the German accents. Anyway, Adventure Time: Distant Lands Together Again. That dropped. I was just on HBO Max and I forgot it dropped, and there it was. I was like, okay, I'll watch that. Oh, Mag just commented.
Mag, check in like a week. We'll have some episodes talking about Distant Lands.
Yeah, Mag says, hope you guys check out the new Distant Lands. Yes, I did check out the new Distant Lands. No spoilers because, Sparks, you haven't seen it, obviously. And for those of you, it did just come out, so no spoilers. Very unexpected. I didn't think it was going to go in that direction. And I really liked it. I think so far of the three, Obsidian is still my favorite.
Obsidian's really good.
Obsidian is really good. I rewatched it before I watched Together again. Because we might be doing something, and I still cried. There's a lot of moments in that episode that just make me cry. Together Again is really nice to see Finn and Jake again. Those two together again. Sorry, that's why it's called that. Mm-hmm. And the trailer didn't. It's kind of like BMO. You kind of realize what's happening. And you're like, oh, this is not what I thought this was going to be.
Sure, yeah.
Because BMO, as we've talked about, like by the time
has a massive twist at the end.
Yeah. Although Adventure Time twist is in the beginning, so.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Really good.
Yeah.
I watched Knives Out. I have nothing to say about that other than to say I did that, and it's awesome.
You're right.
I watched a movie called Finding You, which is a romantic movie about an actor who doesn't want to be an actor and the violin player that he meets on the plane, and then they fall in love in Scotland and whatever. What? Did
they find you?
Well, so it's about, and so like the girl, she's like a stuck-up classical violinist, and the dude who's in like this massive fantasy franchise and it doesn't want to be an actor because he's been an actor since he was a child, is like, why don't you come to this pub and we'll teach you to play the fiddle so you can like loosen up that violin ass. So the fiddle playing is fun. I like Irish music. It's a cute movie. I didn't hate it.
Wait, Irish or Scottish?
It's Irish.
Okay.
They go to Ireland.
Okay, because you said Scotland earlier.
Oops.
The movie said Scotland earlier too, and then it was Ireland, and they're like, "Don't worry about it."
Don't worry about
it. There's some really bad CGI dragons though, so if you want to see some really bad CGI dragons,
watch Dragonheart 4.
Ouch. All right, I also watched Nomadland, the Best Picture winner of last year. I'm happy for Chloe Zhao. Not for me.
Yeah.
It's really kind of boring.
Is it artsy?
It's very artsy, and like sometimes like that works for me.
Yeah.
Sometimes, and then sometimes it doesn't. And this was just sadly one of the ones that didn't. So. It's no Parasite.
Yeah, Parasite was really good.
I watched for the first time the original Mighty Joe Young, 1949's Mighty Joe Young. If probably most of us will remember the remake that Disney made in the 90s.
Yep.
In the late 90s with Charlize Theron and Bill Paxton.
Yep.
That is Charlize Theron in that. I was trying to place the girl because I couldn't quite picture her.
Yeah.
Wow. Wild.
Right. So I watched the original, which actually shares very little of what the remake does. The remake changes a lot. The original is very much a King Kong clone, and it's apparent because it's the same people making it. Uh-huh. It's the same director, producer, writer, company, composer. Everything is the same, with the exception of that it's the first movie that Ray Harryhausen worked on. And that's notable. He's uncredited, but what he will come to do with stop motion is apparent even in Mighty Joe Young, because Joe is a far more expressive character than I expected.
Brandon, I gotta be 100% honest with you real quick. So this whole time, I thought you were talking about this Brad Pitt movie called Meet Joe Black. I said the original movie came out in like the 40s.
And you're like,
the ape was really good. I'm like, what?
Meet Joe Black, the King Kong.
Mighty Joe Young, Meet Joe Black. So
I see how you did it.
That's where I've been the last like 2 minutes, and I'm like, what did I see?
Ray Harryhausen was a student of Will O'Brien's, who did King Kong, and Mighty Joe Young was some of his like practice work for Beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Oh yeah, Mighty Joe Young. I really like it. I think it's really good. But I was very impressed with what they did with stop motion at the time. How they blended the screen with the sets, and how Joe interacts with the characters, even if they're not in the same space, because sometimes they do switch to claymation characters that he interacts with. I thought for 1949, Jesus, that monkey looks incredible. It's still today.
It's really funny you're talking about Ray Harryhausen and all that, because Beast from 20,000 Fathoms was part of my research paper. So I read all about how like Mighty Joe Young underperformed at the box office, and they were trying to duplicate the King Kong success, and they're like, oh, bummer. And so instead in 1952, they're like, just put King Kong in theaters again. And then that did 4 times the box office numbers they did in 1933. And that led to the Warner Brothers going, okay, now get Ray Harryhausen to make Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, which then did gangbusters and opened up the giant monster movie market.
Good job, Ray.
Yeah, Beast from 20,000 Fathoms was a big step into getting us Godzilla.
Not as big as you think.
Oh, okay. I've heard wrong then.
A lot of Americans like to say, fun fact, guys, a lot of Americans will like to say that Beast from 20,000 Fathoms is basically the entire inspiration for Godzilla. Not so. They didn't even see the movie, which everyone is saying like, oh yeah, they saw Beast from 20,000 Fathoms and they made Godzilla. Beast from 20,000 Fathoms was released later the same year as Godzilla in Japan. They had only heard what happened in that movie, and it gave them like, we could do that, but like do it in a way where we could do it for Japan. But they had not seen the film.
Interesting.
They were aware of it. They knew things about it. I'm not saying that they didn't like go, we could do a big lizard thing in our own way. After hearing it, they definitely had heard about Beast from 20,000 Fathoms and were inspired by it in a indirect way of like big monster thing that we can do that too. Yeah. But they were much more propelled by the success of King Kong's re-release, which did go to Japan as well.
Right. I don't have much more to say other than some more King Kong clone stuff. The guy who plays Carl Denham in King Kong is also in Mighty Joe Young as a similar character.
Also, having rewatched Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, which was one of the things I did this week, by the way, I watched Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, the original Godzillas, both of them again, and Them, the 1954 film about giant ants. Watching Beast from 20,000 Fathoms again, I realized that the Godzilla remake is actually just a remake of Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, my friends. It's almost exactly the same plot.
Which Godzilla remake?
20,000 Fathoms. Huh?
Which Godzilla remake?
The 1998 one with Roland Emmerich. With Godzilla coming to New York.
Yeah.
Very, very similar to Beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Good job, Roland.
Okay, so Mighty Joe Young was... Okay, one more thing I want to talk about Mighty Joe Young is that I was baffled for a good 5 minutes, actually for the rest of the movie, because at the end of the movie, there's a fire that just appears. An orphanage just is on fire in their road as they're trying to escape, and it comes out of nowhere, and it's weird. But that's not the weirdest part, because they're in the middle of the desert, because this is taking place in LA. So they're in the middle of the desert before the San Fernando Valley was like, people, like places there. They're in the middle of nowhere. There's a crossroads, and there's a burger stand. Just some dude with a burger stand. Got one car there. One dude is like having a burger with this dude. And I'm like, I sat there for a good like hour thinking to myself, like, how much business can that guy get? He's in the middle of nowhere.
Lots, because that is like the original pull off and stop at McDonald's or something.
Oh, good point. Yeah, it was just so baffling to me. I was like, because there are things there are things like my mom, because I watched it with my mom, that she thought was weird. I was like, that's no weirder than just a burger stand in the middle of the desert. It's because like the roads weren't even paved.
Everything else hadn't built around it yet. That man was thinking 30 years ahead. He was planning the pit stop on the road trip.
playing.
It was dirt roads in the middle of the desert at night, and some dudes at a burger stand. I'm like, why is there a burger stand?
He knows when you've been driving for like 3 hours. If you're hungry enough, you'll stop for anything.
It's like, oh, hey, a burger stand. Perfect. I'm starving. And then it's like, man, this is like one of the best burgers ever.
I really liked it. I'm really glad I finally watched it because I've only seen the remake. Then I watched the newest DC animated movie, Justice Society World War II.
Nice.
Which I also really liked.
Nice. Excellent.
I thought that was really good. And Superman's in it in the beginning, so making it a sequel to Up from Tomorrow? Man of Tomorrow? What's the new Superman movie called?
Man of Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Superman Man of Tomorrow. So it is a direct sequel to that, so kind of furthering the here we go, we're building this universe.
How?
The opening takes place in the present.
Okay.
Where Barry helps Superman.
Okay.
And then through trying to stop a bullet that Brainiac shoots, a kryptonite bullet that Brainiac shoots, Flash runs so fast that he accidentally, like he does, goes back in time.
Okay, so Flash. It's not Barry carried over from the end of Darkseid War showing up in the past of this new world. That's not what's up.
That's not what's up.
Okay, because I wondered if that was what was up.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I thought so too, but it's not. But what we got was a really fun, pulpy adventure, and they really lean into it, and I think there's some really good characterizations. There's a really awesome Black Canary fight sequence that I was just blown away by.
Cool, I love to hear that.
I've never seen Black Canary used in that way, and I loved it.
Nice.
Hawkman has a great turn. There's unexpected characters that I just didn't see coming because they're not marketed. Love it.
I definitely want to watch them because we now know that from our own personal experience that those movies, most of them are better than bad. So
yeah, and what's so great about these new ones is that, especially these new continuity ones with this animation style that we're seeing in Long Halloween, which we have a trailer for later, is that these are people who have normally worked in visual arts departments or animation departments, never been directors, and this is oftentimes their first directorial endeavors outside of a TV show of like Voltron or something. Mm-hmm. So they're able to kind of bring a brand new creative voice to the DC animated movies, which honestly, even as much as I liked the last ones, they needed a new creative voice, and I really enjoy that we're seeing that.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I definitely want to check that out.
And then finally on the movie side, I'm so sorry guys, I watched the 1976 King Kong for the first time. It is the only King Kong film I have not seen, except for King Kong Escapes, but American King Kong film. That timed with the death of an actor that we're going to talk about in the news. I didn't know he was in the movie, but he plays the Carl Denham type, Charles Grodin. Mm-hmm. He plays the Carl Denham type. It's a really strange movie that's about environmentalism and a giant ape who falls in love with Jessica
Lange
from American Horror Story. It's her first debut. She's paired up with a very ugly Jeff Bridges. Like, what the hell did they do to that man? How do you make a 1970s Jeff Bridges ugly?
That's just what he looked like then.
No, he didn't. They gave him this really stupid like neck beard with like nothing here, and I'm like, shave.
You make him like the makeup and hair choices are bad.
Interesting. Okay.
Like I'm just like shave it, please. It's attacking her.
Oh no.
The special effects are really good. It's a very weird adaptation of King Kong.
I have only seen a single scene from it, and it's the scene where he blows on her.
That's really weird.
It is really weird.
Because it's weird early CGI.
Yes.
Puffing out his cheeks. He goes... and he's blowing on her because she fell in the mud.
She got wet.
The movie is very bare bones, kind of King Kong. Like when we're on Skull Island, all we see is a giant snake, and there's no other like wildlife or anything like that. They do recreate some of the more iconic moments, like with the log, or I think that might be it. But the ending is really weird, and they don't even say it was Beauty who killed the Beast, even though they start doing the Beauty and the Beast bit well into the runtime of the movie. Like it becomes a theme. And then they just don't even like, now we're just not going to do the line. spoiler alert, King Kong dies because it's the same movie. The way he dies is ridiculous, though. He like it's the World Trade Center, not the Empire State Building, and he falls flat on the World Trade Center. And Jessica Lange is like, "No, Kong, get up, Kong, get up. Why would you?" And then Kong just is laying there, and he just flops over and falls off the building. He just. So
Brian,
no
Brian,
plane, nothing.
oh, that's wild.
There's like no biplanes circling them or anything.
No, they do helicopters because it's set in '76. Yes, Brian De Palma. It's a Brian De Palma bit, and it was just so. It completely undercut the like tragedy of the moment of Kong dying because it was so funny that he just rolled over like he was going to sleep and then fell off the building. Anyway, but you know what? Honestly, I liked it. I didn't think I would, but I had a good time.
Right on.
Cool.
Oh, I read a lot of comics. I'm not going to talk about them all. Don't worry.
Okay.
Commanders in Crisis. I caught up on. Great. I caught up on all the single issue comics that I brought.
Hell yeah.
Finally, Commanders in Crisis. I've not read any books from this month. I should be clear. I've not read any books from this month. So this is all months ago. Commanders in Crisis is great. Adventure Man by Matt Fraction and Terry.
You're catching up on that one.
Yeah. I only have 3 issues left of that one. Excellent. I really like it. It's a lot of fun. Crossover. I really like Crossover. There was some fun little cameos in the latest issue that I enjoyed. We Only Find Them When They're Dead. Al Ewing.
Yep.
Very much getting Outlaw Star, Cowboy Bebop vibes from that book. It's really great. I like it a lot. They're going to do a time jump, which I'm kind of really weird about because I have a hard time getting like hold of the characters because of my colorblindness, because the coloring is great, but it also like affects my colorblindness. So
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. That's an intense like art heavy book that's like colors are important.
Very chromatic.
Yeah. But I love it anyway, so that's a testament to just how good that book is.
Hell yeah.
We Only Find Them When They're Dead. Homesick Pilots. That book's awesome. That book's great. 3 issues of that I was behind. So we get some cool mech stuff in this in the last issue. I love it. Birthright.
Oh yeah, I caught
up. Yes, I caught up on Birthright by Joshua Williamson, and I'm so sorry I forgot the artist because I'm about to praise the art. The art in that book has always been stellar, but one issue that I read, I believe it's 44 or 42, 44 because they're ending at 50. Is probably my favorite comic I've read all year.
Nice.
It's not a spoiler to say that there's text bubbles on the cover.
Andre Bresson.
That's right.
Andre Bresson?
Yeah.
Andre Bresson, yes.
I just want to make sure I was pronouncing it right.
Yeah, sure.
So the cover, oftentimes when you see a cover that has word balloons on it, it's not really important, but they're kind of fun. Like, oh, I'm fighting hero.
I saw you tweet about this. Yeah, that looked cool.
But when I read the word bubbles and I turned the page and it was the next part of that conversation.
That's cool.
And right away I was like, oh my God, that's so cool. And then, because I didn't see that before, and then every single page of that issue is a one-page splash of just gorgeous artwork progressing the story with no ad break. So it's just continuous all the way through. I was floored by how great that book was.
Nice.
I think the best issue of the book in general. I've been reading it since it started. Certainly the best issue I've read all year.
Nice. Dr. Doom 9 was an entire issue of nothing but splash pages like that too.
Nice.
Anytime an artist can commit to that is super impressive because that's a lot of extra work.
I love people do that for finales.
Yeah.
I just love the vibe of it. I'm like, I really feel like you brought that this is going to be big finale moment.
Everything is like
to the comic, and I feel it.
Oh yeah.
I vibe that.
I really like Birthright, and the way that issue ended made the arc that came after the final arc very unpredictable, and I didn't know where it was going to go, and that was a lot of fun. Love that book. Sad it's ending. It's ending soon with issue 50, but I really like it.
It's awesome, man.
I read a bit more of Invincible. I'm about halfway through that large-ass compendium now. That book rules. I really like the changes that the show made because it kind of makes it feel like a whole different experience.
Sure.
reading it. I did have a point in saying that I read Invincible, but I forgot what it was, so I'm just going to move on.
Okay.
Injustice 2. I finished it. I read volumes 2 through 6, which lead into the video game Injustice 2. I had brought all those volumes because Tom Taylor's great. Bruno Redondo, who's also his artist on Nightwing, did most of the art for the issue. Other people, as I was corrected, did other art things. There's a Red Lantern Starro, which was rad as hell.
Mm-hmm.
There's some really great character work, obviously, with characters that don't often get the spotlight with DC. And Tom Taylor just continually proves how great his voice is for the DC universe. I think he has a very unique voice while also being true to the characters and never sounding the same. His Booster Gold, his Green Arrow, like if he doesn't ever get a main continuity Booster Gold or Green Arrow book, I'm going to be so upset.
Oh, yeah, his Green Arrow, he obviously loves Green Arrow. He puts him in everything that he writes. Injustice 2, I didn't finish it, not for a lack of quality or anything, just like I've always wanted to get back to it. To hear it stays good the whole time, obviously, Tom Taylor, so yeah, I'm not surprised.
I didn't have the Injustice 2 run yet, but the Injustice original run was pretty solid. Mm-hmm. So,
and unlike that run where Tom Taylor did leave before year 3, he stayed on the entire Injustice 2. It did help that it was shorter.
Yeah.
I really, really enjoy it. It's heartbreaking. It's unexpected. Obviously, Tom Taylor is known for characters dying, and that's it. That character just died.
It's like another world, so like he can do that, and it matters.
And it's just kind of reading Injustice 2, I'm just kind of happy that he's finally able to play with the main continuity.
For sure.
Honestly, I think he should be the new Jeff Johns.
You wouldn't hear an argument from me.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's it. Finally, I'm done. I'm so sorry.
No,
it's cool. I wanted to hear some of that.
I really had a good time reading this
whole thing.
Week.
Totally worth it for Ryan to have been picturing Brad Pitt in Mighty Joe Young.
It's true.
This man just the one sentence you said, I'm like, this does not click with me. Something's wrong now.
And you're like, Charlize Theron? I guess so.
It might have been Charlize Theron. Actually, I'm like, guess I don't remember this movie well enough.
Giant ape? Weird.
Yeah. You're like, giant ape. That's a weird way to describe Anthony Hopkins, but okay.
It's like this does not compute.
But let's get into our bread and butter, shall we?
Let's do it.
Yum, 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 yum.
Cool. We are real quickly. I'm gonna time code all of last week's news as one thing. So anybody who just wants to skip, go ahead. But if you want to hear what we talked about in last week, you can listen. No problem.
Yep.
Sorry, live show watchers.
Hey man, maybe they didn't hear the news because they only find us. They only listen to us because we're the one-stop shop for news.
We are the news.
But we do have some sad news to get started with before we do the highlights of last week. What?
I said a funny thing to him.
Jesse Ham, who was a professional artist since 2006, wrote about breaking into comics and gave advice through Twitter. He passed away last week. Sorry. At the no age was given. Sorry, we don't know how old he was. He was young though, probably mid-50s. He passed away with a blood clot in his leg.
That's a shame. I did follow them on Twitter. They gave really nice advice, and they love comics. Like that's always a shame when you lose one of your own.
Yeah,
he seemed like a really cool guy.
Mm-hmm. Rest in peace.
Nice art.
And then this week, we had a lot. Paul Mooney, who was a comedian, actor, and a writer for Richard Pryor, passed away this week at the age of 79 because of a heart attack.
Oh man, yeah, he was on Chappelle's show a bunch too. Yeah, this guy, very funny, very funny. I didn't know that. That's a bummer.
Yeah. M. Thomas Inge, I hope. One of the very first to cover comics in a scholarly way, passed away this week at 85. No cause of death given. But he was one of the kind of like people who pioneered talking about comics in a way that wasn't just
laughed at.
Yeah. Like comics was a real medium.
Good for him for defending comic books. Bummed that he passed away.
Yeah.
And then, as I mentioned, I watched King Kong. Charles Grodin was an actor, comedian. He was in Beethoven, which I always forget was him and not Steve Martin for some reason.
That's the one with the dog, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He passed away. He starred in The Heartbreak Kid also. He passed away this week at the age of 86.
Importantly, he was the villain in The Great Muppet Caper.
He was.
Forgotten.
Oh, while we bring that up, he was really, really funny, and he wrote a piece in Variety about his affair with Miss Piggy. You can find it on Twitter, you guys. It is hilarious. It's super scandalous.
That's like, I've seen Charles Grodin in a bunch of things, but Great Muppet Caper probably more than anything else because I watched it a bunch when I was a kid, because I watched all the Muppet movies a bunch when I was a kid. And Charles Grodin has always been one of my favorite like celebrity appearances in a Muppet film for the energy that he brought to it. There was a particularly great tweet I saw in the wake of his passing that was, Miss Piggy has been jealous of Kermit with other ladies many times. Charles Grodin is the one time Kermit was jealous of another man.
Yeah.
and I love that.
He passed away due to bone marrow cancer. So.
Yeah, real sad.
He's very good in King Kong. He's a lot of fun.
You have definitely seen him, even if you're not sure you have. He's incredibly talented. He has a great body of work. More so than even I realized. There's stuff I've added to my list, like, I gotta go back and check that out for sure.
Yeah, I kind of want to rewatch Beethoven, I'll be honest. Sorry, I had to refresh because there were things I deleted.
Also, Charles Grodin flat out called Sean Hannity a fascist on Fox.
I saw that.
Check that out, because that's great.
That's fantastic.
I'm gonna
look that up later.
We'll put that for later.
And then finally, Kentaro Miura, author of Berserk, the manga series, passed away at the age of 54. He actually died on May 6th as a result of acute aortic dissection.
He died of being overstressed, you guys.
Which is a common problem with manga artists in Japan.
Yeah. This one hit me really hard. Not because I've read all of Berserk. It's impossible because it's a single man's work over a body of 30 years. Yeah. It's an impressive feat into itself that he not only started this thing as a teenager and he did it all on his own. He only got better and better as an artist. If you guys have seen any of his work, it's truly some of the most like beautiful shit I've ever seen in my life.
People were posting images and they're just so gorgeous.
Yeah, like some of the most detailed work, like the work he put into single panels, page after page, for nothing that's not really important, just like good architecture, but that's what's important to him, just like flawless work. Berserk is my favorite anime, like next to Neon Genesis Evangelion. Like before I revisited Evangelion, Berserk is my thing. And while I again haven't finished the manga, Berserk is one of the most emotionally
caught up because it's not done.
Yes, thank you. It's still
Meg made that comment, and that it will never be completed.
There's conversation about people in his life who had access to notes he jotted down about the ending. So some form of that as a tribute has been discussed being made.
Yeah, I really hope that
rather than like as like a true proper like finale, just like adapting it from other. There are many. Berserk was an inspiration to a lot of creative artists, so a lot of them are talking about. The rumor is that a lot of them about like compiling a piece of work. You don't see this a lot in manga, so this would be more like a comic thing.
Yeah.
Where it would be very tributary and like different pieces of it would come from different creatives.
Like a Dr. Parnassus.
But it all would be based off his notes to bring it to like kind of a finale, but more of a tribute finale for his work.
And I said that.
Because Berserk was so inspirational. I know like a lot of people were saying like there's no Dark Souls without Berserk.
I am
amongst others.
Like Berserk is the most influential piece of dark fantasy ever made. Like, it's no contest. Like, and this is going to sound exaggerating, but it's not. Lord of the Rings to regular fantasy is what Berserk is to dark fantasy.
Yeah.
Truly, like, things in Final Fantasy would not be the way it is. Like, again, all of Dark Souls would not exist. Like, Miyazaki is like a Berserk fanatic. Like, it's like pop culture wouldn't exist like the same without Berserk. Like, it's so influential.
There was an incredibly touching Final Fantasy 14 tribute. In the online game to
that's
him.
Amazing.
If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend going and seeing it. Even if you're not familiar with Berserk or his work, it made me cry. It's really cool that they did that. It's been super impactful. The thing I'm hoping the most is that it brings a little bit more attention to like just how bad the work culture is over there for these manga artists and a lot of the creatives. It's really, really rough. And to lose him to being overstressed is awful.
Yeah.
So young.
Berserk is good, man.
So young.
Yeah, 54. It's ridiculous. Berserk is just it impacts so many people because it's one of the pieces of media that is willing to show you really, really awful things. It shows you violence and sexual assault and the worst of people, but it's about finding hope in darkness, and it's all about. Mira spent 30 years. He started this thing as an angsty teenager, and he turned into a loving adult. And that's the course of the course of Guts throughout the entire franchise as well. As the big swordsman, everyone thinks he's this big badass guy, and he is, but he's also one of the softest people in anime. He's really soft, and he's just like a big dude with a big sword. That book just has so many layers, and the manga, the anime has so many layers. I'm just like, this one really sucked, you guys. I absolutely started crying when I found this out. This is a bummer.
It was really cool to see because I've never read Berserk. I don't know who the author was. I've heard of it obviously, but to see how this man's work touched so many people that just posted on Twitter every day. I was seeing new artwork and people talking about his influence. It was so great. Yeah,
it is a huge loss to so many people. But again, like all the tributes are just showing like this guy, he was really important.
Yeah,
it's nice.
All right, now we're just gonna be talking about last week news for a bit.
News time.
We did trim it down from what it would have been just a bit. So here we go. Jungle Cruise will still be released on July 30th, but it will now release simultaneously on Disney Plus Premier Access.
Yep. That's $30.
That's $30. So
okay,
if you don't want to go to the theater,
it is weird for the company to be doing this and also saying, "But go to the theaters for Black Widow." Not that I want Black Widow necessarily to be on Disney Plus also. But it just feels bizarre that they're like, but for Jungle Cruise, but Luca can't go to theaters at all.
Yeah,
I thought Black Widow was going to be on Disney Plus.
Black Widow is on Disney Plus for $30.
Yeah.
Black Widow is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that they weren't doing that.
I forgot as well.
They are.
We're staying off limits, but okay.
I think this. I truthfully, I think this is indicative that this is going to be a. They're going to look at every movie. I think it might be like a movie by movie basis, but they're going to start looking at other movies. Even well after the pandemic, we're still going to be seeing this hybrid release.
If it works,
maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. We don't know until it happens. So, but Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings and Free Guys. Shang-Chi, dang it, and Free Guys. If you guys care. Fro Guys. Sorry. Will be.
I keep forgetting that freaking movie is even a thing.
Me too, but it's written by very good people. I forgot who they were, but it got me excited for some reason. I'll look them up later. Yeah. It's going to be exclusive to theaters for 45 days. So Disney is going to make a 45-day window for theaters. It'll be exclusive on, and then it'll go to VOD services. Probably not Disney Plus right away, but other VOD services.
No, I suspect Disney Plus will remain. When it goes to Blu-ray, it goes to Disney Plus.
Yeah.
That's too fast.
Secret Invasion got a pair of directors.
Woo!
Thomas Bezucha from Let Him Go, and Ali Selim from The Looming Tower will direct the series.
These are people who both have worked in like spy drama stuff, so like it totally makes sense for this Nick Fury spy show about aliens. So.
Yeah, they did other things, but I forgot what they were. But like more recent, there was a 9/11 thing that they did.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah. Like
that's the Looming Tower. Okay, right.
Yeah, like government, like conspiracy, like they worked in this field before.
Oh, Matt Lieberman is doing Free Guys, and he did the Christmas Chronicles, and I like that movie. So.
Okay. There you go.
Okay. Indiana Jones and the Fifth Movie. Boyd Holbrook and Shawnette Renee Wilson have been added to the cast.
Lloyd Holbrook is the cyborg man in Logan. He's like the big bad henchman guy.
Oh, okay. He was.
He has the glasses on.
Yeah,
he was in another movie too. Yeah, he was in another movie too besides Logan. Shoot, what was it?
But I mean, he's worked with James Mangold. This makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Indiana Jones 5. I hope it's good.
I'm hopeful.
The fact that it's a new director brings it could be anything. I'm so excited. Absolutely.
Yeah. Comics from last week, because we finally found out what the trial of Magneto is. That happened 2 weeks ago. Leah Williams, obviously we knew, and not Valerio Schiti. Schiti?
Sure.
The art will be Lucas Werneck, and Valerio Schiti will be doing covers.
I wonder if it was like a scheduling thing that he was able to finish it. That makes sense. Lucas's work is good too. He's done like previous. I'm pretty sure he's done previous X-Men stuff in the past.
It's going to be a 5-issue miniseries.
Cool.
So not an ongoing. Obviously, like it would be a weird ongoing. Just have a 25-issue trial.
6-year trial.
The
We're on issue 200 of the Trial of Magneto.
It's hour by hour, yeah.
Actually, no, that's a pretty good experiment. Hour by hour, a trial.
Oh man, it'd be so boring.
I know, right?
Statements take 3 issues.
Yeah.
A horrific murder, a shocking revelation, a trial that will divide the New Mutant nation. Leah Williams and Valerio Schiti, well, I guess he's writing it with her, bring you a new epic that threatens the reign of X and will upend the world of mutants. The truth is hidden, the danger is far from over, and the trial has begun.
Sounds cool. I kind of wish I didn't know what was going to now happen at the gala.
Yeah, now we know, because of this, we know about the gala.
Because now we know they announced the thing before it even comes out. I'm like, okay, well now I know something bad's happening at the gala. Yeah. And of course it's something's going to happen, but now I know, someone's getting murdered and it's a mystery. I'm like,
there is a murder at the gala and the upcoming gala next month, and X Factor is involved in this book. That's important for me to say because within this announcement they said that X Factor has been canceled.
Boo.
This is rather shocking.
People were pissed on Twitter.
It's one of the more popular books as far as sales.
Like the #1 selling comic, like the week it comes out, like in terms of X books. Like this one is really shocking, and I don't think they're canceling it because they're going to do this Trial of Magneto miniseries. That doesn't make any sense. You don't need to cancel a book for that. This one really ruffled the feathers of a lot of people, and we just don't know why.
I think it also feels weird when it comes with the blow of like Polaris being taken away from.
Yeah,
the titles because of the voting thing, which a lot of comic fans were like, "This was bullshit."
Yeah,
and we're not happy about it. And now you get this 1-2 punch with X Factor being canceled. So a lot of people who really like that book, as they should, are feeling like, "Whoa, what?
Yeah,
the heck?"
And in terms of like, especially for like X-Men fans, in terms of like open diversity and like open like sexuality, X Factor is the most like diverse book. It's the one that's not like subtext. Like X-Men, like Logan, Jean, they're all doing stuff, but they never actually explicitly say it.
But it's all subtext.
X Factor is a very like diverse book.
Yeah.
This is a shock.
I really like X Factor. Obviously, many people do. Leah Williams has been very quiet on social media for the first time ever. Ever since the vote happened. And I think a lot of it is because she's hurt that this book is gone. Because she did comment on someone that I think you and I, Ryan, we follow. She mentioned that the plans that she had for the books as far as like trans representation, she said, that's not going to happen in X Factor anymore. Hopefully it does somewhere down the line, maybe by a trans writer, but it's not my book.
Yeah. And luckily we do have Vita Ayala and New Mutants, and they are doing some cool stuff, introducing new like non-binary mutants and stuff. So like there is somebody trying to fight the good fight, but like the fact that like the gayest X-Men book gets canceled in a line that's supposed to be very diverse and gay, it's like a slap in the face. Like it really is, because like the marketing team and like the people who write the books are involved like on like Twitter, like everyone's like in each other's like soup, and it's like when this kind of thing happens, I'm like, oh, you guys really aren't our friends, right? This is all fake, right? Yeah. It was a wild day.
The issue that I've been having with the Reign of X, specifically because I didn't have this problem with the Dawn of X. I've been having an issue with the Reign of X now that I'm mostly caught up. Again, I haven't read any books from this month, but I've been getting really frustrated that there's a lot of things that were like building to being text. Now they're just kind of like, we're not doing that anymore. And I kind of feel like, I don't think the X office is deliberately toning things down. I think senior editorial was like, hey, maybe tone down some stuff.
Yeah.
And that's been very frustrating because of the direction we were going in, and now we're kind of like plateauing. And I hope that changes with the Hellfire Gala and the Trial of Magneto. But that's kind of where I feel right now. And X Factor's being canceled didn't help that feeling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I 100% agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Sparks, did you have any more you wanted to add?
No, you guys covered it well.
King the Conqueror is getting a miniseries, though.
Cool.
Colin Kelly and Jackson Lansing will be writing a series with Carlos Magno on art. It's a 5-issue miniseries, and it's, I guess, I'm not going to read the whole solicitation, but they're streamlining Kane's origin story a bit.
Yeah, this makes sense because every time a new character is introduced in the MCU with a wild origin, they have to fix that shit in the comics.
Yep.
It happened with everyone. It happened with Captain Marvel. They made that thing nice and easy. Kang, you guys, because in the comics, it's a yes and no situation of, is this Nathaniel Richards, the great grandson of Reed Richards? And it's kind of like because Kang has many different incarnations. He's like an ancient pharaoh, but it's a dude who just went back in time to become a pharaoh. He's Immortus. He's all these different incarnations.
Descendant of Tony Stark.
Descendant of Tony Stark kind of thing. That's where it gets like
There's Iron Lad.
Iron Lad, yeah. That's where it gets fishy with the Iron Man stuff. But this feels like he's like the River Song. That's the Doctor Who reference. She's the lady. She's like Kang shows up like randomly throughout time as different versions of himself trying to figure his life out. So this is a really cool way to just like a character who's like built in the timeline to actually streamline it. It's very cool. It makes sense. Jonathan, what's his name? Jonathan from Lovecraft Country. Jonathan Majors is playing Kang. It makes me think the Nathaniel Richards stuff is just going to become straight canon. So when the Fantastic Four are introduced, they can hang out with Kang and do Kang stuff.
That'd be cool.
Quick side note: did you guys see that clip of Emily Blunt in an interview where this guy comes up to ask her if her husband?
Very funny.
She is so done with it.
Oh wait, not her husband. It was at an interview.
Yeah,
they were at. She was in a press junket for A Quiet Place. Mm-hmm. You know what? Where a bunch of like interviewers come in and
they come in and
every
out,
person talked. Every person asked. I gotta ask. Fantastic Four, and finally she just lost it. She was like, no.
If she was ever gonna do it, she's not anymore.
100%. Yeah, we ruined it for her.
Y'all ruined it.
Yeah, I don't stop doing that. That's how you get the clickbaits of like Martin Scorsese hates Marvel or whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
I just felt bad for her. It's like, my God, that sucks. You're talking about a different movie and everyone wants to know about the one you may or may not do.
And just like the really shitty thing, I feel bad for the press people who are doing those interviews because I know a lot about like how some of them are definitely doing it because they feel like that's like, I want to ask that kind of thing. But most of them are being told, make sure you ask that. That's the pop. That's the trending thing.
That's the click.
You have to ask it. So they're required. Like, it sucks for them too. They have to go there and ask them that question that isn't something they want to ask them, isn't of substance to what they want to do for those interviews. And they have to do it because it's the trending topic. Yeah. And that sucks. It sucks for everybody involved that that's the kind of shit that we have to do.
Maybe you'll be the one that she gets the answer. All right, moving on. Bitterroot, a comic book, is getting an adaptation. Regina King is going to direct it.
Woo!
Bitterroot is set during the Harlem Renaissance of 1924 and follows a family of monster hunters who must defend New York City from an evil force that threatens to transform humans into creatures. As the last of their kind, the Sangiris family must decide between saving or killing the invading monsters. That's what the comic is about, so I assume the movie will be the same.
Yeah, like 1920s, like black monster hunters, like probably having to deal with like racism in America. Like that sounds dope. Like, Lovecraft Country has opened so many doors. Like it's incredible.
Yeah.
That and Watchmen, yeah.
Well, Watchmen opened the door for Lovecraft Country, and the Lovecraft Country like blew the doors open.
Yeah, and Regina King's coming from Watchmen, so
absolutely.
Yeah.
She's got a new appreciation for comics for sure.
Hell yeah.
David F. Walker, Sanford Green, and Chuck Brown, who are the creators of the comic, will produce the movie.
Great.
I met them at a Comic-Con. They signed my Power Man and Iron Fist run that they did. They're terrific. Nice. They're nice.
The Golden Globes were in the news.
Oh,
yeah, they were.
NBC will not air the Golden Globes.
Good for them.
In 2022, citing the awards body failure to promptly make plans on reforming its controversial and discriminatory practices. Apparently, Tom Cruise has returned his award, which I didn't know that. And Netflix, Amazon, and WarnerMedia are also boycotting the Golden Globes.
hey, I think this is really great. I kind of wish this would happen to most of the award shows, where they would just be like, yo, treat all the people below the line way better and above the line. Like, what are we doing, guys?
All award shows are kind of lame in some way. You know, there's some like nice value of like, you know, appreciating the artist and stuff. The Golden Globes are definitely the worst of them though.
Yeah.
That's just an excuse for people to hang out with celebrities. So
Minari was nominated for Best Foreign Language Film.
That's just racism, is what it is, because it's an American movie. That's wild. Honestly, the Golden Globes are like I don't think I've watched the Golden Globes live in my life.
I've never watched the Golden Globes. I don't care. I
did the year they put that black and white Will Forte movie in Best Comedy.
Okay.
But it was a drama.
Yeah.
I always watch like the clips online, but I don't think I've ever watched it.
Nebraska? Is that it?
Yeah, Nebraska.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, but it's a drama.
It's a really good movie, but it's a drama. Yeah, 100%.
And they put it in Best Comedy or Musical.
Does that have Harry Dean Stanton in it? Maybe not.
I'm not sure.
The only time I actually was like, oh, good for her in the Golden Globes was when Kay Segal won her Golden Globe for playing Gemma in Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah, other than that, I'm like, people are like, hey, the Golden Globes. I'm like, I don't care. Click.
Well, again, yeah, like moments. I can watch that clip online. I'm not going to
There
watch
have definitely been like nice awards out of the Golden Globes.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine won a Golden Globe in its first season.
But on a whole, like, what value is this?
Yeah.
Did everyone win anything? Nope, don't care.
I think there's also a question of like a deeper analysis we need to do about like what the award shows actually mean and who they're actually for, and like, are they a publicity stunt or are they actually acknowledging like art within the medium?
Yeah.
The one that I don't watch, like, I think the Oscars is the only one that I would ever do live, and I would do with you guys. The Independent Spirit Award is one that's really cool, and that's one that's like that all the celebrities love going to. It's like where they actually appreciate the art, and like all these small indie movies that don't get actually considered get to show up, and that one's a cool one to look out for.
Cool.
Yeah.
Speaking of cool ones to look out for, Enola Holmes is officially getting a sequel. Millie Bobby Brown will return, obviously, as Enola Holmes. And Henry Cavill has also been confirmed to return as Sherlock Holmes.
You like that movie, right, Brandon?
Yeah, I really like that movie. I know Sparks did too.
Yeah, cool. It was really good.
Love it.
Solid. Yeah. Really, really good film.
I like the movie.
It succeeds.
I'm really, and we talked about it when we both watched it, that it would be really nice if it got a sequel, because I'd happily see more of these.
100%. I think that the tone is really friendly. Like, something that I thought could come off a little too for kids. It's just a really good movie.
Yeah.
It's got a really light, nice tone. I think I would make an argument that it's my favorite thing Millie Bobby Brown has done.
I don't. For me, there's just like Stranger Things, because like Godzilla, whatever.
Yeah.
So that's
I will back Sparks up.
Cool. I'll watch that movie before.
I haven't seen No Home, so I can't really fight against it, because the only thing I've seen her in that I say is the best thing is, of course, Stranger Things, because, you know, Godzilla is Godzilla. But, I mean, I'd like to watch it.
Yeah, you should. I think you'd like it, especially, Ben. Yeah. Harry Bradbeer, who is the director of Fleabag, also the director of the first film, is returning as well. And Jack Thorne will join the writing duties again with Harry Bradbeer. Jack Thorne is the writer of the first film, and he's also the head writer of His Dark Materials. So the whole crew is coming back.
Getting work done.
Ultraman is having a banger year.
Hell yeah.
Despite Shin being put on hold.
Yep.
Yeah, Shin Ultraman on hold. There's an anime on Netflix that Netflix made, a live action show. Oh, was it? Well,
yeah, we watched it like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, a new CG animated Ultraman film is coming to Netflix that will be directed by... This is American, by the way. This isn't coming from Japan. This is an American company working on this movie, which is interesting. And I think the first time it's happened for Ultraman?
Yeah. Yes.
Sounds like it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. This will be directed by Shannon Tyndall, who is an animator who previously worked on Coraline and Kubo and the Two Strings.
Love it.
Will be co-wrote. She'll co-wrote the script with Kubo screenwriter Mark Hames. So that's exciting. I love Kubo.
Nice.
And DuckTales reboot director John Aoshima is also involved in some capacity, probably as a producer, but they didn't say. A little bit more information about it. It will be stylized, but not strictly anime. And so, the people are speculating more along the lines of like Spider-Verse or Mitchell's animation.
Ooh, that'd be sick.
Oh.
Yeah, and it will be produced in partnership with Super the company who owns Ultraman. I apologize. They control the Ultraman franchise, so Netflix will be partnering with them to make this movie.
That sounds awesome. I wonder, because again, there's that Marvel has an Ultraman comic where it kind of streamlines it and makes it like nice and friendly for people to jump into. So I imagine they'll do that kind of version of like it won't go as crazy as like some of the Ultraman stuff I've been watching recently, where you have giant God Ultraman with a big beard. Still great.
Tsuburaya is named for Eiji Tsuburaya, who created all the special effects for the original Godzilla.
Nice.
Oh.
Ultraman. This is kind of cool that this is this is the first time that Ultraman is getting an American adaptation, really.
For sure.
And it's been around not as long as Godzilla, but a very long time.
Yeah.
So very cool.
Has more content technically.
Yes, because of the show, because it's primarily a show.
Yeah, and they have made many.
Yeah. We got some. Now we're at this week. This week's news. So welcome back, everyone who skipped. Discovery was in the news. Interestingly enough, as AT&T,
like the Discovery Channel.
Yeah, AT&T. Sorry, I'm going full Goldblum. AT&T has decided to sell WarnerMedia to Discovery.
At least that's what it looks like.
For $43 billion.
Wait. So Time Warner is being sold to Discovery.
Time Warner no longer exists because Time Warner was bought by AT&T.
I mean, It exists in the sense that like they still exist under AT&T, but
they're WarnerMedia now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ben, understand that Discovery is not just Discovery Channel. Discovery.
Yeah, it's like TLC, Food Network. It's like a bunch of those channels, right?
Yes, yeah. HGTV, Animal Planet. They own all of that.
Yeah.
And now WarnerMedia.
Well, not yet.
Should it go through all the legal rights that it has to go through? All the legal.
Should it be the other way around, like Warner owning them? Because you would think Warner would be bigger, right?
You would, but AT&T. Here's the thing: a lot of people are talking about this online as a good thing. AT&T never had any business getting into the content game. They were in such bad debt after buying Time Warner that they had to sell a bunch of properties already. We talked about they sold Funimation. Yeah. We've talked about how they tried to sell Warner Bros. Games Montreal. Oh, yeah, so they've been trying to recoup the money, and then HBO Max isn't doing the money they expected it to. So they're just like, you know what, 3 years, we're good. We're gonna go back to our thing. Someone else take it, and Discovery is the buyer.
The crappy thing is that, and it really depends. A lot of people have brought up, like, is it already kind of too late? Did AT&T already do too much damage?
Good question.
That Discovery can't fix it in certain aspects, because there's definitely choices that we've talked about related to DC films, DC Comics, plenty of other properties under the WarnerMedia umbrella, where there bears an argument of can they even reverse the damage done here at this point?
Yeah.
And it's not clear. And will Discovery, like, I'm sure it can be reversed, but will Discovery actually be up to the task of doing it?
So I heard everything you guys were talking about when I went to the bathroom, because the audio listeners didn't know. A lot of people are viewing this as a positive because, like you said, AT&T had no right to try to, like, they're not a creative branch. Like, they're not into entertainment. They're technology, right? Discovery is all about, literally all they do is make entertainment, very much like a Disney. This is a better situation for us and for fans and stuff, like of like the entertainment properties. But again, you just keep tossing this like child around. Like
I think
the damage is done, right?
I think what's very frustrating to a lot of people, and like I agree, like it being out of the hands of AT&T is pretty much a net good, and I do want that. I don't want AT&T to have power over that company. However, it does very much because of what they've done, how short a time span this has been of 3 years, and how much money they spent, and all the choices that they already made to things, makes it feel like they bought this really nice ship. They punched a big hole in the bottom of it, and now they want to pass it off to someone else with some duct tape over that hole.
True.
Yes, I agree. But I also think that there's an argument that can be made that when AT&T went in there, the name of the game was streaming. We are putting everything digital. We're getting rid of physical. We've heard that in countless places. We heard someone in the know saying that by next year they're not going to put out the DC animated films on physical, only digital.
Yeah.
And I think, and that was AT&T being like, we need to make back our money, get everything on HBO Max, we're streaming. And that DC Universe Infinite, I'm sure, was eventually going to replace physical copies of DC Comics. I think that was the plan. With Discovery, I don't think that's the plan anymore. I think I think they'll put the brakes on at least that.
Yeah.
This is also going to put a lot of things in a weird limbo space now. If it is going to happen, we're going to be seeing like a similar limbo to the Fox changing over to Disney. Like a lot of creative projects aren't going to know what they're doing. We don't know whose jobs are going to survive. There's going to be rejiggering. It's going to be weird.
This is a lot of content houses that Discovery is inheriting.
Yeah, and while Discovery has run its own thing, there's nothing to say like they will know how to handle what they're gonna take on if they do it.
Yeah.
So it's very weird. I know that, like to give you like a minor idea, like there are people who Infinity Train was recently canceled, and so there are people who are like, this might be how we get Infinity Train back because that was almost certainly an AT&T decision, and that's not what that means, like we could be optimistic and hope that that's the case for things like that, but we might see a lot of it just cut down even further to the essentials. Like some of the media that survives, yes, it's going to be taken care of, but I'm not confident and comfortable with what we might lose in the process of this.
I'll tell you what though, because I remember how worried we were and some people were when AT&T was initially buying it 3 years ago. We survived that, and DC survived that. So honestly, if they survive that, I think they're gonna be fine now.
Did you see? Guess what happened because of this? There's plenty of stories running around on those types of sites that Disney is going to buy DC Comics from Discovery. Come on, people!
I am less concerned about DC necessarily than I am about like a lot of other WarnerMedia properties, both the back catalog of WarnerMedia properties and some of the other projects that are not necessarily. This would be things like Dune, the future of the Dune series, depending on how the film does.
But again, that's the thing where I think Discovery knows that, like, oh hey, we just inherited the new Star Wars. We're definitely going to do that.
Well, but we don't know that. This isn't. I think the thing that makes me like, yes, this is objectively this is better than AT&T because AT&T didn't know what the heck they were doing. But this isn't like when Fox was going into the hands of Disney, where like Disney has proven success with a whole lot of these diverse properties. Yeah. Discovery has just a lot of really strong reality programming for a certain type of person. This is not their wheelhouse. This is going to be a whole new territory for them. We don't know how they're going to do, especially with having to manage so much of it.
Maybe it will kind of be like what Disney did with Marvel, like, hey, you guys do what you do, and we'll just give you support. And like maybe Disney, or
I would love it if it's that.
Yeah, Discovery's like, hey, we have our reality TV, but now we actually have our fiction stuff.
That's the hands-off thing that we were hoping that AT&T would have when they bought Time Warner. We were like, that's how they should handle it. But they were incredibly hands-on.
And the other thing about this is, Disney has the money and the resources to be hands off and support them and say, yeah, we just go do your thing. Here's the resources you need. Discovery is not. Even as they inherit these things, they're not immediately going to be bankrollable on all these diverse properties. Some things are going to be stripped out, at least for a time.
They did spend $43 billion, though.
Well, they haven't yet.
But I mean, I'm just saying, like, if this is happening...
I know, but like, because they are banking on the future profits, but for a time, they're going to be strapped, and they're going to need the returns, and so it's going to be weird. I'm just saying, like, you don't have that immediate cushion that is the Disney cushion that happened with Fox, where it's like, yeah, it kind of doesn't. They can throw whatever they want at it; they're going to be fine.
Yeah.
One thing I am looking forward to, I'm looking for the John Oliver jab at AT&T for this. It's gonna be fun.
Oh, of course.
Point.
Boy, John Oliver never let them off the hook for anything.
Never.
No, he didn't.
I just love it every time he was like, "Oh, see, business daddy, your little boy is acting up again. What are you gonna do about it?" Just like constantly poking the bear that is AT&T.
Business dad.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Discovery, Discovery, sit down. I want to talk to you real quick. If Jim Lee were to happen out of the editor-in-chief role, I wouldn't complain. But
It's going to be like priority number 300 on a long list.
yeah, absolutely. CEO David Zaslav, who is the CEO of Discovery, will now serve as the CEO of the new company, which I think they announced is called Warner Discovery. They're going to combine the names.
Okay.
Does that title not work for you, Ben? Could be better.
I'm more of a Discovery Warner kind of guy. But like,
I would say call it Discover Warners. Come, Discover
Warner.
Warners.
Joss Whedon's Batgirl. Sorry, Batgirl is coming. The new HBO Max original movie Batgirl has now landed 2 directors, Adil El Arbi and Bilal Fallah, who directed Bad Boys for Life and the upcoming Miss Marvel TV series for Marvel Studios.
Look at that. Like, Miss Marvel's so good. They're like, hey, can you do that for us over here, please?
Yeah, now they're doing Batgirl.
It's crazy.
DC Super Pets announced their first casting with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson as Crypto.
Is Batgirl connected to Batman?
Who knows?
I'm gonna say yes.
Is it?
I don't think they know.
Wright's daughter.
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay.
Because if they got creators of color, like, oh yeah, we're gonna have a black Batgirl. Like that's what I hope for.
I hope we'll see. I don't think they know. Maybe it's Ben Affleck's Batgirl.
Wild.
All right. Anyway, DC Super Pets. What's his name? Fuck it. Oh, oops.
Dwayne Johnson.
J.K. Simmons. It's his daughter.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right. Dwayne Johnson, Crypto, the super dog.
Okay.
Cool.
Good for him.
He's been Black Adam for a decade. He gets announced to be a dog in 2 weeks.
2 new animated movies, 2 new animated shows have been announced from Cartoon Network and HBO Max in joint collaboration. Batman Caped Crusader.
Yes.
Bruce Timm will return to Batman.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I saw this. This looks rad.
With Matt Reeves and J.J. Abrams.
Yes.
They are developing the new. What'd you say?
I said yes and kind of no.
Yeah, well.
He's not like making it. He's just producing it.
Yeah.
They are developing the new Batman animated series. No relation to Batman the animated series.
Yeah. But look, I like that key art.
Big ears.
Me too.
Love the big ears.
Someone pointed out that he is a similar Batman design to the last Bruce Timm animated movie, which was Soul of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very cool.
They did say something along the lines of they want to make Batman the animated series for the current generation. So like the level of what they brought to the table for that for today. And I'm all about that.
Hell yeah.
I think this is what Mark Bernardin was talking about when he said that they're developing a sequel to Batman the animated series. I think wires got crossed, and this is that project.
Sure, it would make sense.
Yeah,
I can see why you would jump to thinking it would be that.
Yeah,
I'm happy. I'm excited about it. I'm sure it'll be a spiritual successor in a way.
Yeah,
I'm sure, and hopefully it won't be as horny as other Bruce Timm animated shows, because he has gotten a little out of hand.
We don't know how much of that is necessarily Bruce Timm.
It's mostly his stuff, so I'm gonna put a lot of it on him.
No.
He likes to draw scantily clad women. I'm just saying. I've seen it.
And apparently have Harley Sex have sex with most people.
Yeah.
Then the other one is My Adventures with Superman, which I'm very excited for.
So happy. I'm so happy.
This looks so cool.
This new the key art was released for this one. Looks incredible. We do have a bit more information about this one. That we don't really about Batman. Oh, except Batman's going to dive more into the noir elements, going back to Batman the Animated Series. So
Sweet.
But My Adventures with Superman The new series is called My Adventures with Superman, and it stars Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen as 20-something young members of an investigative reporting team at the Daily Planet. Together, the would-be Man of Steel will work alongside Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen as they navigate through this kooky thing called life while fighting bad guys.
Looks fun.
And Jimmy Olsen's black.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lois
They've
Lane
already-
has her hair, and it makes people mad for some reason.
Oh my god.
People are dumb.
Yeah.
I saw some idiot just go like, oh yeah, I fixed it because I felt like this. I'm like, no, just
Oh yeah,
don't.
yeah. I saw the one where she's like,
Just-
I just don't like it when girls look like boys, and I'm like, I think it's hot. Whatever.
I've seen Lois Lane with shorter hair, like of the pixie cut.
The
before.
energy that one image produces. It's just one image, and I see it. That is Lois, Clark, and Jimmy. Like,
Yes.
that is a great distillment of what they are in one image.
If you were to show me that picture and say, "Hey, who are these three people?" and you didn't tell me this was a key art for My Adventures with Superman, I would have said, "Oh yeah, that's Clark Kent, Lois Lane, Jimmy Olsen."
Yeah. There's also that weird like Aquaman show that we've seen one image of, and if you put like the Batman, Superman, Aquaman show, they all look so different.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what we've been asking for. Like, give us something different. Don't give us the exact same thing. Like, that's love it.
Yeah. They've already ordered 2 seasons of this show, so that's excellent. And Jack Quaid from The Boys has been cast as Clark Kent, Superman.
That's
Oh.
cool. Nice.
Wait, who's Jack Quaid play again in The Boys?
Huey.
Huey.
Oh.
Alice
Okay.
Lee.
I was scared it was Homelander.
That'd be funny. Alice Lee has been cast as Lois Lane, and we don't know who Jimmy Olsen is yet.
Cool.
And finally, in DC animated news, Injustice is getting an animated movie. This was leaked because the press release for Batman The Long Halloween Part 2 dropped, and one of the special features is an exclusive first look, the next animated feature, Injustice.
Cool.
And this is just a movie, not a show? Right?
It's just a movie.
Okay. Hey, guys, get ready for more Evil Superman.
Yeah.
Now,
over
I
it.
get it. I'm right in the middle of Injustice hype right now, so this got me super excited.
Here's my thing. If it's just a movie of the game, I don't care.
It's got to
If it's including stuff from the comics, I'm more intrigued.
Yeah.
But if you are just going to tell me essentially the game as an animated film, no thank you.
I think it's literally going to be the game plus all like the backstory stuff that's necessary.
hope so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's fine. Yeah.
I'm going to say what I hope it is. I don't think this is going to be. This is a far-flung hope. I hope it is a movie set within Injustice. So either like the next story after Injustice 2 or somewhere in between something.
Oh, it's like it's established already.
Yeah. So like it is part of the continuity of Injustice already, while not being an adaptation of anything we've seen before. What it probably is an adaptation of the
We're gonna
first game.
see Joker do the thing to Lois and that,
Yeah.
and that's that would be cool, Brandon. Yeah, it's like it was just like, oh, this takes place just like in like year 4, and it's just a really important story you don't know about.
Yeah.
That would be really
that
cool.
would be cool.
But we're just gonna.
But that's not what's going to happen.
Yeah. Justice is still good.
Either way, look, it's great. Maybe Tom Taylor's writing it too.
That'd
Hey,
give me faith.
Okay.
I am all about like get this energy out on this animated movie and do your Injustice thing so that I don't have to see it in live action anymore.
Hell yeah.
That's true. Cool. Comics news. Again, we're back to comics.
Boy, we got a lot of evil Superman ahead of us with that in the Suicide Squad game.
Oh, you're right.
But that one's
Yeah.
brain control.
Kinda
or
over. I'm kind
I
of.
mean, there's always an excuse.
It's true.
Don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty over evil Superman.
Get ready for more.
Fear State. The next DC Comics event, Batman event specifically, is called Fear State. A horror-themed Gotham City event that unifies plot threads started in DC's 2021 publishing events DC Future State and Infinite Frontier. The Scarecrow, that stuff there. Fear State not only continues the Scarecrow's vision of a fear-controlled Gotham, but also Mayor Christopher Nakano's mission to protect the city with his groundbreaking deal with the Magistrate. So this is what James Tynion is doing next.
I am all about the real long Halloween.
I really like what they're doing with Scarecrow. I really like it when they make Scarecrow scary, which happens all too rarely in comics.
Yeah.
DC has done some really sick stories each Halloween in their Halloween specials. And the idea of doing a horror event like this has me pretty intrigued.
Yeah. I blanked. I had a poop thought. It's gone. Come back to me.
Are you reading this run?
No, I'm really mad about it because I started Tinian's run and I thought the first arc was totally fine. But apparently since then, that book is just like the bee's knees. Like everyone I know on Twitter is like saying, and I talked about it a couple weeks ago, like people were comparing it to how interconnected and good the Krakoa stuff is with X-Men. Like the Bat line right now is excellent. Like everyone's loving everything about it. Even that Joker book that it's actually just a Gordon book in disguise. That book's awesome apparently. I've
heard nothing but good things.
Yeah, if I can easily jump into this without having to like pick it up in the middle of like a run, I probably will pick this up because I want to get involved. I want to get back on it.
Yeah, it does intrigue me. And then they also announced that there will be tie-ins. One of them will be a new series launching out of this called I Am Batman, which will be the sequel to the next Batman Digital First series by John Ridley. So John Ridley and Travel Foreman will be doing I Am Batman starting with issue 0, which we'll see.
John Ridley's having a good time right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he is. This will see Jace Fox, who is the second-born son of Lucius Fox, take on Batman officially, like we see him in Future State.
Nice.
Cool.
So cool. Speaking of John Ridley, Black Panther.
Oh man, we didn't talk about this.
So happy.
John Ridley is doing the new Black Panther run after Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Yeah, I have the whole Ta-Nehisi Coates run of Black Panther, and I think it was a solid run. It's not over yet, which is weird. We were definitely like talking about what is happening with Black Panther because Black Panther was delayed a year because of the pandemic, and like even when comics started back up, like Black Panther didn't. It took a long time, and I part of me thinks that they were trying to find who the next voice for Black Panther was going to be, and I'm really glad it's going to be John Ridley. I think that's awesome.
I believe the artist on it's Juan Cabal, who's doing Guardians with Al Ewing, and everyone's like, Juan's leaving Guardians. What does that mean? It's because he's doing Black Panther, which is arguably a huge book to do. So no one's mad.
Yeah.
It's great.
This will launch in August. They're talking about it being a more of an espionage thriller Black Panther book.
Heck yeah, like James Bond, Black Panther.
I am super interested in how Coates' run is going to wrap up to lead into this, and I'm really stoked. I think this is a good voice to follow it up with. This is cool.
Let's keep it within the Marvel family.
I was going to drop Black Panther out of my pool, but I guess I'm not going to now.
Well, this will be a new number 1, so you got to put up a new poll for it.
Yeah.
Let's keep it within the Marvel family, as The Defenders was just announced. A 5-issue miniseries called The Defenders will see Al Ewing with art Javier Rodriguez. This Defenders roster will be Doctor Strange, Silver Surfer, Red She-Hulk, The Masked Raider, and Cloud.
This is cool. Like I didn't expect this to be a long-running series. A miniseries makes sense. Everyone knows the Defenders because the Netflix stuff, and it's a bunch of street-level heroes. Guys, the Defenders, that's not what the Defenders are. Defenders are like Doctor Strange and Silver Surfer and like Hulk, and it's like the powerhouse team of the Avengers. So it's cool that they're kind of coming back to those roots. The Masked Avenger is a new an old 40s character that Al Ewing brought back with Incoming a couple years ago. That character appeared for like a split second. And now he's actually joined the Marvel universe again. In a way, kind of like how Bucky Barnes was missing for like 80 years, then became the Winter Soldier. The Masked Raider is coming back into full force. Another Al Ewing book. I'm gonna buy it.
Yeah, Al Ewing's killing it right now. Much like Tom Taylor with DC, I'm happy to see Al Ewing getting the recognition he deserves.
Yep.
Marvel across the board continuing to crush it, except for that one fantastic.
Oh my God! Book. So now we know who the bride is. You know who Victorious is. So just real quick, just like a second, Dr. Doom is having a big wedding, right? The big anniversary is like 50th issue or whatever. Dr. Doom is marrying his daughter. If you know Dr. Doom lore, Victorious is like his second in command, like his daughter, and he even says in one point in Dr. Doom, "You're like my daughter." But Dan Slott doesn't know about that comic, so he's marrying his daughter.
Dan Slott had some interesting things to say on Twitter last week.
He always does, and he's always wrong.
It's true, all of it.
He's just such an ass.
He's gonna block us on StreamYard. He blocks everybody.
Winter Guard.
You know it's a problem whenever anyone critiques you and you block them.
Everyone's so happy.
Your immediate response is always to block them and then complain about them after you block them to everyone else.
Yeah.
What a dick.
And probably a gotcha moment for Marvel Studios. Marvel Comics has revealed the new 4-issue miniseries Winter Guard by Ryan Cady and Jan Bazaldua.
Heck yeah.
Basically, kind of confirming that we're going to see a Bear Man in Black Widow.
Man, first it was David Harbour on Instagram saying, "Hey, you're gonna see all these characters," and he said Ursa, who's Ursula Major, who's a man who turns into a bear. And then we're getting this comic. It's funny because last year there was like another Black Widow like miniseries that featured her and Yelena.
Yeah.
But then the movie got delayed again, so then this book got delayed.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Real quick, just like ruminating on the slot thing. I don't want to beat a dead horse or anything, but like definitely like it's interesting to me because I think the whole Marvel run right now is so good. Like things I'm reading and things I'm even not keeping up with, but I know they're solid because I've been reading some of it, and like all the writers across the board are just kind of killing it. And if you ask me like what should I read in Marvel, I'd be like everything in the last 5 years except every time Slot's on tile, just drop it until he leaves it and then go back on like Iron Man. That little run on Iron Man he did that was like, don't do that. Wait for Cantwell.
Yeah, wait for Cantwell.
Wait for Cantwell to
100%.
get Fantastic Four. Wait for Cantwell to get Fantastic Four.
I cannot believe I forgot that he wrote Iron Man for like 2 years. I forgot that. It's in my memory.
Oh, yeah. Whatever. He's not a DC, so I don't see him a lot.
Thank God.
Oh man, they're gonna get him next. Anyway, Spirits of Vengeance, Spirit Rider.
Cool.
New Spirit is a new Ghost Rider one shot by Taboo and Ben Earl from the Black Eyed Peas, with art by Paul Davidson.
Did we see this? I could swear it's not a cover of something like this. No, it wasn't Frankenstein's. It was something else. Never mind.
It was probably on Twitter.
I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read the solicitation real quick.
We both retweeted about it, so
That's probably why.
Blaze has been through a lot lately. Johnny Blaze, from ascending the throne of hell to nearly murdering his former allies on the Avengers, but his nightmare is far from over. Something or someone is haunting him, and only a Ghost Rider with the powers of a Sorcerer Supreme can find out why. The dynamic writing duo of Taboo of the Black Eyed Peas and B. Earl expand the writer mythos with an action-packed special that will kick off a brand new era of vengeance. Kushala's about to be the hottest thing in hell. This is a Ghost Rider from the 1800s.
Yeah, it's like a Native American Ghost Rider.
man, I'm glad that they just keep trying to get something that they'll stick with.
What's cool is,
and they're always like interesting.
Taboo wrote Werewolf by Night.
Yeah,
and that's really cool that this like Black Eyed Pea is also secretly like, yeah, I just want to write comics, and like they're good enough where he keeps getting more comics. That's cool. Good for him.
It's kind of like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar just writing
I
Holmes.
I pick up every Ghost Rider title, so I'll pick up this one too.
Yeah, that Ghost Rider in Hell one was pretty good.
Yeah, I really like the Ghost Rider. I like what they've been doing with Johnny Blaze. I just kind of wish they would be consistent because they keep canceling it and then trying again.
That last Ghost Rider run getting cut off at the knees.
Oh my God, what happened to Danny Ketch in that last run was so cool. I'm so upset we're not seeing that.
It really sucked that just kind of got cut right off. But the nice thing is, like, those elements always come back with somebody.
Yeah.
Ghost Rider never. It is the never-ending nightmare. It always continues.
Avengers Tech On, written by Jim Zub with art by Jeff Chamba Cruz. I'm not going to read the solicitation. What I am going to tell you is what it is. Avengers Tech On is a Sentai-inspired action-adventure series produced in partnership with Bandai Namco in Japan.
So first there was the Avengers Mech thing, and that was apparently super hot. So like, what if we did that?
That's pretty fun.
What if we did that with Power Rangers?
Yeah, so now we're getting Avengers Power Rangers.
So I'm intrigued.
It feels like an inevitability.
Yeah.
Well, and it's the same person did Mech Assault, right?
Yep. Avengers Mech.
Avengers Mech, and so like apparently that's doing good. So I gotta say that this will be fun.
I think Avengers Mech, having read the issues that are out, I think Avengers Mech is a super fun use of the concept of exactly what it is. The Avengers have to fight a thing that requires them to get into giant mech versions of themselves. You can't go wrong with how they decide to handle it. I think it's exactly the enjoyable, entertaining version of that concept I just said.
Warhammer 40,000 is getting a new title. Sisters of Battle.
This is really great.
Written by Torun Groenbeck, the Mighty Valkyries, with art by Edgar Salazar. Ryan, what is this?
So you have the Space Marines. There are thousands and thousands of legions. Then you also have the Sisters of Battle, who are just an all-female group of super killer ladies. It's another section of warriors we're going to follow, but they're all cool ladies.
So that sounds really cool.
I am really glad this is happening because it means that the previous Warhammer comic did well enough that they are going to keep doing Warhammer comics.
100%.
And I am super happy to see that.
100%, I agree.
Because I was definitely like waiting on pins and needles, like, are we going to get another?
Yeah.
I'd like us to get another. I hope this continues.
And that book's
and it's great that it is.
That book's still new. It hasn't even hit like 10 issues yet. So like that's fantastic.
No, it ends at 5.
Yeah, it ends at 5. It's a 5 issue. That's why I was like hopeful after the 5th issue.
I know.
Because I'm like, oh man, because it was a 5-issue limited series. And I'm like, because it was them clearly testing the waters.
Makes sense. Okay.
And I was waiting. I'm like, when are we going to get an announcement about like, are we getting more? Did it not do well enough? It did well enough. We're getting more. That's great.
Thank God.
This is another 5-issue miniseries.
Actually,
Yeah.
that wasn't an ongoing because I was really hoping to watch more.
I think we're going to get a few 5-issue miniseries for a while, probably setting up a lot of disparate parts of the world. And then if that's all clicking and we're hitting, we'll get an ongoing.
It'll be like the Star Wars line where you'll have the main book and then you can have your smaller characters and stuff.
I truly kind of prefer getting the limited series right now because you're getting like really nice tight stories.
And you can get a trade.
And I don't need a Warhammer comic right now that's just trying to put a lot together after a while. I'd like just give me a lot of like good solid
Because then also,
bursts.
if it's like trying to do like what Dune does, which Dune's doing it well, but if you just try to have like a really dense lore book where it's like 20 pages of lots of text, then it can get it's like overwhelming and a lot. Whereas like Marnie's Calgar, it doesn't. It slowly drips you in.
The other thing is like doing the limited series allows them to jump over to a lot of different points of Warhammer for it, which I think is going to be really valuable, especially for people like myself, like Ben, like Brandon, who are new to Warhammer and trying to find our bearings in it.
Yeah.
Guys, read that Warhammer comic. It's good.
I picked up the trade. I'll read it when I get home.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Black Hammer. You know I love Black Hammer. Black Hammer is getting a new spinoff.
It's tattooed on your heart.
It should be. The Unbelievable Unteens is a new spinoff from the world of Black Hammer, written by Jeff Lemire with art by Tyler Crook, who is the artist on Colonel Weird Cosmogog, which is really good. I want to read the solicitation for this one because it sounds really cool, and I think you guys might get a kick out of this too. After signing at a comic book convention, Unbelievable Unteens artist Jane Ito finds herself visited by one of the characters from her own creation. But was it her own creation? Were the Unteens an actual school of teenage misfit superheroes who battled supervillains under the lead of the mysterious Dr. Miles Moniker? And if so, who wiped their memories and why? As Jane's world is turned upside down and she learns the true nature of her identity, she discovers a sinister plot leading her to assemble a team she had suspected was purely fictional.
Cool. Love it.
That sounds like I thought this was going to be a Teen Titans ripoff. That sounds way cooler.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Stranger Than Fiction.
It's like you've been Truman showed into this fake reality, bro. You're a hero.
The Truman Titans.
Yeah. I really like everything that's come from the Black Hammer universe. Everything that Jeff Lemire does anyway. So if he wants to keep expanding it, I'm going to keep reading it.
Sounds good.
Real quickly, this isn't in the news, but I just want to say a Star Trek Mirror War comic is coming. That's going to be kind of like a major event.
Yeah, that looked tight.
Those look really cool. I'm super stoked.
Really cool.
I didn't want to say much about it because we already had a lot, but I just wanted to kind of express.
Maybe you'll finally watch the Star Trek so I can read it.
So you go see some evil Picard.
Returning to the evil Picard timeline. All right. Echolands is another comic that looks really cool by J.H. Williams III and W. Hayden Blackman, colorist Dave Stewart, and letterer Todd Kleen. Those names sound familiar. It's because they did the New 52 Batwoman run.
Probably arguably the best looking book of the New 52. Like that book.
They left early, controversially. They left early because DC wouldn't let them marry Kate to Maggie.
Yep.
And that just destroyed that book. That book never bounced back.
I stopped reading it.
Yeah, me too. This is a new creator-owned title from that team, so I'm super stoked. Obviously, it's going to look gorgeous. It's all going to be landscape art. So it's landscape paneling, horizontal pages. Set in a bizarre future world that has forgotten its history, Echo Lands follows a reckless thief, Hope Red Hood. Hope holds the key to excavating a strange, dark past, but only if she and her crew can escape a tyrannical wizard and his unstoppable daughter. But fate will send them all on a path leading to a war between worlds.
Well, okay.
Sounds all right.
Yeah. A mythic fiction epic where anything is possible, a fast-paced genre mashup adventure that combines everything from horror movie vampires to classic mobsters and cyborg elves to Roman demigods and retro rocket ships. It's going to be a hell of a ride.
That's a whole lot of words you just said there.
Right.
That-
Words.
That got me excited. When I
Yeah.
read that, I was like, oh, damn.
Let me do it. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Echo Lands.
Some animation news.
Mhm.
It's going to be a long episode, Mag. Sorry. The Monkey King is getting a Netflix animated movie from Stephen Chow.
Oh, Kung Fu Hustle.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Inspired by China's famous legend, Journey to the West, the film tells the story of a very special monkey and his magical fighting stick, who team up to fight against gods, demons, dragons, and the greatest enemy of all, monkeys' own hubris.
That sounds cool. I really want to play that video game.
Me too.
Oh, Wukong.
Yeah.
Stephen Chow's a great director.
Has he done animation?
Jimmy Neutron.
Wow. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's Stephen Chow.
Whoa.
Christopher Walken over there. Whoa!
Oh, wow. Surprised me.
Boons and Curses. So this is part of a thing. Netflix has announced 3 animated projects from Asian American creators.
Cool.
Bones and Curses is a 2D animated series from Jaideep Hazrajani. Hope I pronounced that right. This one sounds cool. In a magical land of Maya, a cosmic war is on the horizon. The Raj and his monstrous army threaten to destroy any who stand against them. The universe itself hangs in the balance, and our only hope is 3 feet tall and made of butter. Claiming to be a cursed warrior from another time, Bon may have been transformed into solid ghee, Ghee, I don't know. But he won't let that stop him. Teaming up with Ronnie, a young thief with delusions of grandeur, Bon must use every arrow in his quiver if he wants to defeat the Raj, heavily inspired by ancient South Asia. Boons and Curses is an adventure comedy highlighting the myths and legends that have enraptured generations.
Ghee is a class of clarified butter that originated in ancient India.
How do you
Oh,
pronounce
there you go.
Oh, ghee.
it? It doesn't have pronunciations.
Gaherta. Ghee.
Oh.
That's a ghee.
Anyway, so yeah, so a little butter dude fighting monsters.
That makes me more excited.
I'm into it.
And it's 2D. That's cool.
Love
That's a
TV.
series. That's a series, by the way. Because Monkey King is a movie, this is a series, and this is also a series. Mech Cadets,
Yeah, I know this one.
which is a 3D animated series adaptation of Greg Pak and Takeshi Miyazawa's Mech Cadets U, which is a Boom Studios comic book.
Yeah.
I got the first issue of that. It was charming.
So that Netflix will be adapting that book.
That's cool.
No word on who is. Oh, sorry. Aaron Lamb is going to be the writer and executive producer of the series.
Cool.
I like mechs and I like cadets. So there you go.
Yeah, it's a Greg Pak mech book. I won't read the solicitation of that one because I think we're mostly familiar with the concept of that one. All in 2023. That's when these are all coming out.
Great.
Adult Swim was in the news twice,
Yeah.
actually.
So much good news.
A little bit of last week in this one, as Aqua Teen Hunger Force, Metalocalypse, and Venture Brothers all been announced to have follow-up movies.
What an insane day
Y'all,
that just happened. It's
Y'all.
insane.
I'm super happy about Venture Brothers. I know he's super happy about Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I'm not as deep in that myself, but the big one for me is Metalocalypse because that story was unfinished. It was one entry away from completion, and the fact that they're getting to finish that story is awesome. I'm so happy for Brendan Small.
As a movie.
I think if you're in Vamp for a while, this one I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Sure.
sure.
Getting the conclusion of Metalocalypse is amazing. This was a whole saga of people wanting him to be able to finish it. Brendan Small was at one point trying to pursue finishing it on his own, but Adult Swim refused to give him the rights back to Metalocalypse so he could do it. So the fact that they are finally allowing him to finish it is great. I'm also super stoked to have more Venture Brothers, because we talked about Venture Brothers being shut down. Really, really sucked. And I'm glad that is not going to stay the case. I hope that we either get a good ending to Venture Brothers, or that this is a window to more Venture Brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Max excited for both Metalocalypse and Venture
I'm with you,
Brothers.
Mag.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
And the news. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ben.
I'm mostly excited about Metalocalypse. I never really watched the Venture Bros, but I think I might really like it. Aqua Teen Hunger Force is weird, because I did watch Aqua Teen Hunger Force, but I didn't really. I didn't hate it, but at the same time, I wasn't like, hell yeah, I gotta watch Aqua Teen Hunter Force. It was kind of, you know what it was? It was one of those shows that I would watch just because I'm waiting for the show after it.
So Aqua Teen Hunger Force will serve as all these are going to be premiering. They will be released physically and digitally for a 90-day exclusive window. Then they will be followed by premieres on both HBO Max and Adult Swim.
Cool.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force will serve as a continuation of the hit animated series. It will follow the adventures of Frylock, Meatwad, and Master Shake, who consider themselves crime fighters despite the fact that they never actually fight crime. Metalocalypse will be helmed by the original series creators. It will pick up directly after the rescue of Toki Wartooth from the opera, and it will see whether the band can choose between their egos and the greater good of the world to embark on a gauntlet of dangers to try their very souls and finally write their salvation song and bring about the Metalocalypse, which is great. And Venture Brothers, it brings back the creators and the runners on the film after the original series was canceled. The Ventures will now be finding out if Doc's latest invention will make them or break them, as Hank searches for himself, Dean searches for Hank, the Monarch searches for answers, and a mysterious woman threatens to bring their world crashing down around them. Pumped, happy, really, really excited, guys. This is great news.
It makes sense for things like Venture Brothers and Metalocalypse to, like they're not that Aqua Teen Hunger Force wasn't beloved, but like that had a movie already. Like that show finished and it had a movie. So the fact that like they wanted to still continue to do stuff with that show.
Both Venture Brothers and I imagine that Aqua Teen Hunger Force wasn't in this boat, but both Venture Brothers and Metalocalypse were in the midst of stories.
Yeah.
Not having concluded. Like Venture Brothers last season ended on a big cliffhanger, and Metalocalypse was right in the middle of the lead up to its finale.
Yeah, and I got a poster of the Aqua Teen movie that came out 15 years ago. So their story got told. So, but again, like those are like quintessential like old school Adult Swim characters.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're coming back just makes me really happy because I grew up with those guys.
That's awesome.
That was a close one.
All
right.
Okay. We got all the Adult Swim news.
No, we got those three things.
Just kidding.
There's more. Time to talk about the Vindicators.
Oh, right.
Yes. We're sorry. I'm turning this back on. Okay. The Vindicators. A Rick and Morty spinoff is coming, which will star Supernova, Vance Maximus, Alan Rails, Crocobot, sorry.
Crocobot?
That's the one. And Noob. The series will follow the Vindicators as they fight crime, avert genocides, and yuck it up without Rick and Morty. That's what they said.
I'm surprised that it took this long to actually get our first Rick and Morty spinoff with how successful it is. With the way that like Game of Thrones is getting like so many sequels, like I was expecting like, all right, I'm excited. Like I like the Vindicators. I just don't know if I need it yet. Like again, like once you lose the direct creators, if they're not fully involved.
This is a shorter thing, so this is only going to be 8 to 10 episodes so far. And it is being executive produced by Erica Rosby, Sarah Carbiener, Dan Harmon, and Justin Roiland, so they are involved in some capacity. But I don't know how much of a creative hand they'll have.
Yeah, kind of like a what's the show? Solar Opposites. Is that
Solar Opposites.
Like I wonder if it's going to be like that, but it is a direct Rick and Morty thing. So I wonder if they will be more hands on.
Yeah, you do kind of risk tainting the brand if it is kind of a lesser thing. So I do wonder if like Dan Harmon will be there for like quality control.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Because like a Solar Opposites we talked about it when Rick and Morty's first trailer dropped for season 5. It's like there's so many Rick and Morty clones out there, but nobody does it like Rick and Morty.
I wouldn't be surprised if they can find a way to make like a thing that feels like it fits in the Rick and Morty world, but doesn't have to feel exactly like Rick and Morty, because it will feel like these characters, the Vindicators, their version of the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
It'll feel like those characters.
Yeah.
And it'll feel like its own thing, but it'll also totally feel like, yes, this fits in this world.
Yeah.
I think those characters were also introduced in a really strong way with identifiable enough personalities of their own that they can define their own thing. Yeah.
I agree. Alabama Jackson is going to be a Robot Chicken spinoff, which will star Donald Faison as Alabama Jackson.
I'm not familiar with this character. I think he must have come up in recent
I don't remember.
seasons of Robot
I watched
Chicken.
a lot of like older Robot Chicken.
I did too. Yeah, he wasn't part of that. This is definitely someone who I think must have become recurring with Donald Faison in the more recent years of Robot Chicken.
Yeah, maybe.
But good. I like when he works with them. They give him a lot of fun work to do. I've seen Donald Faison play different characters on Robot Chicken and be great. In particular, he's my favorite Stormtrooper when they did their Star Wars runs.
Alabama Jackson
Runs down the home of Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru.
Alabama Jackson is a smooth-talking time traveler who lands in exactly the wrong place at the wrong time, every time. If he is able to survive long enough to get back to the present, he just might find something he wasn't looking for himself. That's the show.
Yeah. It's interesting that I guess like the only reason this would be called a Robot Chicken spinoff would be because like they introduced this character's existence on that, because like it's not the first time that studio has worked on a different cartoon for Adult Swim. There's been at least two I can think of, Frankenhole and the one that was like Power Rangers. I forget the name of it, but both of those got canned pretty early on in their runs. But cool. That team can do good stuff. That studio's done really good comedy for a long time.
This has been created by Donald Faison and produced by Stupid Buddy Studios, which is the studio that does Robot Chicken.
I mean,
for Donald.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if they're that passionate about it, they think they have a good enough idea. Like, sure, right?
Yeah.
I like stop motion, like Robot Chicken. Sure.
Yeah.
Aquadonk Side Pieces.
What'd you say?
Aquadonk Side Pieces
Cool.
is going to be the continuation to Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Oh, what?
Yeah, this is a spin-off to Aqua Teen Hunger Force, which will be the next story in that universe.
I had no idea this is happening. This is cool.
Okay. Fans will be bestowed with the gift of learning what happens in the later lives of various side characters and villains, such as the Moonites, Mooninities, the Plutonians, MCP Pants,
Oh my
the
god,
Frat Aliens,
my brain.
Happy Time Harry, Hand Banana, and the Cybernetic Ghost of Christmas Past.
Oh my god, guys, this is like triggering my 12-year-old brain right now. All these names. The Mooninites are these Tetris-looking like moon guys that live on the moon, and all they do is like they love to flip them off. They're like, look how big our fingers are, and like their fingers just like grow. They like it's so irreverent and ridiculous. Like I can't believe it's happening. He goes, it's called Aquaton Conkadunk. What is it?
I wish it was called that.
Side piece. Okay.
Aquadonk Side Pieces.
Cool.
The series will premiere later this year and has been created by the creators of Aqua Teen Hunger Force, Matt Mailero and Dave Willis.
That's fantastic. I didn't know this was a thing, and it's happening this year. That's so cool.
Aquadonk Conkadonk.
Nothing's ever really gone.
Aquadonk Honkatonk.
Wish it was called that.
I got nothing.
Yeah.
Mag, it was 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
All right.
Here you go.
I'm sorry I put this one on here, but please help me figure out what this means. Crapopolis.
Crapopolis. Oh yeah.
Crapopolis is coming. I figured it was that.
Yeah.
Created by Dan Harmon. This will be the first animated series curated on the blockchain from Bento Box, and it will be an NFT. I don't know what half of that means.
Okay, so hold on. Little sparks transitions. Okay, so real quick, an NFT is a non-fungible token. It is a digital piece of art that you pay money for, and then you are the one person who owns this digital piece of art. But it's digital, and you don't actually own it. That's the thing. It's really bad. It's really stupid. It takes lots of processing power to make these images. It's really bad for the environment. People claim that like, oh, there's ones that aren't as bad. Hey, guess what? It's all bad. You're spending 100 times more energy to make a fake digital image.
Yeah.
What I don't understand about this is I don't understand how you're going to make an entire animated show. The point of the NFT is like you own it. You are the one person who owns this thing. So is it going to be an animated show that one person just owns, or is it like I just don't understand this. I haven't explained it.
Didn't Kevin Smith make one of his movies an NFT?
Yeah. Like the next movie he's making is like he's going to sell it as an NFT, and then that person can do whatever they want with it. They can distribute it if they want. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. I'm really shocked because Dan Harmon is like a pretty progressive guy in terms of like entertainment and like stuff, and like he's very green, like environmentally. So this is really shocking that he would do this. Considering like the amount of processing power it would make to make a 16 episode series, that would like destroy half the Amazon rainforest. Like,
so then what does it mean when it says curated on the blockchain?
Blockchain is a thing. I don't know. I actually don't know.
Yeah, what is that?
Stupid, Brandon. All I know is like it's a series that like that one person is gonna maybe own and they could do what they want with, but that doesn't make any sense because it's the guy who made Rick and Morty.
And then what is like curated on the blockchain? And the blockchain is the thing on Twitter where people block a bunch of people.
That is a service that uses the same name. It's not the same thing though.
Set in the mythical ancient Greece, Crapopolis is centered on a flawed family of humans, gods, and monsters that tries to run one of the world's first cities without killing each other. Fox is debuting a dedicated marketplace for Crapopolis that will curate and sell digital goods, ranging from NFTs of one-of-a-kind character and background art and gifts, as well as tokens that provide exclusive social experiences to fans.
So guys, cool. I'm never gonna see it because I refuse to support NFTs.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it's like, if we're gonna be able to sell you like gifts. Like they sell you like gifts as like a token, and like, hey, you're the only person in the world who owns this gift. But then you just like go post it online, and then everyone can steal it. So it's a stupid technological fad. I hope it dies. I hope it goes away.
I didn't know what NFTs were until you guys told me, and it sounds really dumb.
Don't worry about it. It's a fad. It's cryptocurrency.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate how many creative voices have decided to get on board and sucked into it, and reproducing it. And I'm like, this is just all bad.
Yeah.
This is taking the sorry guys, hate to tell you, but money isn't real.
Yeah.
It's a manufactured idea and concept, and NFT is like the artistic version of that, where your art isn't actually real and you don't actually have it.
Do you guys know the Charlie bit my finger? You know the video? The Charlie. You ever seen that, Brandon?
Yeah.
It's an old internet video, like one of the most famous like original YouTube videos of all time. That person is removing that video from YouTube and making it an NFT to help that person, to help like the kid who's now an adult pay for bills and stuff, right? Like and like the video will no longer exist on the internet except for the one person who owns it.
Unless you already downloaded it in something else.
Unless you already downloaded it like the rest of the world.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's stupid.
All right. Movie news.
I like
Still not done. Attack the Block is officially getting a sequel. Joe Cornish and John Boyega are officially reuniting for a sequel of Attack the Block. We did a review of Attack the Block for Halloween last year.
We did.
Yeah.
Good.
This is crazy because this is going to be like 15 years later.
Love it.
So John Boyega is going to be like, yo, I was like a teenage like street gang guy. Now like he's going to be double the age he was. So like that's going to be really cool to see like where's that character now? The aliens are obviously going to have to come back. Has the world been preparing like Independence Day 2? Like they're technologically advanced? Nope.
Also,
that's the only thing I like about Independence Day 2 is that they
and it'll be 15 years later tackling of the politics in Britain. So
hell yeah! Oh man, that's so exciting.
Good stuff.
You're gonna get the pre-Brexit and the post-Brexit.
Yeah.
That's right.
I never thought this would happen, but I guess that Highlander reboot is officially getting off the ground. Chad Stahelski's Highlander movie.
Yep.
Is officially cast Henry Cavill.
Cool. Not my first choice, but I'm glad the dude's working.
Makes me very excited, honestly, because I'm really happy with Henry Cavill's output of late. I think he's great in The Witcher. And I would love to see him as Duncan Connor McLeod. Duncan's the TV show.
Yeah. I just want to see him on screen more.
Yeah. Me too. It was first reported as kind of like he's in talks, and then he posted on Instagram, "Yeah, I'm doing it."
Yep.
So I'm stoked.
I'm so stoked because it's like, yo, one of the John Wick guys is gonna make a sword fantasy like slash movie, like but in modern day. I'm like, all right, cool, maybe.
And look, when was the last good Highlander movie? So like
the first one.
Yeah, so like let's get another one in there. Let's get another good Highlander movie.
There can only be one.
There have been plenty of Highlander movies, but there has only been one good one.
Yeah.
And maybe there all can be.
We'll find out.
What about the second one's great, guys?
Ben, have you seen Highlander?
No, I just know the quote.
I think you're gonna really like it because the entire soundtrack is clean. I think.
I think you'd like it just in general.
Yeah.
I might.
What we should do. Oh my God! What we should do? We should show him Highlander 2: The Quickening, and then ask him from this, what do you think the plot of Highlander is, and then show him Highlander.
That's how you ruin a franchise.
That's how you make someone not happy.
I was about to say, do you want me to like this franchise or not?
Highlander 2: The Quickening takes some very interesting turns.
Quickening.
All right, Knives Out.
Okay.
The Knives Out sequel has officially started casting. This happened last week, but there's some for this week, so I moved it into this week. Dave Bautista.
Yes.
Oh.
Edward Norton.
Yes.
Janelle Monáe.
Yes.
Catherine Hahn.
Yes.
Leslie Odom Jr.
Yes.
Kate Hudson
Yes.
have all been added to the cast of the sequel to Knives Out by Ryan Johnson.
That's just a murderer's row of talent.
Ben, do you remember who Leslie Odom Jr. is?
No.
He's Aaron Burr in Hamilton.
Oh, gotcha.
He good. Yeah, he good. This is a great cast.
Very
It's
good.
a great cast.
It's gonna be
I really
Oh man.
love all-star cast murder mysteries. That's why I like the Poirot films. The one there is. There's more. There's another one coming. But I am so happy that Ryan Johnson is kind of committing to getting just like I'm going for powerhouses.
Yeah.
Mhm.
This cast is blowing the Death in the Niles cast out of the water.
And it's so
Yeah.
cool that now we live in a world where like Dave Bautista is like a name that like
Yes.
people are excited. Like, oh man, he's gonna be in this movie. Like, good for that guy.
Yeah, Dave Bautista was in the news a lot last week too, talking about his time on Guardians,
Yeah.
the makeup and things. Very
Everybody's
interesting.
like, why are you going to stop playing Drax? And he's like, because I'm old and I'm tired.
And I hate the makeup. It takes 8 hours. I'm 50.
I mean, he also talked about how he's disappointed with where his character went in Guardians 2 and Infinity War. I can see that.
Yeah.
I think
Well, he was always really mad. He's like, I never even got my moment with Thanos.
yeah.
And I respect that. I feel like that's a
100%.
reasonable thing.
Hopefully, I think he and James Gunn will deliver a good turn for him in the third one if it is going to be his last.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really like Dave Bautista as an actor. He's really surprised me when I watched Blade Runner 2, and I was like, oh damn,
Tiny glasses.
where was this?
Yeah.
So I'm happy that he just continues to grow as an actor, and now he's in a Knives Out sequel, and Knives Out's great.
Guys, it's a crazy world where like you have The Rock, who is like, he's the wrestler turned actor, but it's like Dave Bautista is the one who's gonna win the Oscar though.
Probably give him a couple of years. Hell yeah.
Right,
For
yeah.
real, man, yeah.
Nobody sees John Cena coming.
Fighting. Here's my drama.
Yeah.
I do really like that there are like 3 really good wrestler turned actors
Yes.
out there right now with
I mean,
Dwayne
like,
Johnson, but Dave Bautista and John Cena.
You've got Dwayne Johnson, who's had like this long career of like he's built a solid like what he's doing.
20 years of
It's
movies.
worked really, really well. And then you have Dave Bautista, who's been doing some really good like legwork catching up. But John Cena is like sprinting into like I'm gonna be really good at this, guys.
Transformers, Fast and the Furious.
The Peacemaker is the
Peacemaker?
thing that's gonna send him over
Oh,
the moon.
yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, Suicide Squad, yeah.
James Gunn's making wrestlers megastars.
Hell yeah.
I hope this isn't the end of this casting, because Knives Out casting works like a drug.
If
Yeah.
James Gunn, I don't know if he is. If James Gunn is a wrestling fan, could you imagine him making a movie about wrestling?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
With Stephen Amell?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah. Sure. He could be in it.
Cameo.
Sonic 2
Electric Boogaloo.
has a not solicitation, a synopsis.
Yes.
After settling in Green Hills, Sonic is ready for more freedom, and Tom and Maddie agree to leave him home while they go on vacation. But no sooner are they gone when Dr. Robotnik comes back, this time with a new partner, Knuckles, in search for an emerald that has the power to both build and destroy civilizations. Sonic teams up with his own sidekick, Tails, and together they embark on a journey to find the emeralds before it falls into the wrong hands.
Well, this just sounds like the Sonic movie I wanted.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Oh man, they're going full video games with this one. I'm for it. I'm all
Thank
for
goodness. Thank goodness. Because if the next one didn't go full video games, I was gonna be like, what are we doing, guys?
If the Sonic movie, like the sequel, was still just like one CGI character the whole movie, I'm like, what are you guys wasting here? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Thank God.
And we saw the still from behind the scenes, so it, like Knuckles will flip sides.
Oh no, he always does in the games. So in the games, it's like Robotnik tricks him. Knuckles does his thing, finds out he's been duped, teams up with Sonic. Knuckles is a bit of a bonehead.
Cool. I like bones.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to this. I'm like, yay.
All right. Trailers.
Woo! Tea time.
This will be last week and this week in one trailer section. So get ready.
Let's see how much I remember, baby. Let's do it.
Solos is out, but it wasn't out last week when we were supposed to talk about this trailer.
This is the one.
This is the one.
Helen Mirren.
Yep.
Anthony Mackie.
Yeah.
Morgan Freeman.
Oh, they all have different lives and interact. Yeah.
Yes.
It looks like it could be cool. I want to watch it.
It looks pretty artsy, but it doesn't look boring artsy.
Look,
if that
I
makes
want
sense.
to watch. Mackie has a twin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to watch whatever's going on with Dan Stevens and Morgan Freeman. Like you sold me there.
Yeah.
So
I got a little Cloud Atlas vibes from it.
I did too.
Yeah.
Because it does. I haven't seen it, but it does feel like the trailer is telling us that Anthony Mackie grows up to be a Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
And like that's what like the story is generational.
And Anne Hathaway grows up to be Helen Mirren.
Yeah.
Yeah. I read into that too, but maybe that's not it. So we'll see.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe Anthony Mackie's twin becomes Helen Mirren.
Oh, that's a twist. Face off.
Anthony Hopkins, Anne Hathaway becomes Morgan Freeman.
It's a secret face off.
I mean, I feel like genuinely, like maybe it's going to be about something different, but you can say a dumb thing too.
Screw you. The Protege, Sandra Oh, Sam Jackson. Maggie Q. I'm sorry.
No, Sam Jackson's in it too.
Wait, which one?
Oh yeah, this is the one.
This is not Sandra Oh though. This is
That's why I said it's Maggie Q.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, and like it looks like Sam Jackson dies like in the beginning. Of the
this
movie.
is the director from Casino Royale.
Right. Yes, Martin Campbell, who's great. Who also did Goldeneye. He did Goldeneye and Casino Royale.
Green Lantern.
Green Lantern. Well, no, don't stop saying
Directing is not the problem with Green Lantern.
Yes, you're right. But Martin Campbell did do two of the best Bond films.
Yeah. I really like Maggie Q. I think she's capable of more than she's usually offered, having really liked her Nikita series. So the idea of seeing her in this and her going toe-to-toe, I'm like, Michael Keaton doesn't usually jump on a thing unless he likes it. So he must like something about this.
Yeah. He actually looks, I remember she looking good, yeah.
The first half of the trailer I thought was a little like, okay. But I'm hoping that it's actually going to land because the second half looked like it got some good beats in it. I like the concept of Michael Keaton being the person she's hunting, but also seeming to like be sexually interested in her.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Michael Keaton looks like he gets a little physical in this one.
Yeah.
The little action sequence. That's cool. You don't see that often.
Yeah. Pumped.
Ben.
Yeah.
Tell us about Lizzie's story.
All right.
I'm out.
Wait, Stephen King's best friend. You need to tell me about this.
This is the pilot to your podcast.
Man, this one definitely had scenes in it that I remember.
It's
Julianne Moore, right? It's like everything's kind of ethereal and dreamy.
She's with the guy who passed away, and he told her how his stories come to him, and she's kind of uncovering all this stuff. It looks very weird. I've heard that this is like one of the more like not controversial, but like you either really like this one or you don't.
Divisive?
If you like, divisive. Thank you. This is one of the more divisive stories from Stephen King, from what I understand. Like, this either really worked for you or it really didn't. And I'm super intrigued how they're going to do this adaptation.
Sure. Eden, new anime coming to Netflix. I thought this looked awesome.
So
Actually,
you
does. I'm
want
looking
to talk
forward to
about this
this one.
because I remembered Brandon and I were talking about cutting this week.
This is the robot one?
Yeah, the anime with her living with the robots, and I remembered like
The
Brandon
other
was like,
trailers
"This
were
is the
better.
trailer that sold me," and I'm like, "One of the other trailers was better."
Yeah.
They saw a different trailer than the one you and I watched, where we were like, "We're sold," and they were like,
How does this keep happening?
This trailer, this new trailer, looked really good, and I'm really into this.
"Yeah, I'm excited for this anime. It's coming out real soon."
Cool.
So
It's like a lady living with a bunch of robots. and
This
stuff.
the main reason I'm excited about this is that the concept looks good, but the other reason why I'm enjoying it is that this is the 3D animation done well. The characters look expressive. The animation looks crisp in its own way.
Yeah.
This is the way I want the 3D anime to be heading in the direction of. This looks better than the previous 3D anime Netflix outputs as far as character modeling, and it certainly looks better than the Studio Ghibli 3D films.
Oh yeah, the Earwig Witch movie.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of, I'm seeing some wild things coming out of Godzilla Singular Point. I'm so excited.
Oh, so it's out in Japan.
Yeah.
But also, if you have a VPN in America, you can watch it. I talked to one of the guys from Kaiju Weekly, and the co-host who wasn't on that podcast. He said he's already watched it, and it's awesome.
Have you recorded your episode already?
I did, but it comes up next week, so that's why I'm going to talk about it next week.
Okay. Yeah, there's some things I haven't really spoiled it for myself, but it's coming out in June in America, dubbed. So I'm stoked. Can't wait.
It's cool because it's coming out over there weekly.
Yeah.
Whereas the Netflix is they're just going to drop it all at once for us, and I'm like, oh man, they're like taking it more seriously over there because it's like a weekly thing. I'm like, that's nice for them.
Yeah.
I wish we could do that.
Anyway, moving on with that, Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. I thought this trailer looked really fun and kind of sold me more on the movie than the first trailer did, but also random Morgan Freeman appearance.
Yeah, he's in the movie for a little bit.
Also the movie narrator, man.
Yeah, like Bryce Larson was a hitman's bodyguard, and then this happened.
Yeah, that's weird that this is the movie they chose to bring that back.
Morgan Freeman's role in the movie is really, really funny. And
you may or may not have seen this movie.
And I may or may not have seen this movie literally now 2 years ago at this point. But his inclusion in the movie is really random, but it's really funny. When you find out like why he's there. Yeah, that movie may or may not be pretty good. We'll see.
Yeah. The one we've all been waiting for. The Green Knight.
Yes.
So good.
Dude,
Take my money.
No joke. Like if Dune weren't coming out, like this would be it. Like this looks like a piece of art.
This looks much grander than I assumed watching the first trailer.
Mm-hmm.
There's a stunning, breathtaking moment with these giant people walking and Dev Patel looking onto them. I was floored by that. Was coming from an A24 movie who generally keeps like things low scale.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see this kind of like be an A24 movie, but also like be broader in scale. Something they've never done before. Something more fantasy. I'm stoked.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Dave Patel kicking tree dudes' asses with an axe.
Oh, the prosthetics on the Green Knight are so good.
Yeah. And it's just like I'm not super familiar with like the original like Arthurian lore of the Green Knight, but like in the movie, it's like this dude shows up and he's like, anybody good enough to fight me? And then he gets his ass kicked. He's like, cool, fight me later. And then Dev Patel's like, I want to fight you now.
It's the idea is like, if you can defeat me, I'll come back in a year or something like that.
Oh, in a year, yeah. And then he's like, I don't want to
in the trailer when he chops the head off, he's like 1 year hence. I'm like, okay, is he laying down a curse or something because he got beaten or something?
Yeah, I thought it was like maybe like a rematch in a year or something.
Yeah. I'm stoked. Can't wait. When we first saw the trailer, we talked about how like we'd be down if A24 was just like, now we do Arthurian films. And we're like, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Panic. Fear Factor made into a TV series.
This is the Amazon series where they're you can get a lot of money, but you have to compete in the thing that could kill you.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's like it's Fear Factor, but a movie, and it's like lethal.
Not. I don't remember being crazy about this one.
I'm definitely intrigued by the concept for sure.
Yeah.
It's based off a book that I've heard is not bad. It's not like great or anything, but like it's decent with its concept. And the idea of this reminds me a lot of a Stephen King short story where they did this thing where you had to walk for as long as possible, and the person who walked the longest wins. But the way that everyone else loses is they die.
No, yeah.
Because they die by not completing the run. And if you try to leave the walk, because they have a path for you, if you try to leave the walk, they kill you.
Okay.
Because that's the agreement you step into, but you get like a massive reward. And this reminds me a lot of that, of this idea of you can change your life forever, but you're literally going to put your life on your line to do it. And that's a really interesting idea. And the relationship dynamics, they have the room to form because of it. Very like kind of pseudo Hunger Games-esque, but not being like forced against your will. You're volunteering for this opportunity to change your life.
Hunger Games. Okay. The Sparks Brothers.
Yeah, this looks like a great documentary. I want to see it. It's Edgar Wright.
It's about Sparks over here.
I'm really excited. It is Edgar Wright's first documentary. This is a band who I had never heard.
But everybody knew.
Everyone knows.
Everyone knows them. You just don't know it.
I had never heard of them, but I'll tell this on the show. They're in Gilmore Girls, and I always thought it was weird that there was this piano player with the mustache and a guy singing in this one episode where a bunch of troubadours end up in Stars Hollow, and I was like, wow, that's so weird that they get this kind of like focus. So I looked at them, I was like, oh, they're in a band. I never looked any further, and then I saw this documentary. I was like, oh, that's them. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah. Apparently they're super influential. I'm super stoked to see this.
Yeah, I'm glad that it's going to be a thing. That's awesome.
Yeah, it looks like a really, really fun, cool documentary.
Yeah, this and the Beatles documentary that Peter Jackson is doing are two that I'm really looking forward to.
Didn't know that.
He's doing a Beatles documentary?
Yeah, he's doing a Beatles documentary. Did you ever see We Can Never Go Home?
No, I did not.
Which is his other documentary. I believe that's what it's called. It's a World War I documentary where he is able to remaster the footage so good that it looks like it was filmed last year.
Oh, that's They Will Not Grow Old. Or
They Will Not Grow Old. Thank you. They Shall Not Grow Old. Yeah, that's excellent. And he's doing the same thing with Beatles footage.
Oh, that's going to be spooky.
So it's not. So it looks brand spanking new Beatles footage, but it's like old footage that you've never seen before. This is archive stuff.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. The Forever Purge.
This trailer was okay.
Yeah, I'm really into the Purge franchise. I've talked about the second season of the show. I will talk about forever. And I really like
season yet.
We're all fans at various levels. Yeah.
And I really like all the movies. And the ending of the Purge election year is the Purge is over. Like they're going to end the Purge, and then this, I guess, could be picking up those threads. But I kind of liked more of the political worldview that we were getting in the previous Purge films, and this looks more along the lines of like what we got in the first one.
Yes, because like now the premise has gone, because now it's not the Purge, now it's just people that's committing crime. Like that's a regular movie.
Well, I mean, like, I like the idea of this because it feels like the inevitable, like they're saying this is the last Purge, and I'm like, this does feel like what I feel the end of the Purge had to be, which is that the people who suffered because they were lower class, didn't have the resources to defend themselves each Purge, eventually, like, they're so constantly exposed to violence that they're like, fine, all the time now. We're not obeying the rules about it anymore. And they're like, the Purge is over. And it's like, no, it isn't. And it's the lower class in general. It seems like it's the idea is like, yes, you have the sycophants, the really messed up people who are going to take advantage of that violence happening too. But the general push is the class who has been pushed down, the people who this was designed to punish are finally saying, no, you want to play this game? We'll play this game, but we're not going to play by your rules.
I love that premise. I just think the trailer was
I agree.
The trailer of that.
I agree that I don't think the trailer works, and I do see what you're talking about, Sparks, and I hope that is what it is, because one of the things I really like about the first Purge, not the first Purge movie, but the movie the first Purge, is that they talk about the fact that all this is going to do, because it's about implementing the Purge, all the Purge is going to do is create a nation of psychopaths. And if that is and if that is what the Forever Purge is about, is that nation of psychopaths being like, no, we're just doing this forever now. I mean, I'm into that.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where like I hope this is, let me put it this way. I hope this is the last film Purge, like in the timeline way.
Yeah.
I hope this is taking place at the events that would be the end of the purge truly. This is where the bow breaks, where it's all done. But I think you can still do so much in the years in between and the years before, because the purge is such a rich idea to encapsulate. And I really hope this film at least does some of it. I don't expect it to go as hard as I want it to. But the whole thing is like, you imagine living in the world of the purge, and it's like, you know, people like us who like, maybe we barricade ourselves pretty well, but like my best buddy Pi or something, he didn't do it that well this purge, and he got killed.
Yeah.
And how do I feel about that?
Yeah.
And how do I feel about the people I lose every single year, even if I'm doing okay? And while the rich are always fine.
Because it can't be a switch. You can't just flip a switch and be like, okay, no more killing no more night killing is legal.
And they want to pretend that that's the thing. And then you have like things like we've seen in the Purge show, at least, where like you explore the fact that the rich have parties about being able to kill the lower class and things like that.
Yeah.
Like there's so much so gross and wrong about it. And the inevitable end that I'm glad that it at least seems this is going for is that class goes, enough is enough. Screw you. No more rules. Purge all the time.
It's a violent revolution.
You have to. You have to have that be the ending. So I'm really glad that that's the core concept that seems to be behind this. I hope the film lives up to that idea.
So is it a lower class? So is it lower class versus lower class? Because we're following a family of immigrants.
Yeah, see, that's the part where I get bummed about it. Because, well, part of it is that you see them, there is that one part of the trailer where there's like the wealthier people who own the ranch or something who are like, the purge is over, and they're like, no, it's not. And they're like clearly work hands or something. But the core family we're following, you're right, doesn't feel like they're part of that. They feel like they're just going to suffer at the hands of like people who are taking advantage of the violence.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it is about the class warfare. Like that is going to be a background concept, but not the thing the film is following, which is what bums me out, at least in the concept of this trailer.
Yeah.
But that is the idea. I feel like it had to be the pure idea of like, eventually you say the purge is over, and people say no, it isn't.
Sure.
That's always the way the purge had to end.
Ben, you've been trying to say something.
Yeah. I'm surprised it took them this long to make a movie like this, to be honest. Because I thought after like the second or even like the third Purge movie, I was like, okay, there's going to be like something that comes up where people are just going to be like, no, F this, Purge all the time. This is great.
Well, you want to put that off for as long as you can, because unless you're going to tell stories beforehand, you really can't do any more after that. That's as big as it gets.
Then you're capping the story.
That's the end. Yeah. That's the finale.
The other issue with the Purge comes in with the first Purge, which was the fourth film that came out. It's set in 2017, but it came out in 2019. So the Purge timeline has already caught up to us.
Yeah.
So you already kind of run into well, to be fair, election year is like 2040 or something. But still.
The thing is like, because you can explore any year, even years that have already been visited of the Purge, just from different perspectives, because it's supposed to be so widespread. So we could even revisit
the whole country.
So we can even revisit the events of this film where people say the Purge is not over, again, from a different perspective, where it is more about that class warfare. And I'm really open to that. I'm definitely nervous that, like, much like the very first Purge, this is not going to live up to the idea of what's going on behind it.
Yeah, I really like the last three.
No, actually, I should watch the other Purge films, because the only one I've seen is the first one, and I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched like 80% of the beginning, or 80% of like the first half of the film, skipped parts of the middle, and then the last where. And then the very ending where Lena Headey, like where the sirens go, and she just tells everyone to get the F out of her house.
Cool. So you haven't seen the Purge. Got it.
Okay. We probably can't do it. I was going to suggest we do an episode of the Purge movies.
When's the next one's coming out?
July.
Oh no.
Yeah.
We could do it.
We could. Well, maybe.
We could do it.
We'll discuss it.
We'll talk about it.
Because I do think Ben should watch them, but I'd also kind of want Ben to watch the shows.
I don't think. That's the thing, is I don't think we could do the seasons in the movies.
Yeah.
We could do the movies. We could probably do season 2 in the movies in that time. I don't think Ben could do both seasons of the show and the films.
That's true.
But we could have a discussion about it, because like, I want the Purge. Like, I'm kind of bummed if this really is the last Purge, to be honest with you, because I feel like there's still so much that they can really dig into there. And I know I haven't seen most of the movies, and I've seen a season of the show, but I'm aware enough that like what they've done still hasn't like gotten into the real depths of what I want them to do with that concept.
Yeah.
And I want them to keep pushing those boundaries with it. And I really, really want this one to do that too. And if this is the idea of that finale event, and it's them saying, no more rules. It's going to be what we want it to be. We will take back for what you've put us through. Then I hope that concept does either get fully explored in this or gets explored again in another thing.
Season 3?
No,
Well,
it's just
they did move Top Gun, so maybe we could do it. Okay, anyway. All right. Venom, Let There Be Carnage.
Oh my god, right.
Shit.
I like.
I'll be honest. I really liked this.
Yeah, I liked it. It's giving me more of what I want. No, what worked in the first movie. Let me say. I hope they don't lean too much into that. But
that's what I'm nervous about. I definitely am nervous that this is going to be a 100% they think this is dumb funny, lean hard, dumb funny. Let's go.
I just like to point out that Andy Serkis, who directed this movie, realized that they messed up hard on Woody Harrelson's wig in the first movie, and they fixed it, which made me really happy for some dumb reason. But his hair doesn't look like crap.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'll be perfectly honest. 90% of the reason why I liked the trailer the first time I saw it was because Woody Harrelson's hair looked so much better.
Yeah, I think that's really good casting. I really like Woody Harrelson. That dude, when he gets to be unhinged, he can do some good Nick Cage ridiculousness.
I certainly think that this can be better than the original, but I also don't think that's a very high bar to clear. Nope. I think this could potentially be good, but I suspect, just based off this trailer, if I were to take my guess, I just don't think this is going to be for me. It could very well be a pretty fine movie. It might still just work so hard against what I want for Venom, for Carnage, that I just might not myself be able to get on board with it, and that's okay. Yeah. It's okay that this just might not be for me, guys. I think a lot of this is just unamusing.
Yeah.
Sure.
At least instead of it being black on black, it will be black on red glue.
I really liked the. Here's the thing. I actually found the beginning really funny when he's like, catch up.
Yeah, I liked it too. And I like Tom Hardy as Eddie Brock. It's just that
I found him pretty underwhelming in the first movie, but in just this trailer already, I'm kind of really jazzed by his performance.
Yeah.
I do like the bit you were talking about, some of the Tom Hardy Venom, even though it's this is Venom.
Yeah, this is Venom.
I know. Okay, but it is entertaining. I acknowledge that. I think the heartbreaker for me is that I'm cool. We're doing the Cletus Cassidy and Eddie Brock story, but who is he's talking? He's got this narration where he's talking to Eddie Brock, and I'm what the heck do you guys mean to each other? I know you saw each other for that one discussion in the previous film, but who gives a crap? That's not character development.
Well,
you have a relationship.
Well,
in the comics, the reason why Cletus Cassidy is obsessed with Eddie is purely because the Carnage symbiote comes from Venom. He calls him Daddy because of that.
And they're in a cell together.
Oh yeah, that's true. They are cell.
And he shares a cell with. That's how he gets it. That's a relationship. In the original film, the original film's not good. The first Venom I don't like, and they didn't build anything. So this film is coming from that, and I'm they don't have anything. There's no relationship there, and that sucks. That's just we're working so hard to build something out of that.
Well, I mean, he's getting introduced in this movie, so I think we're gonna get plenty what we need.
No, he was introduced in the last movie.
No, he was in a post-credit scene. Yes.
No, he was in the middle of the movie. He goes and interviews him. The post-credit scene was a tease for him to be Carnage. But he goes and interviews him in the middle of the movie related to the stuff that he's doing. So they have an exchange, but they've never met before. And he's just oh yeah, you're a thing. And blah.
I definitely don't remember that either.
I know.
I remember him being Cletus Cassidy at the end of the movie.
Yeah,
because the post-credit scene is the Spider-Verse teaser.
He's in two scenes, and one is him being interviewed by Eddie in the middle of the movie, and the other is the post-credits. That sets that up.
I'm just gonna take your word for it, but I don't.
Well, the post-credits is the Spider-Verse trailer.
Yeah. Then it's
or end of the movie, whatever.
Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter because in the year and a half since the first, I'm not even trying to defend Venom, but here I am doing it, right? Jesus. Eddie Brock, in the year and a half since Venom 1, he's been going back and forth. That's just like, oh, it's good to see you again. I've missed you. Like they have a connection that we don't have yet, but we're going to see more of in the next movie. So like that for me is not a big deal whatsoever.
Yeah. Moving on.
Carnage. Let there be some.
Snake Eyes. The new G.I. Joe spinoff.
Well, hold on. What was the song? Oh, I'm on a new level.
Oh yeah.
That was for this one.
This is the Henry Golding G.I. Joe spinoff. Samara Weaving is in this, which I didn't know at first. I honestly was really impressed. It's pretty short, but I was happy with what I saw because I kind of wrote this movie off outside of just liking Henry Golding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Snake Eyes, G.I. Joe Origins.
Yeah. That probably shouldn't worry me as much as it does. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, like, it was a short trailer. Like it's good. At least it's have good action. Like Henry Golding's cool. Like it felt like it kind of reminded me of Mortal Kombat a little bit. Like just with the trailer, like oh, we got rival clans and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, oh, cool. I mean, that is what G.I. Joe is. So.
Yep.
Yeah, G.I. Joe is such an eclectic sense of characters. Like you can really just pick one and just do an origin story for it, I guess. And I really like Henry Golding. So I mean, yeah, I like the sword fights. Hopefully the full trailer is pretty impressive.
If we're doing like a slew of G.I. Joe character films, I wish that the moniker for them was not G.I. Joe Origins, but it was Yo Joe's. Like Yo Joe's Snake Eyes.
Yo Joe. Snake
Yo
Eyes.
Joe's whoever.
I'm into that. I'm 100% into that. Yeah, Snake Eyes is cool. Like he's in Fortnite right now, so whatever.
This week's trailers.
Ooh.
No Man's Sky, Mass Effect Normandy.
So this is just a cute little Easter egg thing, like that they put at No Man's Sky, or like, hey, you can get the Mass Effect ship. So it's just a cute little thing you can do.
Yeah, I thought you'd be interested.
Yeah,
in
it's cute. It's like a little Easter egg thing.
And you've talked a lot about how No Man's Sky is basically just like improved.
Yeah, like 2.5 years ago, that was like the most disappointing game I've ever played in my life.
It looks cool.
And now that game is like I keep
Very
coming back
vibrant.
to it.
How much is it?
It's probably on sale. It's
Okay.
usually always on sale.
I might pick it up.
Brandon's like, I could start flying through some space.
It is like great, and especially for you, man. It is legitimately like the most relaxing game you can ever play. If you just want to like go to a cool planet, see what it looks like, travel to another solar system, go land on a new planet, build a base.
I really do.
It's really lovely.
And I was really excited for it when it first came out, but then I heard it was so disappointing. But now
Brandon, who's like, my whole mood is I don't want to be on Earth anymore.
Yeah.
And you're saying there's a game where I can do this?
He's the doctor from Futurama where he's like, I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
There you go.
Batman: The Long Halloween Part 2. This is the R-rated one.
We've already seen part 1 for sure, right?
Yep.
Well, they're coming out. This is the closest they've ever come out. These types of movies have ever come out. This is June for Part 1 and then July for Part 2.
It's just odd that they wouldn't release a trailer. I mean, they wouldn't wait to release a trailer when we don't even have the first one.
And that animation looks good.
It does. Looks real good.
Yeah. Animation.
I
looks
really
more-
like Jensen Ackles as Batman.
Yeah, he sounds
Oh,
pretty.
yeah.
I mean, I never had complaints about him as Batman, but he's like, man, he sounds really good as Batman in this trailer.
Poison Ivy.
Yeah, Poison Ivy looks rad.
All of there's just some really cool Scarecrow animation in this that I saw briefly. It's the same animation style from Man of Tomorrow and Justice Society, so I'm in on this new universe altogether. But this one looks really great,
And I'm glad they're doing it justice by making it 2 parts, so nothing gets
Yeah.
missed.
Oh yeah. Only thing I was a little iffy on is that, like we said earlier, if they're releasing a trailer and we haven't even seen part 1 yet. But I mean,
We know the
so
story.
far it's like I still want to see this trailer. I mean, a lot of people kind of know that The Long Halloween is a different origin of Harvey Dent turning into Two-Face. So
yeah. And I think the Part 2 trailer doesn't really spoil too much, even if you're not that familiar. Outside of the Harvey Dentist Two-Face at the end, but I think they're pretty non-spoilery.
no, I watched this trailer I think a few times to try to find some like, are they trying to spoil anything from the book? I'm like, oh no, they're pretty. It's like locked lip seal. I like it.
Can't believe we've been doing the news for 2 hours. Monsters at Work had a small little teaser. This is our first look. Monsters at Work. I really liked this.
Billy Crystal, John Goodman, they're back, baby.
Yeah, I like the new characters' energies. Roz, right? She's back.
She's back.
Really
What are
liked it.
They're MILFs? What are they? They're MILFs?
Myths.
Myths?
They're miffed.
Monsters in something training.
Did you say they're MILFs?
Yeah, it was an acronym. There's something similar, right?
That's fair. I'm very happy with how this is looking. I can't wait for the full trailer or the show.
Considering this is not done by Pixar Studios, it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Really high animation for what we've seen from Disney generally.
Money.
Well, this is coming out of Disney Animation Studios.
Yeah.
Like they're putting work into this with they're helping the Disney Television Animation division. At least that's my understanding of it.
Hotel Transylvania, Transformania.
This is the Venom Let There Be Carnage for me, guys. I am not interested in this movie.
Real quickly, I think we should talk about the controversy. Guys, the Invisible Man's not hot.
Apparently, this is a problem for people.
Apparently, there's a change.org petition to make him hot.
Wait.
Apparently, there are a lot of people growing up, like, teenagers when the first Hotel Transylvania came out, and they had a mental image of what the Invisible Man would look like, and they've been thirsty for it, and now he is not attractive enough. Which is reasonable to an extent, because I'm like, you are kind of mentally picturing a character you shouldn't ever see, and now you're seeing him, so I kind of understand. But you don't need to make a petition about it.
Seriously.
Anyway, I've liked all the Hotel Transylvania films, so I'll like this one. I'm not concerned.
Yeah, I like them all too.
Even though I think the trailer looks more or less underwhelming. I do like the joke that Frank gets really hot.
Yeah. Interesting to see Van Helsing's back.
I think that's great. Yeah, it's a little weird that Van Helsing's back. It definitely feels like that. Oh, you brought that villain back around for some reason? I mean, sure, okay. And I do like the gag with the zombie where he gets cured and then rebitten immediately.
That's really good.
Oh wow.
The zombie humor that Tartakovsky has done in the Transylvania films is some of the best humor he's ever done, honestly.
That zombie brachiosaur was disgusting. All right.
I didn't. Funny enough, I guess I should have stuck with watching this trailer because I saw this trailer. I watched like the first part and then I just stopped. I was like, I don't want to see this. It's just weird because I liked the first two Hotel Transylvania films. I haven't seen the third one yet, and I liked the first two quite a bit.
The third one.
They have notoriously never had very good trailers, and the films are usually better than the trailers that they put out. I think maybe only the first one had a good one, and even then, I don't think it represented the film that well.
Mag says, and Jack turning into Adam
Sandler, yeah.
Sandler.
Oh.
Sweet Tooth had a new trailer.
Man, I'm all about this vibe.
I really like this trailer.
I'm sweet on this trailer.
I'm toothed on this trailer.
You gonna bite it? Yeah, man. It looks like it's like big in scope. Like they're giving it the budget. Like
it's so colorful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the whole look of this, just the trailer in general. The way the show looks is great.
I'm really. I don't know the actor's name. But I'm really happy for the actor from Artemis Fowl getting something like this now.
That is where I recognize that guy from.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
He's getting a much better kid companion adventure.
Yeah, I agree.
I
love the prosthetic and CG work on the hybrids.
Yeah, they look great.
He's got a great name. His name is Anonzo Ananzi.
Nice.
God,
Did you say Anonzo Ananzi?
Nonzo.
Ananzi. Okay.
Pretty cool.
Resident Evil Infinite Darkness. We finally get a sense of what this series is.
Not a lot of zombies.
Lot of talky.
A lot of political, like not fun political stuff.
I will say I really like how this looks. I really like the animation in this.
The animation looks good. The first 20 seconds, I was like, "Is this World War Z? Am I watching World War Z? This looks like World War Z."
Yeah.
Never got that sequel.
No, World War Z.
I really like how this looks. For example, the sequence where he's on the bridge and the chemical thing. I thought that looked really cool. Animation, this has already sold me, but I hope it's going to be friendly for people like me to watch who haven't played the games.
I'm honestly gonna say no, because the Capcom, especially with those movies, they're like every new movie is a new entry into the lore, kind of in a way. So we'll see. I'm gonna say it's probably not gonna be lore friendly, but I could be wrong. Maybe they'll change. for a TV show.
Yeah, who knows? But I thought it was pretty good.
Heck yeah.
The Mysterious Benedict Society.
This wasn't too different from the preview we saw on the insurance day, insurance day.
No, not Insurance Day.
Investor Day.
Investor Day.
But I still like the look of this. It's very what's that director's name? Anderson.
Oh, Wes Anderson.
Wes Anderson.
Very Wes Anderson meets like Children's Umbrella Academy. I'm into it.
Real quickly, Umbrella Academy Season 1 is finally getting an official DVD release. This looks very similar to Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events TV series.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm all about that, but brighter, totally. So I like the look of it. I'm not sure if it's going to be for me though. This kind of looks like it's skewed too kid friendly.
Even if I don't end up watching it myself, I'm really glad that content like this is being made for kids.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like nice young detective solving mysteries. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, it's clearly got some good quality behind it, even if it's not necessarily aimed at me.
Yeah. Tresse. New anime coming to Netflix?
Yeah, based off a Filipino comic series. That's cool.
Yeah.
It reminded me a lot of Hellsing.
Yeah, kind of like a Filipino Hellboy.
Yeah.
And I kind of agree. I'm into it.
Yeah, it's like a Filipino like Monster Hunter, Demon Hunter.
I also like the Netflix anime logo that they introduced.
Oh yeah, the anime. Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, at the beginning of the trailer and end of the trailer, there's a little N anime, Netflix anime logo that they've designed because they're investing harder in that, which is cool.
Yeah, looks really cool.
No sudden move.
Okay.
This is the Don Cheadle heist.
Yes, this is the Don Cheadle heist movie because I put this one on here. I always forget. I only put this one on here to be like, hey, look, Brendan Fraser's in a movie.
Brendan Fraser.
That's great. This is a cool cast. I'm happy to see Ray Liotta back doing something too.
John Hamm, David Harbour.
John Hamm and David Harbour are both in this as well. I like the look of this.
Steven Soderbergh.
As far as a cast.
Yeah.
If you got a good story with them, then great.
Steven Soderbergh is the guy who directed the Ocean's movies, so it looks like he's coming back to make another cool heist movie with cool people.
Speaking of heist movies, shall we get into our main topic?
That was so smooth, baby.
Thank you.
And that was who I was trying to think
Kieran
of.
Culkin.
Kieran
Oh,
Culkin.
yeah.
I was trying to remember another. Yeah, thank you, Meg.
He's the one with Scott Pilgrim.
Yes.
Full spoilers for Zack Snyder's new Netflix film, original. The first original film he's done since Sucker Punch.
Hot dog.
Army of Darkness. So,
Nope.
Army of Darkness. Army of the Dead. Army of Darkness is a better film. Army of the Dead.
No, I would agree with that. That movie's real good.
Like it or hate it, Army of Darkness is a great film.
Yeah.
So, full spoilers from here on out for that film. So, if you don't want to know anything about the movie, its twists, its turns, its whatevers, skip ahead.
I think it's cool that when I Googled I was about to say Army of Darkness 2, Jesus. When I Googled Army of the Dead, it's playing at our local theater. I thought that was really neat. So, it's cool. If you see this, you had a chance.
I think this is the first time that Netflix has developed a movie that felt like a big screen blockbuster.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It did feel like that.
Yeah.
I will agree.
Like it felt like a regular movie.
I think that's also Zack Snyder knowing really well. Like he knows really well how to use his resources to maximize the look.
Mm-hmm. It helps that he he was the DP on this movie. Like he shot this movie himself too.
Well, that's actually one of my biggest problems. Is I really hate how this is shot.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I hate the focusing things he does, the close-ups with the unfocused backgrounds. I was so annoyed.
I can't. It doesn't bother me, but I totally get it. Yeah.
I think this is his most underwhelming cinematography.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it is definitely. Even though I don't like the looks of the DC movies, those definitely at least have like a style to them.
Yeah.
And this is a little more kind of just generic.
If you didn't tell me that this was a Zack Snyder movie, visually,
yeah,
I wouldn't have known.
I guess that's
that's
thing for him.
But that's kind of sad because that's kind of my favorite thing about him. Even when I don't like what the movie's substance is, visually, I think he's a really pronounced director, and I'm kind of surprised.
Maybe because his collaborators make it better.
I'm kind of surprised at how kind of middle of the road the cinematography on this was.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Not all the time.
No.
There were shots that I thought really stood out.
Yeah.
But overall.
Ben?
Yeah.
Well,
I was going to say that halfway through this movie is like, am I really watching a Zack Snyder film? Because, I mean, once again, love it or hate it, just the Zack Snyder Justice League cut, there's some gorgeous shots. But you can tell, like, this movie was directed by Zack Snyder. Same with 300, same with Man of Steel. And, I mean, I guess I was trying to watch this, like, where's all the slow-mo? Because this, I feel like this would, if there was a movie to use a lot of good slow-mo shots, this would be the one to do it.
Well, it was in the opening montage.
Yeah, it's
which is a good opening montage.
He always has.
It is a good opening montage.
He has good openings, like pretty much a lot of his movies. So he is good at that part.
Yeah, I think the biggest positive I came out of this film with is that this is the first time I've watched one of his movies post Watchmen where I didn't feel like he was angry with me.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because like his DC movies are angry. He is mad, and his politics comes out so far. Zan Randy and politics are all through those. This is the first time I've watched one of the films where I didn't actively feel like he was yelling at me for something.
Yeah. And this isn't something I want to talk about a lot, but I do think what happened to him in his personal life affected the way this movie came out. Because there's a lot of stuff dealing with fathers and daughters in this movie that I think is what he's working out a lot of shit in this movie. And I think it worked out in the better for his film.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite all the way what I would expect, but I think the character development in this movie is some of the stronger that he's done in his entire filmography.
I agree. No, I agree. I like this movie. I don't love it, but I like it. Like
I'm pretty much in the same spot.
Yeah, like I don't think it's great, but like I had a good time watching it. I'm glad I watched it. Like I would have liked to have seen this on the big screen. Like Dave Bautista beating up zombies is like really cool. I think the zombie stuff is awesome. I really like it.
The what I said in the beginning holds true throughout this movie, where most of what Netflix would call a blockbuster, like The Old Guard or that one with Jamie Foxx and Joseph Gordon-Levitt, like those are made for Netflix movies, and while they have big budgets and they look good, you can tell those are from Netflix. Army of the Dead is the first one that I felt like this is what you've got the award films, you got the Oscar films, you make the quality that the studios make, but you don't quite got the blockbuster market. And I think this is your first time you've got the blockbuster market.
Yeah.
I think the character establishments are pretty good. I don't think everyone's development is good. Mm-hmm. Some are. I think a lot of the dialogue is bad.
Yeah.
Like in lesser actors' hands, it would be, this is a student film script. Most of them are able to pull it off. Not all. Certainly not Bautista's daughter.
She's Katie, the character. I know the actress, but like she. Also, the actress I don't think is very good either. But like I think she's a bad character, and the actress is kind of bad. So that whole character for me is like, oh boy.
And her dialogue.
I kind of didn't want to bring this up, but there's a funny joke in the pitch meeting for this movie, which just dropped today.
I watched that. Nice.
The Screen Rant pitch meeting, where it's just like, and we're gonna introduce his daughter, right? Who gets everyone killed? What?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think. So my biggest like critique on the film, I think, is it's just too long. And I wouldn't mind the length if
there was substance.
If there was substance that was developing the characters, or I felt like I was connecting with more of them, because I think pretty much everybody's established well. I just don't think they're all followed through on very well. At a certain point in the movie, I just kind of wonder why they're standing there. It bothers me that there's a lot of scenes where two people end up talking to the side and the whole group is just kind of standing off screen, blurred out. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, what the hell are all of them doing? Like that happens multiple times, and I'm like, what? Why are we acting like these people are alone and there's not other stuff going on?
I love there's a scene where Bautista's arguing with Dave Bautista's arguing with his daughter. And he's like, all right, let's move 2 feet this way and have the same conversation.
Yes.
And it's like, you just moved over there just so you can have the same conversation, not quieter.
I forgot what I was going to say. My bad.
I just think that, I would not mind. Okay, 2 things. Like, I would not mind the runtime if there was more going on in the film for it. I also wouldn't mind the runtime if there weren't other Army of the Dead projects already in development. And the fact that this world is already going to be expanded on, I'm like, then this doesn't need to be this long. Like things could be picking up. There's definitely like things of like rounding up the crew members for the heist where I'm like, why are we taking forever on this? This is the slowest moving heist movie I've ever watched.
That's one of the things that that's one of my biggest criticisms with it, is that this film doesn't have the energy of a heist movie. It has the energy of a zombie movie. And I get it, as Zack Snyder wanted to make a zombie movie, but everything we've heard is this is a heist movie with a zombie backdrop. This heist movie. The trailer has a lot of energy to it, and it's a lot of fun. The movie doesn't carry on that energy, and that's a bummer. I'm not saying it's like it needs to, but for a heist movie, I kind of expected the same amount of energy that we get when Tanaka Scorpion is doing his like setup. That's got the energy of a heist movie, and that's a lot of fun, but the movie doesn't carry on that energy.
Yeah.
So there was this one part in the movie. It's right when the alphas, the smart zombies, when they burst in, there is a shot that when one of them gets shot in the head and you see the blue stuff, but it looks like
you jump into it already. All right.
Man.
Oh, you know where I'm going with this?
Yes, we know.
Okay.
So the robot zombies?
Hell yeah.
There are robot zombies.
I'm so we can't talk about this yet because I love it so much.
I was waiting for this.
I thought we were gonna talk about this way later.
I was gonna like cover everything else. This was gonna be
okay. Let me backtrack a little. Okay, let me backtrack. Hold on. Okay, let me backtrack to one of the to what Brand said, saying that Zack Snyder saying this is a heist movie. Well, in heist movies they get away with it. Not everyone dies.
I don't mind that. I just kind of wish I cared about their deaths.
The only one I really cared, the only one I was like, no, was the safe cracker when he pushes the other guy into the safe. And I was like, oh, that is like a noble that is like a sacrifice. And actually, I completely forget about him the whole time. Like when they dropped the nuke on Vegas, like, oh, the
Terminator Sarah Connor Chronicles dude. You know who I'm talking about.
Spark. Yeah, the security guy with glasses.
Yeah. Oh, I think his death's too long, but it's kind of cathartic.
No, I like it. Yeah, I like it.
I agree. It's a little too long. I mean, this whole movie, in my opinion, is way too long. Like 2.5 hours. Good God.
That's a good place for me to go. There's a world building problem when you make animal zombies, because like birds, as soon as you make a zombie bird, the world's done. That's it. There's zombies everywhere.
Yes, but also this is a movie where this is not a smart movie. Let me say. This is a situation where, like, if the city was actually going to be nuked, these people would be too close to it. They would like.
Oh my God! That bothered me.
Logic is
the guy who walks out of the safe into a nuclear wasteland.
Yeah, logic is not what I'm in here for this movie. Like that kind of stuff. Like I can push it away because that doesn't super bother me.
I can't talk about the nuclear bomb stuff very well because this was the wrong week for me to watch that movie. Doing a bunch of research about the way we have portrayed nuclear bombs in our media since we dropped them.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I see everything I was reading about how gross our popularization that we've been propagandized into using the mushroom cloud when it's actually an image of fear, but we made it an image of American might is really disgusting.
Yeah.
So this was the wrong week for me to watch this in terms of the nuclear bomb thing. So I'm sorry. Like I hate everything around that nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
I agree with Ryan about this is a pretty dumb movie, and this is kind of Zack Snyder going back to making dumb movies. And I'm here for that. It's just he does spend a lot of time world building, and I kind of like it. I like the world building, except I don't need to think about zombie sex. Did not appreciate that.
I like
the implication because it's saying like they are their own species now. Yeah. They have a future that you are blowing up.
Sure. Well, and then the dude kills that future, but I get it. I don't know. It's personal opinion. I didn't need to have it. What was I going to say? Shoot. And so the world building is interesting, and it's fun with the alpha, and then the alphas, and then the shamblers and things like that. And then you've got you decide just to not world build when it comes to the animals because that opens up kind of a can of worms.
Yeah.
And I think it's a cool image. The Siegfried and Roy tiger being a zombie, but it does kind of open up a can of worms I don't think Zack Snyder was quite willing to play with.
I personally don't think it opens a can of worms because it's like what's the real world logic of zombies being real, right? Like if like airborne viruses, everyone would be a zombie, right? Like that's
how do they contain them well enough to surround them with tankers?
Yeah. Again, it's like these are like real things. I'm like, man, this movie's too stupid to even like. If I think about this one thing, I'm going to think about all of it, and you just can't. Yeah. Like with this movie, I get it. Sometimes
why does absolutely no? Because there's no way like they don't know at the camp is like just everybody paid off enough that they don't care. Everybody knows that there's a back way into Las Vegas. They just don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I like the back way is just.
You just open the door, yeah.
Like, why would you drop paratroopers into a zombie-infested Las Vegas when you know you're in?
I want to talk about my absolute favorite piece of world-building lore mythology about the zombies in this, which is that the Shamblers are stupid and they stayed in the sun too long that they dehydrate, but if it rains, they come back.
For a little bit.
That is dope. Yeah. That is a great zombie fact. I think that's awesome. Kudos to them. That's so cool.
I agree. That actually goes into another criticism I have about Chekhov's gun. Is apparently not a thing in this movie, because we get like the sense of like, oh, the dude, don't touch that dude's saw. There's the saw. It's important to him, the saw, and then he doesn't use the saw in any cool action sequence, or the Shamblers being too stupid and in the rain. Like I kind of feel like that's all setup I would like to see in the movie.
Like we never see him wield the saw. The saw only comes out when they need to cut a hole to escape.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen like when he's fighting the Alpha with the saw. Like that's his weapon.
Like we see in the opening montage, I'm like, oh, that's badass. I also like kind of like the opening montage where they have the people with the pictures of families and their military gear.
Cool.
But at the same time, I really don't like how I was really looking forward to the mom who we see get crushed after they finish building a wall, because she is like a soccer mom who finds her daughter, and I'm like, I want to see this story. I want to see this play out, and then they get crushed. I'm like, God damn it, Zach, you had someone there that I wanted and I cared about, and then you just murked them right in front of me. Bloody hell.
I think that's well done, but you bring up an excellent point. My problem with that thing in the montage that we're seeing, like the quick glimpse of like, this is who I was before kind of thing, is that we do it for just those handful of characters. And I'm like, why didn't we do this for all of them? Or why didn't we at least do it for the ones that we need to care about the most? Because I will argue that, like, yes, we care about Van and Scott, but we do not really get to care about the one girl who does survive, not the mom, but the other one who's like the engineering one who's close to Dave Bautista, has romantic feelings for him, but the only time that she really gets developed is the moment that she decides to express that before she gets immediately murdered.
Which is wild.
Like, what was the point of that?
Yeah, that's, for me, the one that sticks out the most of the character development stuff is like the Dave Bautista and that girl like connecting. I'm like, but you guys really haven't, like, I see.
She was never developed.
Yeah, like I see why you're doing this. Like, oh, they were old friends who didn't connect, but like you didn't really work towards it.
I will also make an argument that in the establishment, in the montage, everyone else is shown to have like people they were saving or fighting for. Mm-hmm. She's just shown to be a badass mowing down zombies, and her flashback photo is her alone and proud.
Yeah,
like it sets an image of like she doesn't connect with people, and nothing in the script after that ever contradicts that idea.
Yeah.
Her montage photo is her holding a picture of not a picture, but a magazine cover that she was on.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It makes her feel like an isolated character to begin with, and nothing changes that. So when that scene comes out of kind of nowhere, where she decides, I'm going to take this moment right now while we're concerned about the bomb dropping on us early, to talk about our romantic feelings that haven't been addressed this entire time. And I'm like, this is really terrible character work. That she is one of my bigger problems with the film, because I'm like, you're just not getting to do anything.
And then she gets
in a film of like other people being done well. That was shocking. The shock value of that is really good.
Yeah.
And the pain for Bautista in that moment is really good.
Batista's really, really good in this movie.
He's really good.
He's working with like a subpar script, and he's turning the gold stakes out of this. Like he's like really crying. In this movie,
I think he and Tig Notaro and the guy who's playing Eduardo. And Van.
Dieter's fun. Yeah.
And
I like most of them.
And Garrett Dillahunt are all bringing it, and the girl who played Lily.
Yeah.
I think all those actors are really honestly bringing it.
Yeah.
It's just the script isn't always serving them.
Yeah.
Like Eduardo is basically, he's just there after we find out who he is, which is that he's the guy who does YouTube stuff. Yeah. And then he's just kind of there because his kind of humor is relinquished to give Dieter focus.
Yeah.
And again, like, wouldn't bother me in a 90-minute movie. Bothers me in a 2.5-hour one, though.
Yeah.
You mentioned Tig Notaro. If I didn't know that Tig Notaro wasn't present at the timing of filming this, I wouldn't have known.
I would have just said, why does she kind of look like she's not there sometimes?
She looks a little small.
Yeah.
She looks a little blurry there.
It's really impressive, though. Like I thought she was going to be in the movie for like 5 minutes. She's in the movie.
Yeah,
she's in the movie a lot. And they're just CGIing her in place of the bad guy who's no longer in this movie, thank God.
Yeah.
She's like really, really funny. And like, I think she's she's probably like the best character in this movie.
She's got good energy.
I
really love how they recruit her, where it's just like, 2 million, I'm in. You don't want to know. 2 million, I hate my life.
Yeah.
I'll change my life. 2 million, I'm in. You don't want to know what you got to do. I'm the helicopter person. I assume you need a helicopter.
I love that it was like, all right, we're gonna get 15 million. All right, you're gonna get 2 million. All right, you're getting 500,000. All right, you're getting 25,000. Yeah, you want to make like $100? Like, it's so good. Like, the levels of this keep stooping down. Yeah, I think this movie's pretty fun, and I think it has a good energy. It is too long. I definitely think you can cut out like 20 minutes of a lot of talking, because it ends up like not amounting to anything, especially with that engineer character, or the lady, I don't even remember her name. Yeah, I think the action is great, like really good. Specifically, the one scene of them trying to creep through the hibernating zombies.
Oh, yeah.
And the one girl gets distracted. She has the best action scene in the whole movie. She's killing it in that scene. Except then she gets.
So I kind of like it how she like raises her hand sheepishly that she's never killed a zombie, and then once she's in it, she's just like murking zombies.
Man, she does such a good job.
It's so
and
tense.
She breaks through the glass, and you see Garrett Dillahunt go, "Oh shit!"
I'm just like, yo, help her out. Okay, and I know we've established this is a stupid movie. We can't put logic into us, but it just annoyed the ever living crap out of me how the YouTube star held his AK-47 sideways and he was getting headshots every single time.
To Ben's point, like, you know, there are certain things where you just kind of go like, kind of a dumb movie, fine. There's an important thing that's kind of tied to two elements that it's hard for me to get past. It's hard for me to accept that absolutely no character ever asked Tanaka, how come you can't just tell us the combination to your own safe? Which is the safe. We got to get a safe cracker for that, I guess. Okay, sure, fine.
Again, this is one of those things with one line of like, oh, once the city went under, like the security lock broke or something.
Sure.
Just one line.
Would have been fine.
Yeah.
But it's weird that no character ever questions that.
Yeah.
The other thing is, like, if Tanaka never cared about the money, truly never cared about the money, all he wanted was an alpha's head, I'm like, they could have done that if you just told them. They could have done that, and you could have paid them. You're clearly still rich.
Yeah.
Plenty for them to have done it, and they could have done it in that very first interaction they have with the alphas and just actually done it in and out and been done with it. I don't know why you go through this elaborate idea of like, but go get the safe, guys. Get a safe cracker to crack the safe and go do all these things. I just want an alpha head.
And you can tell that the military was involved. You had like a bunch of those generals at Tanaka's house.
Yeah.
So clearly it's like, yo, military's in on this somehow.
I thought,
and these are all and the guys going in, at least 2 of them are former military. So it'd be just like, yo, we're gonna give you the sweetest deal ever. You just go in, get one dude's head or one lady's head, GTFO, and then here you go. Then
so
you're
good. I thought it was going to be that in the vault that had the money, there was going to be like a serum or a document that's super important to
something
the military.
Important, yeah.
So they have to go to the vault.
Right.
But you're right, they just needed an alpha head, so the vault is like unnecessary to the plot.
Absolutely
really.
meaningless. So gathering the team is absolutely meaningless, and it's like you really actually could have gotten what you wanted if you'd just been upfront and said, I want this thing.
Yeah.
I will pay you.
I'm really rich.
Millions of dollars to go do it.
Get ahead
oh, great. Okay, let's go do it.
Because he says,
no problem.
Because he says, I've been reimbursed by the insurance company anyway.
Yeah.
Right. So it's weird. It's just weird.
Again,
why from?
Yeah,
I know
hard.
like you can accept like dumb movie.
No,
but that absolutely is like the core impetus of why the events of the film happen. And when you think about it for just a second, it's like that makes no damn sense.
I know, and then the whole movie doesn't work. I know.
You know, the more I think about it, the more I don't like this movie.
Well, no, fine. I still think it's.
I still had a good time.
I still had fun with it. It's definitely a thing where I'm like, what?
One of the things that I can't get past, like Spark said, is
Gita,
Gita.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
who is the crux of Kate going into the reason why everyone dies, well, mostly, and disappears once the helicopter leaves.
Yeah, they don't even
dies.
show her dead body.
Yeah, she dies.
It's like that's how inconsequential she was.
That's gross.
Right. So like, why have her in the movie? Why have that character in the movie at all if it doesn't matter?
You know,
So,
I was
so
just
what
about to ask about that. I was like, because once the credits started rolling, I stopped watching. But was there like I was gonna ask you guys if there's an end credit scene or anything with Gita or so. I was like, oh, so this is just a sad time.
You think Gita would just like lift up the helicopter in the post credits scene?
He's the alpha. She's the alpha. So what I hate about Kate going to save Gita, amidst everything else that was happening, is that like it's so incredibly irresponsible because clearly the logic is like there's an atomic bomb about to drop. Like you don't get out of that building without your dad bringing the helicopter to save you. You know what you're risking, and you're doing it anyway. Like you're not even telling them like I'm gonna do this or anything. You just take off and you're like, I'm sure somebody will come get me.
And you know what?
Or we'll be dead.
If she was like a 12-year-old girl, then I'd be like, okay, she's like young and a kid, like
sure.
But she's covered in tattoos. Like she's a young adult. Like she's probably like she's younger than us, but she's not a kid, so she's smart enough to know better. Like it was just a bad decision all around. Like the scripting, like this.
And again, like I could accept it if the nuclear bomb hadn't like she didn't know that the nuclear bomb had been moved up. I could even accept that.
But she did.
But she did. She knew that it was like less than 30 minutes inbound, and she's like, all right, I'm just gonna pop on over, and I hope y'all figure out I'm over there and bring the helicopter by. Otherwise, I'm gonna die on this mission anyway.
Yeah.
And my whole purpose of going is pointless. Stupid.
I'm gonna try to be positive for a second because I did like this movie a little bit. I think the action's great. I think
the action is great too.
Once the nuke goes off, I think it does look kind of nice. Especially at the end with like Batista's daughter, like that. Even though I don't like her or the actress, the moment with Batista turning into a zombie, dying, and his daughter, I think that is a good moment. I
like that moment a lot.
She's getting the best acting at that moment, which I think does help me with her character a little bit. Tig Notaro, like again, like completely replacing a character and having it actually work as it does, like. She's like the funniest person in the movie. Like it's so weird that like she didn't exist in the original movie. Like
okay, like look, I know I'm way more important than that guy.
Yeah.
We are incentivized to kill that guy.
They're like, oh, you were listening to me? No, yeah, I'm definitely more important than that guy. Yeah, Tig's great. Like most of the cast.
The scene where she's just like, I'm more important than that guy. Right? Oh, you're listening to me? Well, I'm more important than that girl. You're listening to me? Well, I'm definitely more important than that guy.
Yeah. I love all that. Like, and Dieter, like him and the guy with the saw. Like, I like their relationship. Like Van.
Me too.
A lot of it's like, it's underdeveloped, but like those actors are really, really.
I think the relationship with Dieter and Van is the most developed outside of Batista and his daughter.
I agree. I think it gets the most like from point A to point B stuff that happened between them. Done well.
And I think that allows me to care about it when Dieter and Dave Bautista are the only two that I cared about dying.
Yeah, I cared about Tig too.
Yeah.
Well, because I like Tig. Yeah. But like as far as the character development goes, like that was a good character moment for Dieter to push him into the safe.
I cared about the girl that he screwed over who had to break through the window and everything. I cared about her just because she got screwed over.
She got so
like
far.
I'm not going to say her character was well developed or anything, but her action scene was so good that I'm like, man, she earned her not dying, and she still got it, and that sucks.
Yep.
I was the only person I was like really happy to see die was the head of security, because you can tell like when they're in the bus, he is like, especially when he's like going up to that girl and he's like you can tell he's like trying to grab her. It's like, oh yeah, you gotta die. And then he's like constantly talks about a tiger. I'm like, yeah, I can't wait to see that tiger eat you. And then he does, and then the tiger does. I'm like, yay.
Yeah. I like the design of the zombies. Like they kind of seem like they have a dehydrated look to them already. I really think it looks cool, especially the alpha has like some cool designs. Now let's talk about some robot zombies.
Can we talk about the opening?
Oh yeah, the musical montage.
Yeah, the reason all this happens is because of Roadhead.
Oh yes, Roadhead.
I know it's been a long movie. You might have forgotten.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
That's funny.
It's cool that that actor that played Jimmy Olsen got to come back to play a character for a little bit.
Yeah, right.
Just a little bit longer than Jimmy Olsen. Next time, maybe he'll have like a whole role.
I like that opening sequence. I think it's really cool. I like the idea that like they were taking. I think the moment goes on far too long, but I kind of like it as a setup. It's one of the more unique setups I've seen for a zombie movie.
I agree. I think that it was a good setup. I actually really do like the shot of him coming over, looking at the skyline of Vegas.
Mhm.
I think that's a really good setup shot.
Yeah.
I think it set up the stakes well, and I like the concept of like, boy, we screwed up in that one place. We just walled off, and nobody goes to Vegas now, guys. Sorry. Like,
America's way. We just pretend it isn't there.
Yeah. That felt pretty spot on.
I
love
was
the line. You just made me think of the line. I love the line where it's like, we're this is a free country. Well, we're not in America anymore technically, and it's like, great, so it's a freer country.
Yeah.
Shit.
I also like the designs of the zombies. I did get confused when we first see the alpha as I call him.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't sure it was the same
There's
that we saw in
two
the
guys,
beginning.
He's got
pale,
longer
black-haired guys, but one's length is just a little bit longer, not long enough to make it. You get confused. I did.
It was when I caught the dog tags on the other one, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's the same one that's who started this whole thing.
And then the alpha becomes a Uruk-hai from Lord of the Rings and puts a helmet on and a cape.
So honestly, so cool.
Yeah.
When like they're taking the shots at him and he's like, no, and it's like, oh man,
Smart
this
zombies,
dude.
Smart zombies are cool.
I actually kind of like the way like the head alpha is designed, because he looks like a zombie, or he looks like a necromancer.
Yeah,
because he kind of is a necromancer. It's like a modern day necromancer with not a lot of fancy stuff thrown in. And I was like, this is kind of cool. Although I do laugh that when he's like wearing his armor, his faceplate, everyone just keeps shooting him in the head, and it just keeps bouncing off. He's like, stop wasting your bullets. You know it's not gonna work.
What else are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Well, when what they should have done is when he takes off the helmet to fight Van, Dieter just shoots him in the head.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. Honestly, I was like, "Is this good? Is this
honor doesn't exist?" Oh, I like the world building that like they'll let you do whatever you want as long as you make a sacrifice.
They won't let you do whatever you want. They just they'll let you explore the outer perimeter. They don't want you coming into the heart of it.
Yeah,
right.
That's trespassing on their territory. I do like the idea of them having this set up an established society. The way that they operate, I like their rituals, their ideas. I like the way that they convey
the original. What is it? I Am Omega. I Am Legend.
Yes.
Yeah.
I Am Legend, which is
Omega Man.
Omega Man.
Yeah. I do like the concept of him being able to listen and hear the baby and that kind of thing, and that's how they tell you. I think the actor who played his queen did a really good job. She is a good visual focal point.
A good
for the
physical
alphas.
actor.
Yeah, very, very good. Like very, very iconic, honestly.
Yeah,
it's an iconic look.
Yeah, and you don't get to see very many zombie movies where zombies are dodging bullets. So it's just a fun thing where zombies like
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool that they have very different types of zombies. Oh, speaking of very different types of zombies.
Okay, so throughout the whole movie, they're there, but they slowly just get more and more in sight. These blue eyes.
We were definitely like going like, those are some blue eyes.
Yeah, there's one shot where like, I'm not sure, and then it's like a zoom out shot of a lot of zombies, and you definitely see the two eyes like glowing. I'm like, something's off here, and then a zombie gets his head blown off, and it's a robot.
And it's all sparky and. Yep.
Well, the first time I saw it was the dude who just had the blue eyes in the shadow, and he gets shot, and there was like sparks. I was like, that's weird. And then the second time is when they're in the casino and he shoots him, and like half his face blows off. I'm like, that's a robot.
That's when I knew that I didn't love the movie, but I'm like, yeah, okay. You're just like whatever. I want to do.
I want to like that's another piece of world. But like, look, Zack Snyder is very interested in building this world of Army of the Dead. It's very clear with more projects. So like world building. Why are there robot zombies?
Yeah. He did an interview, and he very quickly is like, oh, maybe they're fake zombies, so the government can monitor what the zombies are doing. Almost like a sleeper agent kind of thing. But I'm like, so they built robot zombies? The government did? And that's what the anime's about.
All right.
That's what the anime's about.
But the other thing he suggested was that they're of alien origin.
Yes.
Which made me go, okay, well, at the beginning of the movie, they're talking about Area 51. So he's actually building a franchise that's going to allow him to do zombies and robots and aliens.
This is going to be the good Sucker Punch.
It is much better than Sucker Punch.
100%. Oh yeah.
I as Sucker Punch is his only other original feature. So it's really the only point of comparison that you can make because they are both original. Zack Snyder.
You can make a slight argument about Dawn of the Dead. I understand it's a remake.
What about
but, but it's
Gahul's based on a book.
That's based off a book series.
Got it.
But it's very much like his own interpretation of the work rather than like a true remake. Like the main focus is that they're in a mall, and beyond that, it's not really anything from the original.
Yeah. But it still has a source that he's working from.
I understand.
And it's not even written by him mostly. So
definitely rewritten by him.
It's definitely rewritten by him, exactly. And I think this is far more successful.
I don't know why we didn't see the zombie baby thing coming. He did Zombie Baby and Dawn of the Dead.
That's what I thought.
I
kept mentioning it. I was like, this is no, it's gonna be baby number 2. Yeah. It's 2 for 2 now.
Yeah, I think this is, more successful in what he's trying to do than in Sucker Punch, because in Sucker Punch he is trying to look. He got up his own ass at Watchmen. Let's be honest. He decided he wanted to make really smart movies, but he just couldn't. And Sucker Punch is one of those where he's just trying to make a super smart feminist movie, and it falls really short. And I think
he could fit in chairs on sets.
Oh, I heard that. Yeah,
that's a silly thing.
So like this is more successful in that sense. Also, like it is. He's not trying to make a smart commentary on anything, but because of that, it's more successful in the places that he's failed in the past.
Listen, he's a guy who plays the song "Viva Las Vegas" when we're talking about the city of Las Vegas. Like he's not like, no offense, but he's not a guy of deep philosophical things, even though as much as he wants to be sometimes.
I can live with "Viva Las Vegas." What I can't live with is zombies.
Zombie. Yeah, I think of course.
Now that one is like, okay, that's way too on the nose. No.
Nah,
that was a poor needle.
I have heard the counter argument. I didn't read too much into it, but there is relevance to what the song is actually about in relation to the movie. Yeah. So what there was thought in that one. I didn't read it. I don't know what the song is actually about. So
it's about the IRA in Ireland.
I missed it because you guys were talking at the same time. Which song are we talking about? Zombie. Okay. I don't agree with you, Ben. Sorry.
I guess I don't agree either, because I did read a bit of what is the song about anyway.
It's about
political strife in Ireland.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think thematically, in his mind, it works. He didn't pick it because it says zombie in it.
Yeah.
At least that's what his interview says.
Yeah. I retweeted it because people like to make Zack Snyder seem stupider than he actually is, and I just like maybe he just wanted to pick a song because it's cool.
Now, my interpretation is he did pick that song because it said zombie in it. Now, if he actually did pick it because of what the song actually means, then okay, cool, good on him. I'll take back.
Again, that's what the interview that Ryan retweeted said. Is that is what Zack Snyder said. Is that there was the political reasons for the song for the song are relevant to the movie.
Also listened to it while writing the script almost every day, he said, because he had a zombie playlist. And again, it doesn't have to be deep sometimes either.
Look, I know that Snyder has done plenty of things I don't like, but like Zombie, the lyrics of the song Zombie totally work in tone with what this film is about. It's not just like the
people being
song is
zombies
titled Zombie
because of violence.
and then nothing in the song's text has anything to correlate to the film. It totally fits. I don't think that's him just like bullshitting out of his own ass about a song. This is a weird.
I mean, now you're defending him.
No, I because I'm not anti him, and I do not agree that like Snyder is so artistically dumb that he does things like that. I think he very much like, I don't always understand the reasons he does things, but I think he absolutely thinks through choices like that.
I was going to say that exact same thing. He is not a dumb person. He's a very smart person. I don't agree with the conclusions he comes to, and I don't agree with the politics he has, but I cannot deny that he puts in a tremendous amount of effort into every single choice he makes in every film. We saw it in Justice League. Well, at least you guys did.
I'll tell you what, much better choices in this than in Justice League, though.
Okay. But we see it, like he is very methodical with making his movies, picking his song choices, everything like that. So he did not hear a song that says zombie in it and throw it in there. To him, it made thematical sense with what the song is about. And whether or not you agree with that or not, that's interpretation.
I'm just saying that when I first saw the movie, I heard zombie. I'm like, okay, really?
But also,
but do you know what the
have a zombie
about?
movie?
That's what I mean. Like, if that's just bandwagoning, because like, never mind. This is not important at all.
Yeah, I think one of the things I do appreciate about him is his sense of purpose, really, when it comes to designing a movie. Again, I may not agree with the final product at all times, but I have to admire the struggle.
I definitely like it doesn't matter. I'm just changing topics, guys. It doesn't matter that in the context of like this movie that the robot zombie thing isn't addressed, because we do know we're getting other projects, so I'm sure it will be explored somewhere.
Yeah.
But like in the context of me just wanting to like watch this movie, it is kind of something where I'm like,
why?
I saw that a little too much to not have anybody at least reference it.
Yeah.
They
don't even reference it.
Like because they don't even notice, and I'm like, the fact that this goes unaddressed the whole movie is a little bizarre.
Yeah.
I guess I can accept it because this is the beginning of a franchise, but in the context of it being its own film, I'd rather that was somewhat. It didn't even need to be explained, but acknowledged.
No, I agree with that. Yeah.
That's where I.
It's wild that he shoots that zombie and he sees sparks and blue like. I
mean, they're in the middle of a firefight, but like yeah.
He doesn't even go, what the hell?
Yeah.
Like not even that.
Yeah.
I was expecting some sort of reveal, some sort of like even more sinister plot than what really is going on.
I think
but
there is.
It just kept going on with the heist, and I'm just sitting there going, even Fanny, she watched this movie with me. She's like, did that look like a robot to you? I was like, yeah, it did. Why is the robots in here? And never answered.
Yeah. I think that is something that kind of irks me about most of the characters across the board is I don't feel like they question the circumstances of things that are happening to them enough.
Yeah.
Like, everybody's kind of suspicious of Garrett Dillahunt, but nobody takes any action about it.
And he even mentions, like, I got you twice.
Or keeps, like, a good eye on him.
Yeah.
Like, when he goes off with Lily, everyone's like, yeah, that's fine. Like it's weird when they blatantly will be characters who will acknowledge, like, yeah, that dude, we can't really trust that dude. Oh, he's going to go off with only one other team member? That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm not going to question that. Like, that's a little strange.
Yeah.
And especially because, like, the friend of the girl who died kind of is suspicious. Like, what did you do?
100%. And like then it's dropped after that. And that part is a little strange. Like, everybody's clearly on edge about him being there, doesn't like it, but nobody's really even, like, in some cases they're just not even acknowledging that he's really there.
Maybe he was CGI'd in.
He's almost in his own story separately in some instances, and it's a little strange. I like a lot of things about this movie, but there's definitely some like character work stuff that I just wish was cleaned up, especially with the talented cast that he had.
I agree.
One thing though I do want to talk about is I want to talk about like what is essentially the epilogue with Van. My only thing about it is that I'm confused about how he's not already infected, how he gets so far away, only because it is clearly established very well up to that point that bitten by an alpha you turn quickly. And so like he couldn't have had the amount of time he had to have sat in the safe through the bomb explosion, grabbed the bags of money, emerged himself, gone to a vehicle, gotten to a jet, bought the jet, gotten on the jet before. Like you're breaking the reality of the film that you've established in story just to circumstantially move the character so far away. I'm like, this is really hard for me to accept the circumstances of. I would have taken much better. What I would have bought entirely is if he didn't get bit, but instead just had like a scratch, and that a scratch takes longer. And like just the implication that was the case, because we'd only seen bites work fast. And if you told me, like, if all I saw was like he had a scratch on him instead, and I'd be like, oh dang, does that mean he's infected? And allow me to think about that, like he's not feeling well, but I have to think about it. You're not even telling me he's infected.
So what worries me?
He could like when I was doing this, I was like, okay, is this radiation poisoning?
That, like, it could be a myriad or just exhaustion after everything he's been through, and he did get into that fight, he did get hurt. Like it could be any of those things.
Here's what I think it could be, and this is going to be awful. What if it's like more setup where he's like special,
right?
And he's like, oh, maybe I like the infection doesn't do anything to me, or it's like a setup for something, and it's like we got to wait for the next thing. Because otherwise it doesn't make sense. Because I agree.
But again, like the nice thing is like if it's a scratch, all those questions are still viable.
Yeah. It's
just like you're not immediately taking me out of the context of what you already pre-established.
Yeah.
I can still wonder, like, oh, what's up? Is he infected? Is he not infected? Because the scratches is different. Is he just immune?
That was a big bite.
What are all the things? But because it's a bite, I have to like challenge the ideas of what you've already established, and I have to now wait for another project to explain to me
that was going to end with like almost like a cliffhanger with him being a zombie and turning the plane, and then that's where the next infection happens.
Right, and I almost prefer that he just looks in the mirror and he's like, shit. And it's like, you don't know. Is he turning? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I do wish that the context of how was something like a scratch, so I have to think through all the possibilities a little more, rather than go, is this just bad scripting to put him further away?
Yeah.
Or does this mean something else? Because I don't know which the intention is.
I think it might not mean anything.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's kind of my bummer about it.
Yeah.
And I think like there were ways to remedy it a bit.
True.
But overall, I still think like it was fun to watch. There's overall some good action beats. I do think the cast is pretty strong, even when their characters fall short. Yeah.
Do you want to rate it?
I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10. I think it's a perfectly good action movie with some kind of bad scripting.
Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable with a 7 out of 10 too. I'll probably go there.
7 sounds right. I mean, the action is really good. I do like the action a lot. It's just a lot of the characters and the character stuff isn't the best, and the logic isn't sound.
And I like the world. I like the idea of these alpha zombies. I like the idea of their kingdom. I like the idea of all these things. I wish I get to know more. I even like the concept of like, I like having the question of what's up with the robot zombies. I just want it to have been acknowledged a bit more in the pretense of the film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will agree. 7 out of 10 for me as well. Just kind of wish it had more energy to it.
Yeah.
But I was happy that it wasn't as mean as his other films. So.
It's a pretty subdued Zack Snyder movie, which I think is a good sign for the future of his filmmaking, where like he can be like softer.
Yeah, but I wanted more of a heist movie tone.
Yeah.
Something with like you look at Ocean's 11, really Ocean's 11. And it's fast paced. You're kind of having fun. I kind of expected that from the trailers.
I think that the movie, the recruiting part, all the way up to before they enter, all could have been clipped along a lot faster, more like a traditional heist film. And then once we're in, you can get to this slow tempo and you can take your time and do the zombie movie stuff and have the heist happening around it. One other thing we didn't even touch on, but I do really love the scene with Dieter and Van, where Van's going and getting different zombies to walk across all the pressure pads.
Oh yeah, that is.
I think that's a really good bit, and I think it ends in a really well done, gross
you're right.
smush that they have to pull apart.
Yeah.
He's like, he said it was non-lethal. That doesn't look non-lethal to me.
Oh, that was a good concept. It's not the meat, it's the heat.
It's not the meat, it's the heat.
Yeah, except it kind of opens why aren't they just eating themselves if they're in the hot sun?
Because they're cold.
They're cold.
But they're always in the hot sun. We talked about the burning zombies.
But that they get dehydrated, but their body temperatures are cold.
Man,
that's why they're checking their temperatures. Their bodies are dropping decibels.
All right, let's get into our book club. It's enough of that.
Oh God, where are they?
Ryan,
It's me.
do your thing.
Hey guys, it's me, Ryan Eliopoulos from the Fake Nerd Podcast. Guess what I like? Comic books. We're going to talk about Bucky Barnes: The Winter Soldier by Alice Scott and Marco Rudy. This took place like 7-8 years ago, back when Bucky Barnes was the man on the wall, which was Nick Fury's old position. He guards the Earth from aliens. That's his thing. So in Bucky Barnes: Winter Soldier, he's a space assassin. And you guys, this has probably some of the best art Marvel's ever published.
100%.
100%. Marco Rudy is a godsend. Every single panel is a piece of art. Every page is a piece of art until we get to the fill-in artist,
The 4th issue.
which is not his fault for being the talent that he is. But when you go from the ethereal, beautiful stuff that you're doing in the last issues, then you go to a traditional comic, it kind of ruins the flow of the whole comic, which is unfortunate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I read this when it first came out.
Mm-hmm.
I was picking up the issues. This was just after Original Sin.
Yep.
Where it was revealed that Nick Fury had always been a life model decoy and was in fact the man on the wall.
True.
Wild
stuff.
Yeah, and now he's the Watcher. But this concept was dropped after Secret Wars, and probably earlier than that. But I wish it hadn't.
Yeah. I just, man, the concept alone, it's so wild, and it's not something you traditionally would like you don't think to do this with a character. Like, oh yeah, let's make him a space assassin. Like, let's bring him in space and like interacting with a bunch of alien civilizations. It's got like a weird like time travel plot that I think is kind of cool. That I don't think fully works out at the end.
Yeah.
I just the art. It's just this book is for you get this book for the art, man. And like the stuff with him and like the alien queen where he has like a relationship with, I think that's really sweet. I think that's really great. Doesn't he have to kill her? I don't remember. It's been a while.
Well, he's hired to kill her, but all Bucky Barnes from across the multiverse all fall in love with the same princess and live happily ever after.
That's right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm just looking at this art again, guys, and it has been several more days since I've read this comic, but yeah, just re-looking through the art. Oh yeah, Crossbones shows up. It's a great Crossbones.
I really love when Crossbones shows up that the art changes and it's meant to reflect the perspective of the species that he's attacking. That this change in like they acknowledge it. Like, what's going on? Why are we seeing things different? I thought that was really cool, and I love when comics do that when they're like, we're going to present something different to reflect what the characters are experiencing as a different thing. Yeah. I will say, like, I think the art is gorgeous. I do think that overall the paneling is really creative, and I think it works really well. I will say there was a section near the end of the Namor part where I kind of got lost in the art, and I couldn't follow what was happening, and I had to really look and try and suss it out, and that threw me a little. But that was one instance where the art just kind of got too confusing and hard for me to make out what was going on.
Something we talk about, like when we talk about comics, is like is lettering, and not covering up certain images and stuff. And the thing with this type of paneling, it's not traditional comic paneling. You have 6 grids or 6 panels, whatever. Like every page is a different type of page, right? So Marco does all this beautiful art, and then Alice has to make sure that the letters aren't covering up good pieces of art. So it makes reading the comic hard at times. Where like you'll have to be like you're going from like right to left, left to right, up to down, and you have to do that because you don't want to mess with the art, because you'd have to redraw the whole thing to make the letters work. And that is like kind of a bummer sometimes, but like, and man, it makes up for it with everything else.
For sure. Like overall, it's just so pretty and engaging. And the reason why when the artist changes that it's such a problem is because Marco is using the art to tell part of the story. Like even though it's Alex Cott still writing, like once you hit the more standard, I don't want to say generic, but the more standard style of comic paneling, I feel like I'm not being told part of the story anymore. Yeah. Because part of it was being told by the visual display that Marco had been doing up to that point, and the way that he makes you look at certain things, the way he hyper focuses on a moment is telling you part of the story, and you just totally lose that when we switch artists, which really sucks and takes you out of the moment. I did want to spotlight what I know for a fact is absolutely Brandon's favorite part of this comic, which is the Guardians of Lower Asgard, Kyle and Steve.
Oh yes.
Little puppies.
I saw them and I'm like, well, Brandon's favorite part of the comic just came up.
I love the characters that are chosen to be in this. You got old Loki, and then you got Daisy Johnson. You got Quake, and this is just like what Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is like. It's like hitting. It's like like a couple seasons in, but like Quake is not a character like anyone really cares about. But like Alice Scott's like, oh, who's a character that I can use that no one really cares about, but it's like big right now. And I think Daisy Johnson works in this comic. Like she's a cool like helpful assassin lady. Oh man, this is good. The crossbones.
Like this
is insane.
This conveys so much to me with this moment.
It's Crossbones
that the other art just can't.
Yeah.
In telling the story the same way. Like it's not even fair to compare Marco's orb from Annihilation with the orb from Annihilation presented in the other part.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah.
Ben, you've been wanting to say something?
Yeah. So at first, I wasn't really a big fan of the art. Now, before you guys all harp on me, it is gorgeous. It is beautiful. But it was very...
Harp.
I didn't get that you were saying harp. I thought you were saying art. Go ahead, Ben.
Because at first, it was really hard for me to follow along what was going on as I was reading this book.
I get that.
Now, don't get me wrong. When the fill-in artist came in, part of me was like, oh, thank God, I have a better picture. But then I was like, ugh. I actually go back.
I don't like the fill-in artist.
No,
that's unfair because it's work. But I personally, I found his art to be ugly.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't like the fill-in artist either because the fill-in.
I was agreeing with you, Ben.
Oh, okay. because it took me a few times, especially the Namor stuff. Like I love the Namor stuff. I thought what I was reading was cool, but what I was looking at, I'm like, what the frick am I looking at?
I really wish
I
the man
did
on the
get
wall.
lost in that. It was that was the thickest part that I had the hardest time seeing through was the Namor stuff.
Yeah, but then there were times where I stood back and looked at it, and I saw like there's this really cool splash page I really like. It's like an outline of the princess's silhouette. It's like her profile shot, and I thought, and like all the action was going on in those panels. I'm like, hey, that's pretty cool. And then I saw a little bit more, and then eventually the art grew on me. So yes, it is beautiful, but at that was really cool,
stunning.
But there are times, especially in the very beginning when I was reading this, that I'm trying to figure out what in the world's going on. But I'm just looking at, to me, giant blobs of color and a few shapes here and there. I'm like, which one is Bucky? Which one is Daisy? Okay, there's Bucky, but who are you? Oh, are you Daisy? Are you sure?
I totally understand what you're talking about, Ben. I had a similar problem the first time I read it. I have the benefit, much like Ryan, that I've read this before. So it was easier to follow along being my second time through.
I really love the way that Marco uses art to do things like highlight Bucky speaking when he's not on a panel by the logo of the star.
Yeah.
The way he incorporates things like symbols to accentuate a character is so cool. There's just incredible stuff. His rendition of Asgard that appears at the end of the first issue is incredible. This very much felt to me as I was reading it like I'm like, this is Bucky Barnes does Wasted Space.
Yeah,
that's what this is.
There you go. Yeah.
And
it wasn't in the news. Michael Morisi's doing a movie. Good
Heck yeah, he is. Love it.
That was very much what this was to me, and I'm really here for the story, and it's like a really sad and not fair, again, like it's not fair to this artist, but it's like a sad blemish on this story that the art had to change, because it just feels so absolutely immaculate and tied to the story it's telling you. And like I could kind of get past it the first time it happened, because I was like, I can accept that this is like him, future Bucky in his own space. But then it happens again later when he's interacting with Daisy, and then like we turn the page and Daisy's in another spot and switch back to Marco, and I'm like, man, I can't. That looks so bad by comparison. Yeah. It's not fair,
especially when they're side by side.
Have to put them next to each other like that.
Yeah. So my biggest takeaway with the fill-in artist is that when I first saw the fill-in artist, like, okay, cool. To me, it was a clear picture. I was like, yes, I could finally follow along what's going on. I could finally see the actions that are supposed to happen. But then as I kept reading it, I was like, there's a shot of old Bucky looking at 616 Bucky, or like alternate universe looking at 616, and that just looked ugly. Like,
it's bad.
It's like, do you want the really cool, artsy, beautiful stuff, but you don't know what's going on, or do you want to know what's going on, but you want it to look butt ugly? It's like you gotta pick one.
I really wish this concept had continued. This book did not do well. I think the idea of Bucky Barnes Space Adventurer could have been evergreen, and we could be seeing him on the Guardians of the Galaxy, for example, right now.
Dude, that would be crazy. Yeah.
I mean, we saw Jack of all trades on the Guardians with Abner and Lanning.
Jack. Oh yeah.
Or whatever his name is, I forgot.
Jack Flag.
Jack Flag. Yeah. So it could happen. I'm bummed that we lost this story potential because this book didn't do so well.
Now that we have Falcon Winter Soldier, like this era Bucky is never coming back.
Yeah.
This is one of those things where like it was a cool idea for a year and then that's it.
Yeah.
I'm just glad we got to have it because again, like this art,
it's extremely creative. It's a singular piece of like really interesting takes on characters and really well done art. I want to read the rest of it, and I'm going to because I'm very interested in where this goes. I think overall, it's just a nice, very different corner of Marvel.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm surprised none of us mentioned the best line in this entire book. Imperious sex.
Oh yeah. Namor, so good.
All right. That'll do it.
I guess so. We're only doing this for 4 hours.
All right.
This was a really good pick, though. I'm really glad you shared this, if for no other reason than just to experience like this very different interpretation.
Yeah.
I was happy to revisit it. Right. So my turn next week.
Oh.
I brought it stupidly because we were supposed to record last week.
Sorry,
But
Ben said favorite line, and I realized I had a picture of my favorite line, which was when he, right at the very beginning, when they end up killing the dude who was leading the alien species, and he's like, "You want me to be your leader, but I'm not going to do that. But don't worry, we're bringing you the gift of democracy. Enjoy it." And the alien's like, "But this changes so much. We already discarded democracy. It proved rather faulty. What do we do?" And I'm like, "Yep, that's true. Democracy faulty."
Yeah. That first real quick, that first like action scene where it's him going to destabilize like a country to establish democracy is what America does to South America all the time. So it's like Alex Scott's a very political writer, and that's why he doesn't write for Marvel anymore. Very much like a Rick Remender. He writes lots of indie stuff. He did Bloodborne, which unfortunately is not that very good except for the art again. But yeah, Alex Scott's so cool, and like I'm just glad he got to try to do this little thing in space. Very cool.
Yeah.
all right. My turn next week on no preamble. Alien 3. William Gibson's Alien 3 graphic novel adaptation. We went through all the Alien films. Supposed to do this weeks ago. It just never lined up. So I want to do it before we get too far away from the Alien film episode. So here you go. William Gibson's Alien 3.
Super duper.
Cool. Get to see another version of Alien 3.
Another one.
All right. That'll do it.
Woo!
We did it, guys. Another episode. Ooh, I'm tired.
In the can.
Next week we will have 2 reviews. One will be a review special. We'll be talking about Cruella and A Quiet Place. And A Quiet Place Part 2. Mag says, "Good night, everybody. See you next time."
Good night.
So Cruella and A Quiet Place Part 2. Quiet Place Part 2 is the review special, so stay tuned. All right, until next time, you can check out our other shows. We have my new show, Conversation, where, like I said up top, there are 2 episodes in the description below. Chris Maverick and Sparks Witty, Part 1. Part 2 for Sparks Witty will be coming this week.
That's me.
And you can also check out the rest of our YouTube page. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to this channel. Check out their other stuff on YouTube, such as Fake Nerds Watch, like I said up top, Invincible, linked below. Our Zack Snyder's review, Zack Snyder Justice League review, linked below. All on YouTube. Basement Arcade pause menu, top loader. Basement Arcade pause menu is up now, right?
Yep.
And Fake Nerd Book Club. A new episode of that probably soon. Now that Sparks is off of school, it'd be easier to record.
Yay.
As well as a surprise, maybe. I don't want to say that.
Oh.
I already did, though.
Oops.
Crafted by Z Masks, guys. I had the thing here a little bit ago, but yeah, check out our masks. Last call on the mask. I won't say exactly when because we haven't decided totally. But it's just kind of nice to have if you're sick.
Mm-hmm.
Check that out. Otherwise, you'll just be seeing this fabric on something else.
A dress.
Maybe coasters.
Or coasters. Ooh.
Underwear.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's only mine. And then we have to share it, like Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants. This would be the Fake Nerd Traveling underwear.
Just gotta wash them. It's fine.
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I want your filth.
Oh, cool.
I'm waiting for that lawsuit.
Patreon. Check out our Patreon. One more month for the shirt and Patreon. Stephen King best friend shirt, and then we get a new shirt up there. So definitely make sure to. There's so many damn bugs. Make sure to check out that. And of course, our TeePublic. Tons of shirts on TeePublic. Tons of things on TeePublic, mugs and whatnot. Linked below. Our website at www.fakenerdpodcast.com. You can find everything linked there, as well as in the description below. You can find that linked. Thank you to everyone who listens. Thank you to everyone who watches the live show when you guys pop in. Thanks, Mag. Thank you to everyone who watches the rewind. Thank you to everyone who just supports us in general. We love you. You can also check out... Sorry, thank you to Jeremy Vellucci. I say that instead. You can check him at Jeremy Vellucci Keyboards. He does our theme music and our intro music throughout the episode. You've heard it a dozen times, but you can find him and his podcast, Suburban Proctologist, at facebook.com/suburbanproctologistofficial or Instagram at subprocpodcast. Check it out on iTunes. Subscribe to iTunes, obviously. And thank you to Mike Matola. Mike, it's been too long.
Mike.
We'll get you on. You find him at Mike Matola. He does our Patreon shirt, exclusive Patreon shirt, and our logos, and more to come, hopefully. It's kind of our exclusive Patreon shirt guy. It's really nice of him to do that. I'm really happy about it.
It's great.
All right. You can find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, all at Fake Nerd Podcast, fakenerdguys@gmail.com. If you'd like to get in touch with us personally, I'm at BT McClure on Instagram and Twitter. Ben?
You can find me praying for forgiveness for my wallet and also posting way too many cat pictures on my Instagram at BenMagnet27 on Instagram and Twitter. And also, like Brandon said earlier, it's linked down below. My newest article from oldschoolgamermagazine.com is there. I still can't remember what I wrote about. It must have been something, though, because I wrote it. It's there.
Sparks.
Yeah.
You can find me knocking out fools on Knockout City at Sparks Witty on Instagram and Twitter, SPARKZ Witty.
And for the last time, Ryan Eliopoulos.
The last time?
Yeah, remember we made the joke that this is your last episode because...
Oh,
Zack
yeah.
Snyder?
Zack Snyder's next episode? Well, you can find me waiting until he makes that King Arthur movie or whatever he's making at DJ Tony Snark.
Or a religious movie. Or a porno.
I'll take all of them at once.
Rachel from Boy Meets World is getting a new sitcom. The one who became a porn star?
Oh.
Yeah. She's going back to sitcom.
There you go. Hey, whoever pays the bills, right?
Well, it's cool. She would be the first actress to do porn and mainstream. So, to be fair, the sitcom is about a porn star.
Dream porn.
I'm sure we can find some other people if we try hard enough.
We're in a weird rabbit hole right now. You want to end this?
Yep. Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, TuneIn, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music and Podcasts, and Pandora. Rate and review wherever you get us. We greatly appreciate it. Like this video, subscribe to this channel. Until next week, guys, stay fake nerds.